Chapter 51, Carapace Centurion. Monsters did possess some rudimentary intelligence, however, they could not compare to humans. At their core, they were still predators who acted mostly on instinct. Their cunning was beastly in nature and was not that hard to overcome. That gave the three sleepers a chance to leverage their advantage. After finalizing the plan, they made some preparations. While Changing Star was getting ready, Sunny had retrieved the soul shards from the 8 dead scavengers. After delivering them to the silver-haired girl, he watched as she brought them to her chest and crushed them in her fist one after another, absorbing the essence of each shard into her soul core. After a few minutes, when the changes caused by the absorption were over, Nephise opened her eyes and slowly inhaled. To a sleeper, consuming the shards of 8 awakened beasts was equivalent to slaying 16 dormant creatures. While not tremendous, it was still a significant boost in physical ability. Her body had become stronger, faster, enhanced in every way. They were going to need every bit of that strength to survive. Because of how attuned Nephise was to her physicality, getting accustomed to her new limits did not take long. Very soon, she looked at him and asked, "Are you ready?" Sunny sighed, glanced at his shadow, hoping to get some moral support. The shadow pretended to not notice and ignored him. "Disloyal bastard, as ready as I'll ever be." Nephise nodded and turned to Cassie. There was nothing really to say. They had already discussed everything there was to discuss, and empty words could not make the blind girl worry any less. Come to think of it, Sunny wouldn't have wanted to trade places with her. Even though out of the 3 of them, she was the only one who didn't have to risk her life in combat. Facing the enemy, no matter how terrifying, was better than waiting powerlessly for the outcome, knowing that there's nothing you can do to change it. From that point of view, he was actually the lucky one. Cassie tried to put on a brave face. She turned to Nephise and forced a smile. "Go and kill that thing. Maybe you'll finally get something decent to wear and stop making me feel so guilty." A corner of Changing Star's lip curled up. "Okay." After that, she turned to Sunny and returned to her usual serious self. "Let's go." A few minutes later, he was standing on top of the rocky ridge, looking down at the deadly monster. The shadow was wrapped around his body, enhancing Sunny's physical abilities. Their plan was pretty solid and had a high chance of working. However, he still couldn't get rid of the ominous feeling that this was not going to end well. "I don't like this." With a sigh, Sunny raised his hand and summoned the silver bell. Then he lightly shook it, causing the clear melodic ringing to resound amidst the storm. Immediately, the monster below moved, turning its massive torso around and looking for the source of the sudden noise. As he saw Sunny, a mad crimson flame ignited in its eyes. However, Sunny did not see any of this, because he was already facing the other way. As soon as the bell rang, he turned around and jumped down from the ridge without a second of hesitation. The ridge wasn't very tall, but there was still a considerable distance to the ground. Sunny hit the rocks hard and rolled, trying to disperse the force of the impact. As soon as he got back to his feet, he ran, trying to get as far away as possible. A moment later, the ridge exploded behind his back. The monster simply crashed into it with its hulking body, breaking through the layers of rocks as though they were paper. Simultaneously, there was a flash of lightning and a thunderclap, drowning the loud rumble of the falling debris. The creature locked onto retreating Sunny and lunged forward, trying to pierce his body with one of its sides. Shards of rock were flowing like a torrent from its spiked carapace. Luckily, Sunny was already far enough. Without slowing down, he lowered his body, ran for several more meters, and then turned around. The picture of the monster, who was more than 3 meters tall, rushing at him like a speeding train, was enough to make any person falter. However, Sunny stood his ground, raising the azure blade above his head. After all, he was the bait. Half a dozen meters away from him, the monster finally reached their trap. Almost unnoticeable in the darkness and the pouring rain, the golden rope was strung between 2 massive boulders at the height of the creature's leg joints. Earlier, Sunny had lowered his body to run beneath it. Overwhelmed by bloodlust, the monster did not notice the tautly drawn rope and ran into it at full speed. If it was a normal rope, it would, without a doubt, immediately snap. However, the golden rope was a memory, and being incredibly sturdy was one of its attributes. The rocks it was tied to, unfortunately, were quite mundane. They shattered almost immediately, but the damage was already done. With its front legs suddenly jerked backward, the scythe slayer lost its balance and crashed into the ground face first, sliding forward on wet stone and leaving behind a shallow trench. Sunny jumped away. The monster was unperturbed. Almost immediately, two bone scythes pierced the ground, jerking its massive body to a stop. In the next moment, unexpectedly swift and nimble for its size, it was already beginning to rise. If it was allowed to stand up, their fates would be sealed. Fortunately, Sunny's echo was faster. The moment the monster fell, it stopped pretending to be one of the dead scavengers, got up and dashed forward. Just as their enemy was about to rise, it jumped on its carapace from behind, pinning the creature down with its weight, and locked its pincers on the creature's arms just beneath the point where the bone scythes began. Despite the fact that the echo was wounded by the spikes growing from the monster's carapace, it succeeded in immobilizing it, at least for a second. A second was enough. As though out of nowhere, Nephi's, who was lying in ambush, appeared in front of the monster. Darting between its terrifying scythes, she leaned forward and delivered a devastating thrust with her longsword, putting her whole weight behind it. They didn't know if the awakened monster had the same weak spot on its back as its lesser relatives, the scavengers had. However, there was no reason to assume that there was no gap between its carapace and torso armor. It was a mechanical issue. Anything that had to be flexible could not be too rigid. The tip of Changing Star's sword plunged into the narrow gap. Then, the sword disappeared into the monster's body, penetrating so deep that its hilt ended up brushing against the chitin. "Hell yes!" Sunny thought, triumphant. However, in the next second, his expression dimmed. Because the creature didn't even seem to notice the wound that was supposed to be, if not fatal, then at least heavily debilitating. Straining its body a little, it suddenly twisted, throwing the echo off its carapace, and rose to its feet. The bone scythes scraped against the rock as it pulled them out from the ground. Defenseless, Nephi's was right in front of it, her sword still stuck in the monster's flesh. Oh no. Sunny was too far away to do anything, circling around the massive creature to attack it from behind. The echo was on the ground, still reeling from being thrown off the enemy's back. It didn't seem like it could help either. For the moment, Changing Star was on her own. The scythes pierced the air, aiming for her flesh. At the last moment, however, a pair of pincers locked one of them into an iron grip. That gave Nephi's another fraction of a second to react. Letting go of the sword, she dove under the creature's body, hiding in the blind spot of the remaining scythe's attack range. As far as hiding places went, this one wasn't optimal, since all the monster had to do to crush her into a bloody pulp was to lie down. However, in that moment, Nephi's had no other choice. This bad. By then, Sunny was already behind the creature. Hoping to buy Neph some time, he brandished the azure blade and slashed down. The sword connected with the joint of one of the monster's rear legs, drawing azure blood. However, unlike how it was in the battle against a scavenger, he failed to completely sever the limb. It was too tough and thick. In the next moment, the leg disappeared from Sunny's field of vision. Crap! As that thought appeared in his mind, Sunny raised his head and looked at the monster. Somehow, it had already turned around and was now facing him, two crimson flames burning with bloodlust in its eyes. Before Sunny could properly react, the sharp tip of a bone scythe hit him in the chest with the force of a siege ram. The only thing he managed to do was to transfer the shadow from his body to the puppeteer's shroud. Because of this lightning-fast decision, the armor held. He wasn't pierced through the heart and impaled on the scythe. However, it was a small consolation. The force of the blow was still enough to make his ribcage cave in and send his body flying through the air like a rag doll. Somehow, Sunny found himself lying on the ground. His body felt weird, and he couldn't breathe. Something bitter was flowing from his mouth, making him choke. It was blood. He was drowning in his own blood. Weakly, Sunny tried to move, but his limbs wouldn't listen to him. Only the shadow listened, enveloping his body and delaying the inevitable a little. "I'm hurt." With his thoughts moving slower and slower, as though submerged in a dense fog, he looked up, hoping to see the stars. Instead, he saw two burning crimson eyes approaching him from the darkness. Chapter 52, Clarity. In that moment, hovering on the edge of nothingness, Sunny realized that he was about to die. He had to struggle against the fog that permeated his mind, slowing down his thoughts and dampening all emotions, all except for fear. Despite the fact that his body was broken and his mind was paralyzed, some stubborn part of Sunny was still refusing to give up. He wasn't ready to die, at least not without giving his all to survive. He was revolted at the thought of giving the world the satisfaction of the win. That would be so infuriating. Hadn't he told Hero that he was going to survive no matter what to spite them all? That's right. He might be a shameless liar, but a promise was still a promise. But how was he even supposed to survive? No matter how he looked at it, the situation seemed to be hopeless. As the Scythe Slayer approached, its eyes shining menacingly with bloodthirsty crimson light, Sunny tried to pierce through the fog that enveloped his mind. However, his attempts were aimless and weak. It was hard to find purchase in the fog. He needed an anchor. Suddenly, a simple thought caught his attention. It was something that he had repeated 1,000 times, burning it into his mind. Repetition, experience, clarity. Clarity, he remembered what Nephi's had taught him. The essence of combat was murder. Any action performed during a battle served only one of two purposes. It was either to kill your enemy or prevent the enemy from killing you. If he could learn that, he would have enough clarity to master the mind. Back then, he didn't really understand the profound meaning behind the simple word, clarity, that Nephi's had used. But now, with his mind in shambles, he was finally able to grasp it. The two truths behind the essence and purpose of combat were simple and solid, almost tangible. Even in his half-conscious state, he was able to use them as a stable foundation in the fog. Then, he reformed his mind around this foundation, building it along the stark lines of that truth. Suddenly, he was able to think again. What's more, his thoughts were clear and incredibly fast, free of all unnecessary distractions. This was clarity. Sunny looked up at the advancing monster, calmly weighing his options. His body was pretty much useless. He couldn't move his limbs at all. The shadow still followed his commands, but it was busy doing an important job, keeping him from dying immediately. Even with its help, he wouldn't be able to last long. But this was a useless thought. He couldn't do anything about it, so there was no sense in wasting time considering it further. With his body immobilized, memories couldn't be used. That left only the echo. The carapace scavenger was going to have to be his only tool to either kill the enemy or prevent the enemy from killing him. The monster was quickly approaching Sunny. Its mandibles moved, viscous saliva flowing down from them in a torrent of transparent mucus. In a flash of lightning, he was able to see and instantly register every spike, every scratch, every abrasion on the creature's carapace. The handle of Changing Star's sword was still protruding from its body, washed in azure blood. What an ugly bastard. Sunny was being hypocritical. Truth be told, with its black carapace painted with crimson patterns and a mighty body specially designed for mayhem and slaughter, the Scythe Slayer looked striking and incredibly menacing. It was almost majestic, in a terrifying, murderous kind of way. Unable to move, he had to look helplessly as the monster closed the distance between them and loomed over Sunny's broken, bleeding body. Its scythes rose into the air, ready to strike down. Looking right into the monster's burning eyes, Sunny thought, "Go to hell, you overgrown bug." The scythes shot toward his body. In the last moment, something massive and furious rammed into the monster from the side, throwing it away. It was Sunny's carapace scavenger. Not bothering with its own safety anymore, the echo entwined itself with the enemy in a chaotic mess of limbs as they rolled on the ground. Despite the fact that it was smaller and weaker, its crazy assault and complete disregard for its own life were enough to give the bigger monster some pause. The echo lashed out with its pincers, ramming them against the creature's carapace in a crazy whirlwind of blows. For a moment, the howling of the wind was drowned out by the clamor of chitin striking against chitin. The Slayer's carapace mostly held, but a couple of cracks did appear on its black surface. However, it was still superior to the scavenger in every way. Even with one of its scythes pinned awkwardly under its body, the monster was more than able to repel the sudden attack. With an angry screech, it sliced with the other scythe, cutting one of the scavenger's pincer arms clean off. Then it strained its legs and threw the smaller creature away. In the process, the rear leg that was already wounded by Sunny broke off, but the monster didn't pay it any attention. Burning with madness and fury, it untangled its limbs and slowly stood up. Another deafening screech resounded in the howling darkness of the storm, hurting Sunny's ears. Now what? He thought, momentarily lost for ideas. But then, something very unexpected happened. As the slayer moved to finish off the echo, it had to slightly raise and lean its torso back to account for the loss of a rear leg and keep its balance. At that moment, a bolt of lightning landed right in the middle of the small island. With how tall the monster was, the lightning was immediately attracted to the handle of the sword that was still sticking from its body, aimed at the sky at a slight angle. At that moment, Changing Star's longsword suddenly became a lightning rod. Instantly, hundreds of millions of volts of electricity coursed through the slayer's body. In a blinding flash of light, it was thrown to the ground. Wisps of smoke rose from the cracks in its carapace. In a strange turn of events, arcs of residual electricity danced on the monster's chitin, slowly accumulating on the crimson patterns on it. Under that influence, the crimson pattern changed its color, becoming white and incandescent. Sunny stared at all this in bewilderment. It's glowing. For a second, he hoped that the monster was dead. But no, a single strike of lightning was not enough to kill a creature like that. Just a few moments after being electrocuted, the slayer moved, slightly shaking its body. Although it was in a rather bad shape, it was still alive and full of murderous intent. Looking somewhat dazed, the monster gathered its limbs and tried to stand up. Slowly but surely, it was coming back to its senses. The bone scythe scraped against the rocks, helping it rise. However, before it did, Nephi's was suddenly right in front of it. Grabbing the hilt of the longsword, she grimaced as the heat burned her hands. Then, she twisted the blade, making the slayer's body twitch and pulled it out, breaking apart a large portion of its lower torso armor. The monster tried to slash at her with a scythe, but Changing Star was quicker. Dashing to the side, she simultaneously lashed out with her sword. The glowing, white-hot blade caught the creature's arm right below the joint and cleaved through it, sending the terrifying bone scythe flying through the air in a rain of azure blood. The slayer screeched and swatted her away with one of its legs. Nephi's was thrown back and rolled on the rocks, losing her grip on the sword. Her eyes momentarily lost focus. The monster, on the contrary, was back to its sense. It seemed as though the sudden pain of losing a limb had shaken it wide awake. Raising to its full height, it opened its ugly mouth and let out a deafening, enraged shriek. Then, it lunged toward Neph with all-consuming hatred burning in its eyes. But it didn't get far. Right as the livid monster was beginning its attack, the battered echo appeared in its path. Its one remaining pincer shot forward, plunging into the wide gap in the armor created by Changing Star's sword. Twisting its arm, the scavenger pushed it inside the enemy's body, wreaking havoc on its innards. In the end, it even lifted the whole monster in the air a little, its pincer going in almost up to the shoulder. The slayer lashed out with its scythe, piercing the echo's chest through. Then, it twitched a couple of times and fell still. The scavenger screeched angrily and jerked its pincer, tearing the bigger monster's torso clean off its carapace. Proudly giving the eviscerated enemy one last look, it then staggered and collapsed to the ground. Sunny tiredly dismissed the echo, hoping that it can survive. He wasn't feeling too well. In fact, he was pretty much done for. You have slain an awakened monster, Carapace Centurion. The spell's voice fell uselessly on his deaf ears. It sounded distorted and distant. You have received a memory, Starlight Legion armor. Your shadow grows stronger. I won. Sunny closed his eyes, finally allowing pain and exhaustion to flood his mind. The fog was back, making everything feel like it was happening to someone else. He was tired, and he couldn't breathe. Drowning in blood was not very pleasant. As his conscience began to slip, he heard the sound of someone's hurried steps. And then, two soft hands gently touched his face. Chapter 53, Immortal Flame. Somewhat surprised, Sunny struggled to open his eyes. As his vision slowly focused, he saw Neff's pale face looming above him. Her short silver hair was wet, sticking close to her skin. She was standing on her knees beside his broken body, caressing his face with her hands. In her eyes, there was a strange expression. It was as though she was frightened but resigned to something. Her pupils were wide and dark. What? Greeting her teeth, Nephi's moved her hands to his collapsed chest and pressed them lightly against it, causing a pulse of pain to radiate through Sunny's body. Then, a soft, radiant brilliance suddenly ignited beneath the skin of her palms, reflecting in her gray eyes like two dancing white sparks. Almost immediately, Changing Star's face contorted in a grimace of excruciating agony, and she let out a terrible, muffled scream. Her skin became white as a sheet of paper, and as she bit her lower lip, drops of blood soon rolled to her chin. As the radiance grew in intensity, Nephi's shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her tortured, bloodless face. Sunny, on the contrary, felt like he was in heaven. All pain disappeared from his body, replaced by gentle, all-encompassing warmth. He felt as though he was being cleansed by something pure and sacred, by a white, pristine, purifying flame. Under the influence of the flame, his dying body began to repair itself. His shattered bones were reassembled from the shards. His torn flesh regenerated and became whole again. His collapsed lungs and damaged heart were brought back to life and rejuvenated, instantly turning strong and healthy. Suddenly, he could breathe again. As his chest moved, drawing in a new breath, Nephi's flinched away with a harrowing moan. The white radiance beneath her skin dimmed and disappeared, letting the darkness return to its rightful place. Crawling away a few steps, Changing Star stopped, standing on her knees and hands, and violently vomited. Her whole body was shivering uncontrollably, as though on the verge of a seizure. As the shivers died down, she slowly lowered herself to the ground and lay there motionlessly, catching the raindrops with her mouth. Sunny, meanwhile, raised his hands and carefully explored his body. To his surprise, nothing really hurt. It was as though he was never wounded in the first place, let alone almost died. With the help of Nephi's and her mysterious aspect ability, he was completely healed. It was a miracle. By the time the storm was over, it was already deep into the night. Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie huddled together for warmth and slept as though they were dead, too tired to make someone keep watch. If anything were to happen, the shadow would probably alarm them in advance. If not, so be it. They were just too exhausted to care. Luckily, the rest of the night went without incidents. In the morning, no one was in a hurry to make any plans or suggest leaving the cliffs. They just gathered some meat from the dead carapace centurion and the scavengers, collected the 2 soul shards, and moved to the opposite side of the small island, afraid that the remains would attract some creature's attention. As it turned out, they were right. Not long after the group left the place of the battle, a dark spot appeared in the sky. Soon, it became larger and approached the cliffs, landing near the corpse of the centurion in a whirlwind. Sunny had never seen anything like it. The creature was massive in size, easily weighing twice as much as the carapace monster. Its body was white as a corpse and muscular, like that of a lion. It had 2 mighty paws in the back and 6 in the front, protruding messily out of its wide chest. Each ended with long, sharp talons. The neck of the flying monstrosity was covered in long black feathers, as well as its enormous wings. Its head resembled that of a raven, with large round eyes and a terrifying black beak. While they hid behind rocks, the creature feasted on the dead centurion, easily breaking its carapace apart with its talons and beak. Then, satisfied, it grabbed a few scavenger carcasses with its paws and rose back into the air, creating a small hurricane with each flap of its black wings. The creature left the cliffs and flew back the way it came. It was moving west. Following the black dot as it disappeared into the distance, Sunny sighed. "Neph, what do you think that thing is?" Nephi's was also looking at the sky. After a few seconds, she lowered her gaze. "I have no idea." Sunny simply nodded and went about his business. He still had to perform his 1,000 strikes. After making a fire, they roasted the centurion's meat and had a delicious, hefty breakfast. Then stuffed, the 3 of them lied down and lazily rested. After fighting against 2 scavengers at once, running away and barely surviving the sudden flood, climbing tall cliffs in the middle of a storm and battling an awakened monster, all done in a single day. They deserved some time off. Plus, Sunny needed to sort himself out. Truth be told, he was feeling a bit strange. The reason for this was not his traumatic near-death experience, although it had a lot to do with it. The thing was that, after the unexpected epiphany he had while trying to fight against the deathly mind fog, Sunny felt as though he had been changed, because the clarity he gained never went away. It was still here, at the center of his being. He felt as though his very way of thinking and perceiving the world was now completely different. It was stark, streamlined, and dauntless. Sunny felt that he had become calmer. He was now able to think much faster and act without hesitation. Many things that previously seemed obscure and frightening suddenly became predictable and thus surmountable. It was as though he had discovered an underlying order to the world that wasn't there before. That inner understanding gave him an advantage that was hard to explain with words. In a sense, this change was even more profound than the transformation of his body at the end of the first nightmare. He felt that he had made a big leap in his combat ability and overall power, even though it wasn't tied to the number of consumed shadow fragments or unlocked aspect abilities. Looking at the sky, Sunny wondered if this was how Nephi's always felt. Probably. Mastery of the body, mastery of the mind. Right, he was still far away from being a master, but it felt as though he was on the right track. Some time later, Sunny approached the western edge of the cliffs. Nephi's was sitting there, her feet dangling over the edge. She was looking west, lost in her thoughts. He sat down beside the silver-haired girl and followed her gaze, trying to guess what she was thinking about. Just like always, he failed. Changing Star was hard to understand. Sunny shifted, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Finally, he gathered his courage and said, "You saved my life twice yesterday." Nephi's glanced at him and turned away again. "I did." He hesitated, trying to find the correct words. In the end, he couldn't come up with anything and simply said, "Thank you." This time, she looked at him a bit longer. Her face was calm and indifferent. "There's no need to thank me. Without you and your shadow, we would have drowned before reaching the cliffs or been torn apart by a large group of scavengers after stumbling on them in the labyrinth." After that uncharacteristically long sentence, she fell silent and added after a while, "We're allies." Sunny nodded, knowing that she was right. Still, Nephi's went above and beyond to keep him alive. Even if he had also done his part, not everyone would have gone to such lengths to return the favor. However, he didn't say anything about it. Mostly because he could already imagine her answer. Staring right at him, she would stay quiet for some time and then say something like, "I just wanted to," or "It is what it is," in a flat tone. And then there would be an awkward silence. With a subtle smile, Sunny looked away. A minute or two later, he said, "It's you, Flaw, isn't it? The pain you feel every time you use your ability." Nephi's was silent for a while before answering. Then she simply said, "Yes." Sunny looked at her. Changing Star's profile was calm and distant. The wind was playing with her short silver hair. "What does it feel like?" She was staring into the distance. "Like burning alive." He sighed, trying to imagine what kind of suffering someone being burned alive would have to endure. As always, the spell was vile and cruel. "I'm sorry," he said quietly after some time. Nephi's shrugged, not turning her head. "It's just pain." Sunny looked away, trying to hide his expression. Just pain. These might have been the saddest words he had ever heard. Chapter 54, Spoils of War. For a long while, they just sat quietly together. Nephi's was looking at the horizon, thinking about something only she knew about. Sunny's mind was strangely empty. From time to time, he would cast a glance inside his soul sea, observing the recuperating echo. The scavenger managed to survive its fight against the carapace centurion, even if it was just barely. Now, enveloped in a cocoon of light, it was flowing in the calming darkness of Sunny's soul and slowly regenerating. If an echo managed to retreat into the sea of soul alive, it would eventually recover from any wounds. The holes on the scavenger's carapace were already beginning to close. Its lost pincer arm, however, was not growing back anytime soon. Sunny sighed and summoned the runes. He decided to go over the spoils of the harrowing battle. Shadow fragments, 28/1000. Since it was his echo that delivered the final blow, the kill was considered to be his. Thus, he received 4 shadow fragments, 2 for each of the centurion's awakened cores. The shards of the cores themselves went to Nephi's as per their agreement. She decided to consume one herself and give the other one to Cassie. The reward was sizable, but seemed disproportionate to the amount of trouble they had gone through to get rid of the terrifying monster. Ultimately, dormant humans like them were really not supposed to battle awakened nightmare creatures. No way, really? He thought to himself, full of sarcasm. It was just their bad luck that there was not a single dormant creature in this whole damned region of the dream realm. Sunny remembered his lofty plans of hunting weak monsters while safely protected from all their attacks by his Tier 5 awakened armor, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who knew that the puppeteer's shroud would turn out to be merely a minimum requirement for survival, as opposed to a huge, odds-defying advantage? Still, that armor had already saved his life twice, so it was doing its job. Speaking of armor, he lowered his gaze. Memory, Starlight Legion armor. Memory rank, awakened. Memory type, armor. Memory description. Born in the all-consuming darkness, 7 valiant heroes made an oath to return light to the cursed land. Time has erased their names and their faces, but the memory of the defiant oath still remains. Teacher Julius would have been ecstatic to be reading this stuff. The old man used to be an avid explorer and student of the Dream Realm's history before becoming a professor in the Awaken Academy and settling down in one of the most prosperous human citadels. He was still one of the leading researchers in that field, often irritating hunting expeditions with requests to explore this or that ruin. Sadly, Sunny had no idea when they would meet again. He cleared his throat and looked at Nephi's. "Anyway, I have a present for you." She turned her head and looked at him with a bit of confusion. "Oh, present?" Sunny smiled. "Yeah, I forgot to tell you that I received a memory after we finished off the Centurion. Guess what type it is?" He glanced at her expectantly. However, Changing Star did not guess. In fact, her expression did not even show a hint of curiosity. After an awkward pause, Sunny had to look away. It's an armor, so give me your hand." Physical contact was required to transfer a memory. Otherwise, he would have preferred to avoid it for as long as possible. There had already been too much contact between them for his mental composure. In retrospect, being invaded by the healing flame was a strangely intimate experience, not to mention the memory of her soft touch. Not that he had been in any condition to think about such things back then. Staring right at him, Nephi's slowly held out a hand. Sunny hurriedly grasped it in his own, wishing to be done with this part of the process as soon as possible. Her skin was cool and soft. Trying not to get distracted, he willed the Starlight Legion armor to be expelled from his soul sea. One of the spheres of light disappeared from the Shadow Core's orbit. Immediately, he felt something akin to a spark of electricity moving through his body and into Changing Stars. She blinked and retracted her hand. Then, Nephi stood up, walked a few steps away from the edge of the cliff, and summoned the memory. Spinning sparks of light appeared around her. A moment later, they covered her porcelain body and turned into a black, skin-tight bodysuit made out of an unknown, durable material. It looked quite similar to the rubbery seaweed that permeated the area. Then, intricate pieces of pristine white plate armor materialized over the black bodysuit. First the greaves and vambraces, then articulated pauldrons and rerebraces, then cuisses and sabatons. Finally, a breastplate engraved with 7 shining stars appeared to protect Neph's torso, short enough to pose no hindrance to her mobility. It was followed by a helmet with a white plume. The engraving of the 7 stars was identical to those carved into the giant knight statue's cuirass. The armor looked light and elegant. It was simultaneously functional and flattering, both providing high levels of protection and accentuating the graceful lines of Changing Star's body. A stark contrast of black and white made for quite a striking sight. Nephi's dismissed the helmet, letting her silver hair move in the wind. Then, she summoned her sword and performed a few tentative pirouettes, testing out the weight and flexibility of the armor. Seemingly satisfied, she then let the sword disappear into the air. Sunny observed all this in silence. When Neph was finally done, he asked, "Well, how is it?" She turned to him. Soon, a wide smile appeared on her face. Beaming with delight, Nephi's hesitated and finally said with a bit of embarrassment, "Much better." Sunny heaved a sigh of relief. At least now all three of them were properly clothed. That was good. Really good. Not only because changing stars' combat effectiveness would dramatically increase due to the acquisition of a reliable armor, but also because now he wouldn't have to be distracted every time he saw her. Chapter 55. Lucky people. When they returned to the makeshift camp, the first thing that Nephi's did was come up to Cassie. "Hey, Cass, guess what?" The blind girl turned to her and smiled. "You've finally received an armor-type memory." Simultaneously, Nephi said, "I found something decent to wear." Then she fell silent and stared at her smiling friend. Cassie laughed. "The sound of your footsteps changed." Changing Star blinked. "Ah, I see. Well, it's from the Carapace Centurion." While she was describing the armor to Kasha and letting her touch the mysterious white metal it was forged out of, Sunny relaxed and rested by the fire. Some time later, Nephi's was busy preparing dinner. Sunny was once again lying lazily on the stones and staring into the sky. The sky, like always, was gray and unfriendly. With all three of them equipped with decent armor, they were finally starting to resemble a real awakened cohort. In fact, Sunny thought that their group was rather eye-catching even by awakened standards. In her light tunic and sea wave cloak, beautiful and delicate Cassie looked like a princess. Lithe and poised, Nephi's was like a noble knight tasked with protecting her. Sunny, however, if he was generous to himself, he would say that he looked like a young squire. But truthfully, he resembled a page boy a lot more, at best. If a random stranger were to see the three of them, that stranger would most likely assume that Sunny was either a lowly servant or a feeble ruffian that had been captured by the noble ladies' guard. "Well, that'll just add to their surprise when I stab them in the back." "Wait, why would he stab a random stranger?" "Ah, who cares? I'm sure there'll be a reason." At that moment, Cassie sat down by his side. Sunny turned his head, looking at the blind girl with a bit of surprise. She bit her lip. "Nephi's told me that you almost died yesterday." "Oh, so that's what this is about." He shrugged. "Yeah." Then, with a silent sigh, Sunny added, "But don't worry about it too much. It's not my first brush with death." Although it was, as far as he knew, the closest, the memory still sent shivers running down his spine. Cassie was silent for a while. Then, she quietly said, "I'm sorry." Sunny raised his eyebrows. "Sorry? What are you sorry for?" The blind girl lowered her eyes. "For being so useless." Sunny frowned and looked away. A second or two later, he said in his usual careless tone, "You're not useless." Cassie softly chuckled. "Aren't I? If I want to walk, I need to be leashed to you or Neph. If I want to eat, I need to wait for one of you to feed me. That's my life now. I can't do even the simplest of things without your help, let alone be of use to either of you in return." Slowly, her voice turned raw with emotion. This was the first time Sunny had seen her mask of resolve slip a little, revealing the desperate, angry, frightened face beneath. He was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Hey, have I ever told you about my first nightmare?" The blind girl shook her head. Sunny half closed his eyes. "My first nightmare was as bad as it gets. To tell you the truth, the situation was pretty hopeless. I was a slave destined to die of cold or mistreatment. Chained, bleeding, defenseless. What's worse, my aspect turned out to be completely useless. I mean, literally. If I remember correctly, the phrase the spell chosen to describe it was a useless wretch with no skills or abilities worth a mention." Cassie turned her head slightly, visibly drawn in by his words. "Then, how did you survive? Did things change for the better?" Sunny smiled. "Gods no. In fact, they quickly turned worse. Much, much worse. But what would you know? In a strange twist of fate, my useless aspect turned out to be the only thing that could guide me through that mess alive. In that regard, I was incredibly lucky." He shifted a little and glanced at the delicate girl, noticing a thoughtful frown on her face. "But here is a thing about luck. People usually speak about it as though luck is something that just happens to you. It's not. Luck is 50% circumstance and 50% your own ability to grasp it. Luck is something you have to make happen yourself. I fought with everything I had to survive. That's one of the two reasons I'm still here." Saying that, Sunny remembered the cold, dark mountain and shivered. Then, pushing the chilling memories away, he continued. "The second reason is the spell itself. I won't go as far as to call it reasonable, but it is fair in its own perverted way. The spell takes with one hand and gives with the other. It was like this with my first nightmare, and it is the same with you." Cassie's frown deepened. Sunny chose his next words very carefully. Eventually, he said, "Your flaw is the most debilitating one I have ever seen or heard of. You are right, without help from someone like Neff, it would have been a certain death sentence. And people like her? Well, I'm not even sure that someone else like that exists. But..." The blind girl gritted her teeth. "But what?" Sunny looked at her with a serious expression. "But that also means that the other side of the flaw, your power, is equally as extraordinary. You just haven't found the way to grasp it yet. When you do, believe me, you'll remember this conversation and feel very embarrassed about how naive and foolish you were." Cassie's expression changed to one of doubt and confusion. "Do you really think so?" she whispered. There was a hint of desperate desire in her voice. However, the question itself almost made him laugh, for an obvious reason. "Trust me, I'm the most honest person in the world. 2 worlds, in fact." Sunny would actually love nothing more than to be less honest, but sadly, he was physically incapable of doing so. Of course, she didn't have to know that. Cassie was silent for a long time, lost in thought. It looked as though she was in the throes of some inner struggle. Sunny almost assumed that their conversation was over, but then she suddenly said in a low, raspy voice, "I had more visions than I told you guys about." Chapter 56, the heaviest thing in the world. He blinked, staring at the blind girl with surprise and a bit of apprehension. Her sudden statement really threw him off. Why would she keep something like this secret? "And why tell him now?" Confused, he asked carefully, "More visions, why haven't you told us?" A fleeting, tired smile appeared on Cassie's face. She lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Then, closing her eyes, she said, "You probably don't know. How could you know? But knowledge can be really heavy. It can be as heavy as the heaviest thing in the world." Then, a sad smile appeared on her face. "I am afraid that by telling you, I will actually cause the things I saw to come true." Sunny tensed up, alarmed by the implication behind her words. If she was afraid of the visions coming true, then their content must have been pretty bad. And if it was really bad, if something terrible was destined to befall them, Sunny had to know about it in advance. That way, he would be able to make preparations and deal with whatever happens. As long as he was prepared, many things would become much less dire. However, what if his preparations would become the very reason for that terrible thing to happen, making Cassie's vision a self-fulfilling prophecy? This was the danger of knowing the future. "Damn it, my head hurts. I hate this crap." Sunny struggled for a long time, trying to decide if he should pressure Cassie to reveal her visions. Either outcome was going to leave him uneasy, so he was really not sure what to do. In the end, unable to make a decision, Sunny simply remained silent. Cassie also didn't say anything. After some time had passed, she finally spoke. Can you just promise me one thing?" It seemed as though this was her attempt to find a compromise between revealing everything and doing nothing. Sunny frowned. "That depends on what it is." The blind girl hesitated before speaking. "Can you promise that you'll take care of Neff, no matter what?" He delayed answering for as long as the growing pain allowed him. When it became almost unbearable, Sunny reluctantly said, "I can't. I can barely take care of myself." He also didn't trust Nephi's enough to make a promise like that. He had nothing against Changing Star and even liked her quite a bit, but they didn't really know each other. Their alliance was one of necessity, not choice. Who knew what would happen once their need for each other was no longer there? No matter what was too steep of a requirement. Of course, he could have misled Cassie by answering yes. After all, the question was whether or not he could make a promise, not whether or not he would follow through with it. But at that moment, Sunny was strangely reluctant to deceive the blind girl. Maybe that whole honesty thing was slowly growing on him. Cassie sighed and turned away. Suddenly, it felt like something imperceptible about her changed. "I see. Yeah, that's fair." With that, she summoned her staff and walked away, leaving Sunny in a somber and uneasy mood, just like he had expected. No matter how much he tried to relax after that, his thoughts kept wandering. Eventually, Sunny found himself trying to find connections between various pieces of information about the Starless Void, or the Forgotten Shore, as it was called in the Azure Blade's description. If nothing else, it could distract him from thinking about the latter part of their conversation with Cassie. Also, for some reason, the need to understand their environment suddenly seemed much more vital. His sword, the Starlight Legion armor, the carapace monsters, and the giant headless statue seemed to be connected in some way, but he couldn't quite understand how. Was the statue a monument to one of the 7 founders of the Starlight Legion? The line of runes describing the armor said that their names and faces were lost to time. The statue's missing head would certainly fit that description. The Scavenger's Echo suggested that the carapace monsters were cursed soldiers of the Fallen Legion. Was that Fallen Legion the Starlight Legion? The fact that he had received the Starlight armor after slaying a carapace centurion was almost a certain confirmation of that theory. If so, why were they cursed? Starless Void, Starlight Legion, what did all of it mean? The 7 heroes were described as being born in the all-consuming darkness. Their oath was to return light to the cursed land. What light did they seek? Starlight? And what was the nature of the all-consuming darkness? Was it the manifestation of the curse that befell their land? And if so, was it the same curse that eventually turned soldiers of the Starlight Legion into carapace monsters? If the curse was still around, was Sunny going to wake up one day with patches of chitin growing over his skin? What a creepy thought. The 7 heroes were forgotten, but the memory of their oath, apparently, still remained. On this forgotten shore, only Stell remembers. That was the Azure Blade's description. Was there a hidden meaning behind these words? Were the memories received on the forgotten shore hiding a secret? Inwardly, Sunny groaned. So many questions and not a single answer. And then there was the main mystery, Cassie's vision, the one she chose to reveal to them. She dreamt of a boundless darkness locked behind 7 seals. Once the seals were broken, the darkness escaped. She also saw a crimson spire with 7 severed heads guarding 7 locks. Were these locks connected to the seals? And was the giant knight's missing head one of the 7 guarding them? Or was he completely wrong about everything, leaping to conclusions and forcing connections where none existed? Sunny sighed, knowing that his curiosity would not be quenched anytime soon. He had too little information to make a proper theory. If so, there was no point in torturing himself right now. Maybe things would become clearer in the future. The word future made him frown. Chapter 57, Use of Weapons. In the evening, Sunny continued to practice with the sword under Neff's watchful eye. With his new insight, every movement felt different from before. After the 1,000 strikes were finished, he sat down to rest and studied the Azure Blade, tempted to continue obsessing over the abundant mysteries of the Forgotten Shore. After a while, Sunny asked, "Do you think I'm well-suited to use a sword? Should I consider switching weapons in the future?" Neff eyes shrugged. "That depends on your goals. However, the sword is considered to be the king of weapons for a reason." Sunny smiled. "And why is that?" She tilted her head and deliberated for a few seconds. Then, she asked, "Do you know how natural selection works?" He raised an eyebrow. "Survival of the fittest, the strongest species survives?" Changing Star glanced at him. "Somewhat correct, but actually it's not the strongest species that survive, it's the most adaptable. Otherwise, lions and tigers and bears would have been the ones ruling the world instead of humans." Sunny knew about lions and bears from archival footage, but he had no idea what a tiger was. Probably another extinct predator. Meanwhile, Neff continued, not at all like her usual taciturn self. She seemed to be much more eloquent when talking about subjects she was confident in. The same logic can be applied to combat. A sword is not the most effective tool in every situation. A spear is more useful against enemies with long reach. A warhammer is much better against armor. A mace is easier to maintain. However, swords are the most versatile. She cast a gaze at the Azure Blade. A sword can pierce, it can cut, it can bash. It can be used effectively at a variety of ranges. It is swift and maneuverable. Every part of the sword, from tip to pommel, can be used to attack. While wielding a sword, you won't be the best at everything, but you'll be the most adaptable. Nephi's turned to him. Do you understand? Sunny thought for a bit before answering. I think I do. She gave him a nod and looked away. But in the end, you must remember one thing. It doesn't matter that much what's in your hands. A sword, a spear, a club, that's just tools. You are the weapon. He sighed and dismissed the azure blade. As always, Changing Star's lesson gave him a lot to think about. You are the weapon. He repeated it in his mind, feeling as though another piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. Together, they watched the sun set in comfortable silence. As the night approached, the sea was coming back, flooding the crimson labyrinth like a rush of darkness. Far below them, scavengers were scurrying to find a hiding place. A few of them were climbing the cliffs, hoping to spend the night on the small island. Sunny's shadow was keeping an eye on them. We're going to have guests soon, he said, disheartened at the thought that their short respite was about to end. Nephi sighed. That's all right. With the higher ground advantage, dealing with them won't be too hard. Sunny nodded and looked at the disappearing sun. Suddenly, his mood turned solemn. Doubt raised its ugly head, plunging his mind into the gloomy embrace of anxiety. Staring into the distance, Sunny hesitated and asked, Do you think we'll be able to reach that castle? She glanced at him with no particular expression on her face. Yes. He turned to her and forced a smile. Why are you so sure? In the blood-red blaze of the sunset, Changing Star's calm eyes seemed to burn with heavenly fire. Looking west, she summoned her sword and answered, If that is our will, who dares to stop us? Asterisk dealing with the climbing scavengers, indeed, turned out to be comparatively easy. Sunny and Nephi's just had to ambush and push the bulky creatures off the cliff before they could find stable purchase. He received 4 shadow fragments practically for free, increasing the overall number to 32. Sadly, the soul shards couldn't be retrieved. They spent another day on the cliffs, resting and training. Sunny practiced with the sword while his shadow explored the nearby paths of the labyrinth. With the echo still recovering, their group was not in its optimal condition. That's why there was no point in hastily abandoning their current camp. However, very soon they were going to resume the journey west, moving from one height to another in hopes of reaching the mysterious human citadel. This time, they were not going to travel without sufficient preparations. Knowing that a sudden storm can come at any moment, covering the world with darkness and summoning the sea back before sunset, the 3 sleepers decided to thoroughly scout a route before committing to moving their camp to the next landmark. Nephi's spent the day meditating. Her eyes were closed. From time to time, it seemed as though a soft white glow was radiating from behind her eyelids. However, when Sunny looked closely, it was always gone, making him think that he was just imagining things. He suspected that Changing Star was training herself to endure the pain of her flaw. If so, he wished her luck. Cassie behaved like her usual self, being cheerful and friendly. It was as though their strange conversation had never happened. However, Sunny could feel that something about her was different. He couldn't quite put a finger on what exactly had changed about the blind girl, but she seemed to possess more resolve. It wasn't a bad thing. They spent some time chatting and remembering their time in the academy. Sunny told her about his lessons with teacher Julius and various strange things he had learned from the old man. Her reaction to the idea of studying dead languages of the dream realm was exactly the same as Sunny's initial protest and bewilderment. Soon, the night was upon them again. This time, no scavenger tried to climb the cliffs, so Sunny and Nephi's could rest easy. However, they still slept in turns, keeping watch over the camp in case something unexpected happens. In the morning, they ate the last of the centurion's meat and prepared to climb down into the labyrinth. It was time to continue their journey. Chapter 58, Survival of the Fittest. Days later, Sunny was sitting on top of a dead scavenger, calmly cleaning the azure blood off his face. Your shadow grows stronger. His sword was still stuck between the plates of chitin armor, trembling slightly as the beast's body convulsed before falling still. Somewhere behind him, the sound of breaking carapaces announced that Nephi's was already digging out soul shards from the corpses of the creatures they had slain. After dozens of such battles, the 2 of them were nothing if not efficient. Glancing back, he evaluated the scene of carnage. The path between two crimson walls was littered with corpses. Initially, they were simply planning to lure the carapace centurion that had been tracking them for the past few days into this narrow passage to turn its size against the monster. However, things quickly took a turn. Attracted by the noise of the battle, both the scavengers and the weird centipede creatures that were waging war against the Carapace Legion in this part of the labyrinth showed up to join the fight. In the ensuing mayhem, Sunny and Nephi's used the animosity between the two tribes of monsters to their advantage and ended up as the only victors. Not far from him, the Echo was mutilating the corpse of the Centurion. Its lost arm had long grown back. Now, the scavenger was tearing pieces of monster meat with its new pincer and vindictively devouring them. Technically, an Echo wasn't supposed to experience hunger. This one, however, had seemingly acquired a hatred for Carapace Centurions after their encounter with the massive Scythe Slayer on that fateful stormy night. It had already been 2 weeks since they left the cliffs. In that time, many things had changed, while many remained the same. Moving from one high point to another, they steadily traveled west. With Cassie riding atop the Echo, the speed of the group was dramatically enhanced. Still, they took care to explore paths to their next stop before committing to a day-long journey. This way, the risk of being caught in another storm was minimized, as they could always either reach the next landmark in time or return to the previous one. Their approach to traveling through the labyrinth had also changed. In the past, Nephi's and Sunny tried to avoid the scavengers, resorting to fighting them only if there was no other choice. However, the battle with the Centurion opened their eyes to the fact that they desperately needed to become stronger, and do it fast. That's why they began to actively hunt the carapace beasts, taking out any creatures that were either completely isolated or moving in groups of no more than 3. The idea of 2 sleepers consciously seeking out nightmare creatures of the awakened rank was pretty ridiculous, but somehow they made it work. Just as Nephi's had said, both of them were abnormal. Clad in the Starlight Legion armor, Changing Star, who had always been an extremely formidable fighter, was now able to showcase the full extent of her combat ability. Simply put, she was a menace. It seemed as though her silver sword had a mind of its own. Whenever the tall figure in white armor appeared, rivers of azure blood were sure to flow. What's more, Neph's powers grew with each soul shard she consumed. Every increase was barely noticeable, but with dozens of them added up together, the difference was apparent. She was slowly approaching the line between the peak of human physical form and the threshold of superhuman prowess. The same could be said about Sunny, although, in his case, it was predicated on the timely use of the shadow. His own body had become considerably stronger due to the rigors of the dream realm, but it was still far away from reaching its peak potential. While Nephi's was growing more powerful through the consumption of soul shards, he was quickly collecting shadow fragments. Of course, he wasn't able to get every kill, so their amount was less than that of the shards. But he also didn't have to share them with Cassie, which Changing Star was continuously doing. As the result, the rate of their progress was more or less the same. However, the slow accumulation of power was not the only factor that influenced the rapid growth of their combat effectiveness. Sunny's skill level and battle sense were also improving by leaps and bounds. Under the tutelage of sword goddess Nephi's herself, he was quickly learning the ins and outs of wielding the blade. Then, he was forced to apply these lessons to practice, participating in bloody battles each day with his life on the line. This brutal, merciless reality was, for better or worse, the best training grounds for a true fighter. There was no room for mistakes, only progress, because a single mistake would most likely become his last. One real fight was worth 1,000 hours of training. With experience, Sunny was able to gain knowledge. With clarity, he was able to turn this knowledge into a seed of understanding. But even that wasn't the biggest contributor to the dramatic increase in the group's overall might. The main culprit was, to his endless surprise, teamwork. After fighting side by side for so long, Sunny and Nephi's had developed a tacit, intuitive understanding. Without the need for words and signals, they were able to act in unison with each other. perfectly coordinating their attacks and actions to better control the battlefield and destroy their opponents. The importance of this unity was hard to overestimate. With proper cooperation, it was as though their numbers doubled. The effect was immediate and overwhelming, at least as long as they chose their battles carefully. It was nothing short of jolly. With all this added up together, their group had turned from a trio of lost kids into a cohort of well-equipped, experienced, and battle-hardened survivors. Even Cassie was becoming stronger. Apart from the boost she had received from absorbing the soul shards, the blind girl was also slowly learning to live and function with her disability. After all, it was less than 2 months since she lost her sight. Cassie was still adapting to her condition, and she was doing an incredible job, considering the circumstances. She was still unable to help them fight against the monsters, but the burden of taking care of her was becoming less and less heavy. Sunny had also grown accustomed to it, even finding the time spent watching over the blind girl somewhat calming. The goal of reaching the human castle did not seem as impossible as it had before, and now he felt as though they were getting closer and closer. Chapter 59, Shadow of the Crimson Spire. Jumping off the dead scavenger, Sunny retrieved his sword and whistled, letting Cassie know that it was safe to come out. Soon, she crawled out of a small opening in the coral wall and carefully put her feet on the ground. Leaning on her staff, the blind girl stood up and slightly turned her head, listening to the light sound of his footsteps. Sunny approached Cassie and took her hand, gently placing it on his shoulder. Then, carefully avoiding puddles of blood, he guided the blind girl to the echo. They talked on the way. Did those centipedes show up? During their journey through the labyrinth, they discovered that the scavengers were not the only creatures populating it. Different types of monsters lived in the Crimson Forest, hiding inside the reefs during the night and coming out to hunt once the sun was up. There were sentient colonies of carnivorous worms that attacked from beneath the black mud, flesh-eating flowers that strangled their prey with blood-sucking vines, and weird transparent tentacles that they had once seen dragging a desperately resisting scavenger into a dark, cavernous crevice. They still didn't know what type of creature had been hiding in the crevice. Sunny hoped that they would never find out. In short, the labyrinth was home to all kinds of horrors, every one of them at least of the awakened rank. They were all carrion eaters, living off the remains left behind by the monsters of the dark sea. Given the opportunity, they were also more than willing to devour each other, not to mention the 3 juicy humans. Luckily, the Carapace Legion turned out to be extremely territorial and seemed to have the upper hand in this region of the Crimson Reef. While their armor, size, and physical strength made the scavengers formidable opponents, dealing mostly with one type of creature was infinitely better than constantly facing unknown danger. The centipede monsters were the latest enemy of the Carapace Legion they had met. Some of these critters were more than 3 meters long, with glistening red chitin and hundreds of tiny, scurrying legs. They were abhorrently fast and agile, being able to move through mud, climb the coral walls, and even drop on the unsuspecting victims from above with incredible speed. What's worse, their bodies were able to secrete a corrosive black oil that melted through the strongest armor in seconds. The only redeeming quality of the centipede monsters was that their chitin shells weren't very tough and could be easily pierced by a sword. Sunny answered without turning back. Yeah, 6 of them, and a few scavengers too. We let them fight each other and then finished off the survivors. Cassie gulped. Were you hurt? Nothing our armor couldn't handle. What about the centurion? He glanced at the half-devoured carcass and smiled. It's not going to bother us again. This was the second awakened monster they had slain after entering the dream realm. Compared to the first encounter, this battle went much smoother. No one died, no one was seriously injured. The echo even kept both of its pincers. How many soul shards did we get? Sunny counted. Should be 11. Now it was Cassie's turn to smile. That's our biggest haul so far, by a lot. He nodded. Yeah. However, they had once again failed to receive a memory. Sunny wasn't sure if his bad luck was to blame, but neither he nor Nephi's had been able to acquire a single one for the past 2 weeks. It was almost as though the spell had decided that they had already gotten enough. There can never be enough. He sighed. One of the games he and Cassie liked to play during camp was to discuss what they would buy after coming back to the real world and becoming rich. However, he had to collect a few memories to auction off first. Otherwise, where would the money come from? Consumed by greed and avarice, Sunny approached the echo and looked up at it with disapproval. "Hey, you, stop chewing." The scavenger obediently froze, a piece of meat still hanging from its mouth. "Spit it out." Shaking his head, Sunny helped Cassie climb to her seat and handed her the reins. This weirdo actually gobbled up almost half of the centurion. What's up with that? Of all the echoes in the world, why did I have to get stuck with a defective one? His shadow solemnly nodded, expressing that it completely understood his sentiment. Sunny squinted at it. What a rare show of solidarity. The shadow didn't have any echoes, though. What defective individual was it stuck with? "Cheeky bastard," Cassie laughed. "Don't badmouth my steed. He is a great echo. I like him very much." "It's a he now, huh?" Sunny shook his head again and got to stripping the remaining meat off the centurion's carcass. Then, he placed the meat into the seaweed saddlebags attached to the scavenger. He had made these bags himself to increase the group's carrying capacity. After all, the scavenger was supposed to be extremely strong. Not using it to their advantage would have been an oversight. After that, Sunny sighed and got to the least pleasant task, harvesting the oil sacs from the centipede monster's corpses. Each had 2 of them, connected to a special gland. The whole process was more disgusting than dangerous, since the corrosive effect was only achieved after the liquids from the 2 sacs were mixed. They had not come up with a way to utilize the centipede oil yet, but Nephi's insisted on collecting as much of it as possible. She was sure that it was going to be of use one day. At the very least, the oil was highly flammable. Speaking of Nephi's, by the time Sunny was done collecting the sacks, she had already gathered all the soul shards and was standing in front of the echo. He showed her his trophies and carefully placed them in a separate saddlebag. "All done?" She nodded. Sunny looked at the sky, trying to determine the time. The sun was right above them, high in the gray sky. There was still plenty of daytime left. "What do you think?" "We're right in between the flat hill and the bone ridge. Should we return or try to reach the ridge today?" The ground level of the labyrinth was not uniform. Some parts of it were situated higher than the others. Currently, they were in one such area. The dark sea was much more shallow here, which meant that there were more natural features that remained above water during the night. That made for shorter distance between them. Nephi's thought for a bit, then said, "Let's push to the bone ridge." They had already scouted most of the way to it yesterday, so there wasn't much danger of getting lost in the labyrinth and not making it on time. With the carapace centurion dead, the unpredictable element that had been making their lives harder for these past few days was also gone. Considering this, changing Star's decision seemed proper. Sunny nodded. "Okay." With that, he sent his shadow forward. Some time later, they were approaching the bone ridge. The sun was preparing to set, but there was still enough time to get to safety. Sunny, however, felt alarmed and uncomfortable. This feeling began to pursue him soon after they had left the cliffs. It always appeared close to the evening and persisted until the last minutes of the sunset, then disappeared, leaving him puzzled and uneasy. The further west they traveled, the stronger the feeling became. It was as though something was not quite right with the world during that time. But no matter how hard Sunny tried to understand what that wrongness was, he couldn't. In the end, he decided to share his uneasiness with the group. After listening to him, the girls were surprised. It seemed that they did not notice anything strange. Even Cassie, whose affinity to revelations provided her with an incredible intuition, didn't experience the strange feeling. However, she did suggest a theory. Since Sunny was the only one susceptible to the feeling, it was logical to assume that there was something unique about him that made it possible. And the only difference he had from the girls in terms of perception was his shadow sense, which meant that the source of the wrongness, most likely, had something to do with the behavior of shadows. Guided by her advice, Sunny was finally able to understand the reason for his discomfort. As it turns out, Cassie was right. In the hours closest to sunset, when the sun was hanging low in the western skies, a vast shadow moved through the labyrinth, affecting his senses and making his skin crawl. The shadow was too distant and colossal to be seen, but he could still feel its presence. When he told Cassie about the immense shadow, she nodded, as though it explained everything. Then, she said, "That is the shadow of the Crimson Spire." Chapter 60, Bone Ridge. Back then, it took him a couple of seconds to realize what she was talking about. "The spire from your vision, the one with 7 seals?" Cassie nodded. "Yes, in my dream, it seemed to be as tall as a mountain. I could even see it from the walls of the human castle, looming in the distance like a crimson spear piercing the skies. When the sun sets, the spire's vast shadow falls over the castle and stretches east, as far as you can see." She was silent for a moment, then added, "The feeling I got when looking at the Crimson Spire was very similar to what you had described, only much more intense." Sunny frowned, trying to remember the exact words Cassie had used to describe her vision. 7 severed heads guarding 7 seals, a dying angel being devoured by hungry shadows, feeling of extreme terror and loss. What was the deal with that spire, exactly? Is it crimson because it's made out of the same stuff as the labyrinth? The crimson coral surrounding them was not, in fact, coral. It's just what they called it based on some resemblance, for the sake of simplicity. The actual nature of the strange material remained a mystery. Cassie hesitated. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the labyrinth is made from the same stuff as the spire. In other words, the Crimson Spire might have been the source of all this madness. Still, it was just a theory. There was too little information to confirm it. However, Sunny did feel that the spire was, in one way or another, at the center of all things that they had encountered. He just hoped that it wouldn't be their final destination. Knowing the reason behind his restlessness, Sunny was able to endure it much better. He even found a hidden benefit to this situation. As long as he sensed the shadow of the Crimson Spire, he could pinpoint the direction to the human castle, since it was situated somewhere between their location and the source of the shadow. In a sense, the Crimson Spire had become his inner compass. "Get ready." Neff's voice took Sunny out of his reverie. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, he focused on the task at hand. They were getting close to the Bone Ridge. This name came to their minds as soon as they had first laid their eyes on this towering landmark. It was visible from quite a distance, sharply contrasted against the crimson coral and the gray sky in all its ivory splendor. The Bone Ridge was, in fact, made of bone. The skeletal remains of a colossal sea monster lay on an enormous mound of chaotically growing coral, with its arching spine protruding especially high above the ground. It was impossible to say what the terrifying creature had looked like while it was still alive, but one thing was certain: it was gargantuan even by the standards of the Dark Sea. This wasn't the first giant skeleton they saw during their journey. In fact, the labyrinth was littered with remains of dead leviathans, their massive bones forming natural arches and palaces throughout it. They were easy to spot because the coral formations were especially tall and dense in their vicinity, as though trying to bury any sign of whiteness in the sea of crimson. Sunny, however, had a feeling that the situation was actually reversed. To him, it seemed as though the coral was actually growing out of the old bones and spreading in every direction, slowly consuming the world. When he looked at the crimson mounds surrounding the colossal remains, he couldn't help but see them as rivers of ancient, solidified blood. He was almost sure that if they were to dig deep enough into the black mud to find the roots of the crimson forest, they would find nothing but endless layers of bones. What a scary image. Regardless of what Sunny thought about the nature of the labyrinth, the beast whose remains formed the Bone Ridge was especially large. Thanks to that, a portion of its long spine was tall enough to remain above the water during the night. That's why they had chosen it as the next stop on their journey. With the evening approaching, the next task was crucial. They had to scale the dead Leviathan and make sure that no other creature had decided to take shelter in its remains. If something did, they had no choice but to try and kill it, since there was no time to retreat to their previous safe haven. The last step was often the riskiest. Coming to the base of the coral mound, the group moved around it, searching for a convenient path up. Eventually, they arrived in front of the creature's cracked, misshapen skull. With its lower jaw missing or buried under the mud, the upper formed a vast, cavernous cave. Feeling shivers running down his spine, Sunny passed beneath the terrifying palisade of teeth and entered the cave. With his shadow leading the way, they made way to the back of the creature's skull and soon entered the hollow expanse of its spine. Inside the spine, the bone surface under their feet was as wide as a road. Actually, it looked a lot like a highway running through a long tunnel, with stark beams of light falling through the gaps between the massive vertebrae. The tunnel was inclined upward, most of its length hidden behind the bend of the ceiling. When the echo entered the spine, its chitin legs produced a loud, echoing clatter. Nephi's grimaced. "Any movement?" Sunny checked with the shadow and shook his head. Changing Star looked forward and slightly lowered her chin. "Let's proceed." Despite the fact that the shadow had not noticed any danger, they still summoned their swords before moving forward. It was not their first time being ambushed at the edge of safety. Luckily, their precautions turned out to be unnecessary. Nothing was hiding inside the gargantuan remains, so they were able to reach the highest point of the spine without having to cut their way through an unknown number of monsters. By the time they got to safety, the sun was already setting. The dark sea was returning, filling the inside of the sea monster's spine with the echoing sound of rushing water. Sunny took the saddlebags off the echo and dismissed it, making their camp instantly feel much roomier. All three of them were in desperate need of a bath. Leaving the girls alone to give them an opportunity to wash themselves, Sunny walked some distance away and sat down, letting his tired body rest. His shadow returned to the lower parts of the spine, watching the black, dim water slowly rise and devour the ivory whiteness. He had to make sure that nothing would crawl out of the water at the last minute. With half of his mind preoccupied with observing the rising tide, the other half was free to wander. Sunny summoned the runes and checked the number of shadow fragments in his possession. Shadow fragments, 96/1000. Not bad, he only had 12 at the beginning of all this. In less than a month, the amount increased dramatically. He was stronger and faster now. He was also more experienced. However, that still left him far inferior to even the weakest nightmare creatures of the Forgotten Shore in terms of raw physical might, even with the help of the shadow. How long before I'm able to wrestle a scavenger with my bare hands? The answer was pretty obvious, not to mention extremely disappointing, not before his own shadow core had awakened, which could only happen after returning to the real world. Sunny sighed. Soon, it was his turn to wash. Taking the bottle of endless water from refreshed, rosy Cassie, he walked back to his secluded spot and dismissed the Pupitar's shroud. A cold breeze touched his pale skin, making Sunny shiver. He looked down, shaking his head at the amount of dirt, sweat, and dried blood that was covering his body. Being an awakened was not the cleanest of professions. While he was washing up, Nephi's used the remaining time before nightfall to make a fire and cook some meat. These days, they even had salt to season it. At first, the idea of using the sea salt left behind by the dark sea did not seem very appealing, but after a while, they grew accustomed to it. Salt made every meal they had much tastier. They ate in silence, too hungry and tired to talk. Soon, it was time to sleep. Sunny took the first watch, planning to fit in some sword practice before it was his turn to rest. Going through the motions of the basic kata, he split his mind in two. One part was concentrating on the movements of his body, while the other, smaller part, was observing the surface of the black water through his shadow. In the absence of wind, the dark circle covering the lower part of the spine was strangely calm. This was his first time seeing the black water without the constant undulation of waves, with its surface strangely flat and absolutely still. It looked like a giant mirror, one that was made of pure darkness. It was unnaturally mesmerizing. Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to come closer and take a look at his reflection. However, Sunny didn't move. He was terrified of what might look back. Chapter 61, Sea of Ash. In the morning, Sunny woke up feeling grim and uneasy. The memory of the frightening dark mirror was still fresh in his mind, making every shadow seem sinister and foreboding. He scowled sullenly. What the hell? I'm the child of shadows. Why do I have to be afraid of my own domain? But then again, darkness and shadow were not the same, even if a lot of people tended to mistake one for another. Shadows were born from the absence of light. In a sense, they were manifestations of emptiness. True darkness, on the other hand, true darkness was its own entity. In a sense, shadows shared more in common with light than they did with darkness. I guess they do. Do they? Philosophical debates with his internal monologue were not the best way to start the day, at least as far as Sunny was concerned. His already sour mood only got worse. With a short sigh, he sat up and stretched his arms, yawning. Good morning. The sound of his voice was almost drowned by the echoing noise of rushing water. With the sun rising, the dark sea was in a hurry to retreat. Sunny was finally able to relax a little. Morning. Nephi's had been guarding the camp during the latter part of the night, so she was already awake. As usual, she was meditating with her eyes closed in the absolute darkness of the night. Watching over, something actually meant listening for suspicious sounds, so keeping one's eyes open was not that useful. For everyone except Sunny, that is, who had perfect night vision thanks to his attributes. Hearing him stand up, Changing Star slowly opened her eyes. A soft afterglow left behind by the dancing white flame could still be seen in their depth, quickly disappearing as her sight adjusted to the twilight of dawn. She looked at Sunny and offered him a polite smile. In the past 2 weeks, Nephi's had also been training, perhaps even more diligently than him. However, she wasn't trying to improve her swordsmanship. She was actually trying to learn how to behave like a normal human. As the result, their interactions had become slightly less awkward, for the most part. Sunny was able to recognize Changing Star's efforts because they were very similar to a phase he himself had gone through many years ago. On several occasions, he had caught her intently observing how Cassie talked and behaved around them. Sometime later, Neph would randomly try to mimic small details of her friend's behavior. The results were a mixed bag, to say the least. The first time she tried to greet him with a smile in the morning, Sunny panicked and almost summoned the Azure Blade. However, Nephi's was very smart and persistent. Today, her polite smile looked almost natural. He had no idea why Changing Star decided to work on her social skills, of all things, during their perilous journey through the monster-infested hellscape that was the Forgotten Shore. But he didn't mind. It was actually rather entertaining to watch. Watching her torture herself every day, enduring terrible pain in hopes of learning to better control her aspect ability, on the contrary, was not fun at all. They never talked about it, but Sunny knew that every time Nephi's pretended to meditate, she was actually subjecting herself to the excruciating agony of her flaw. When he thought about it, his heart ached. Sunny wasn't used to feeling such things, but he suspected that this was what other people called compassion. At least it was similar to how it was described in books and dramas, not that he knew a lot about that stuff. After they had breakfast, Nephi stood up and looked at the beam of light falling through the nearest gap between giant vertebrae. Turning to Sunny, she said, "Let's study the surroundings." They needed to get the lay of the land and decide on their next step. Usually, that implied looking for the nearest natural features that were high enough to stay above the surface of the sea and deciding on which one they would try to reach next. Then came a day or two of scouting and hunting, followed by moving the camp to that feature. Sunny gave her a nod. All right. He summoned the Echo to guard Cassie while they were away and left the Shadow behind to keep an eye out, just in case something happens. Then Sunny followed Nephi's to the gap. Boosting her, he watched as Changing Star flew through the air and then seemingly ran up the wall, kicking herself off at the last moment and propelling her body even higher before grabbing onto a bone protrusion. Relying only on her upper body strength, she then climbed up and disappeared into the cascading light. Soon, the golden rope fell down, allowing him to follow. Nephi's helped him climb atop the gargantuan's spine and then straightened, turning to take a look west. Sunny shook his hands and did the same, expecting to see the usual picture, an endless expanse of the crimson labyrinth, dotted here and there with rare high points. However, what they saw left them both speechless. Some distance away, the labyrinth seemed to lose color. The crimson blades of coral stood gray and misshapen, as though struck by some unknown disease and drained of all life. The stone-like material looked brittle and fragile, ready to crumble to dust at any moment. The patch of dead coral spread for as far as the eye could see. Further away, the walls of the labyrinth seemed to have collapsed into a sea of ash-gray sand. This ashen wasteland looked so alien and strange after weeks of seeing only the endless crimson pathways that Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. The fact that they didn't notice even a single monster moving through the mud beneath made him feel even more disturbed. There was only one visible high point to the west of them. Far away into the distance, the ground rose, forming a tall hill. The hill was probably the largest they had seen, easily capable of becoming a real island once the water rose in the night. Its shape reminded Sunny of a colossal barrow. Covered in the gray sand left behind by dead coral, the hill resembled a mountain of ash. That mountain was crowned by a giant tree. The tree rose into the sky like a tower, its branches wide enough to cover the whole island in their shade. The bark of the giant tree was as black as the water of the dark sea, while its leaves were red as blood. Contrasted against the gray sky, the crimson crown of the majestic tree looked incredibly vibrant and magnificent. Sunny gulped. What the hell is that? Nephi's was either thinking or had nothing to say. She just stared into the distance, a slight frown on her face. At that moment, something glistened brightly from beneath the tree. The glimmer was clear and easily visible even from their position, like a beam of sunlight reflected by a large mirror. A moment later, it was gone, only to appear again after a few seconds. A mirror? Sunny shivered, remembering the previous night. For some reason, the bright glimmer suddenly seemed to become menacing. After some time had passed, he addressed Neph again. "What do you think?" She lingered a bit before turning to him. While Changing Star was deliberating on what to say, he glanced at the ashen wasteland again. Finally, she spoke. "This is the only way west." Sunny grimaced and looked away. He didn't like this turn of events one bit. "So, we are going?" Nephi's turned to face the giant tree, and as though affected by its grandeur, hesitantly shrugged. "Do we have a choice?" Some time later, they abandoned the remains of the giant sea monster and moved west, planning to check the situation inside the wasteland that lay between them and the Ashen Barrow. Initially, they weren't planning to approach the strange island. However, things turned out to be rather unusual once they entered the wasteland. With gray sand under their feet and dead coral walls surrounding them, the group was fully prepared to face unknown danger. Despite the fact that they had not seen any monster moving through this area from the top of the Leviathan's spine, neither Sunny nor Nephi's truly believed that no one was going to attack them in this strange region of the labyrinth. There were too many ways for the nightmare creatures to hide themselves, and if there was one thing the sleepers had learned during their time on the Forgotten Shore, it was that everything here was either deadly or concealing something capable of killing them. In that regard, their first encounter with the carnivorous worms was especially traumatic. However, their common sense turned out to be wrong this time around. The wasteland was quiet and empty, completely void of any signs of life. The absence of monsters was, in theory, supposed to make Sunny feel better, but he felt even more nervous than usual instead. This whole situation reeked of danger. It was strange and unnatural. If even the monsters were afraid to approach this place, what were they doing walking deeper and deeper into the wasteland of their own free will? Were they fools not to turn around and run away immediately? Soon, they reached the point where the walls of the labyrinth had crumbled into dust. Now, there was nothing but a vast expanse of gray sand between them and the hill crowned by the giant tree. Nothing could hide on that ashen flat. However, they would also be unable to conceal themselves from anyone's gaze. Sunny glanced at Nephi's. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Changing Star scowled and lowered her chin. Then, looking forward, she scowled and said, "Let's go." Chapter 62, Hide and Seek. As soon as they left the familiar confines of the labyrinth and stepped into the vast expanse of the ashen wasteland, Sunny felt strangely uncomfortable. It was as though he had unknowingly turned slightly agoraphobic while traveling through the complicated madness of the Crimson Maze. He had grown accustomed to being surrounded by tall walls of coral, with endless tangled paths stretching in all directions for as far as he could see. Despite the fact that the labyrinth was hiding numerous dangers, it also offered a strange sort of safety. At least in the case of Sunny, who had the advantage of being able to see beyond its twists and turns thanks to his stealthy shadow scout. Now, with gray sand beneath and nothing to break the line of sight, he had lost that advantage. The idea of not being able to hide from the enemy made him feel naked. Keep cool, there's no one here. That thought, which was supposed to calm him down, had the opposite effect instead. Indeed, there were no nightmare creatures anywhere in the desolate wasteland, but why was that? What made them so eager to avoid this place? Nephi's was walking in the front of the group, with Sunny right behind her. The Echo was in the rear, moving at a slow pace. He looked around and, after a bit of hesitation, said in a low voice, "I don't like this." Nephi's glanced at him with her usual indifferent expression. Turning away, she simply said, "Stay alert." They continued forward in silence, sand squeaking under their feet. A dozen or so minutes later, Changing Star raised her hand, gesturing them to stop. Turning to Sunny, she asked, "Has your shadow noticed anything?" He shook his head. "No, there are some irregularities here and there, like small knolls or shallow pits, but nothing is moving. Mostly it just seems flat and lifeless." He turned to Cassie and asked hesitantly, "Do you hear anything?" In some cases, her keen hearing was more effective than his shadow sense. When they were caught by the Strom, Cassie had been able to sense that something was wrong long before her seeing companions noticed anything. However, this time it was of no use. She simply shook her head, indicating that there were no unusual sounds around them. Nephi sighed and lowered her head, thinking. Then she cast a gaze at the distant ashen barrow. "Let's continue." However, she did change the direction of the group slightly, aiming to approach one of the knolls that Sunny had noticed. By the time they approached it, it was already noon. The sun was right above their heads, making their shadows small and shapeless. Sunny's own shadow had returned and was now hiding beneath his feet, looking like a formless blob of darkness. This time of day was its least favorite. Nephi summoned her sword and slowly approached the knoll, trying to determine its nature. There was nothing remarkable about it except for the fact that everything around was flat, and it was not. The knoll was about as tall as Sunny, somewhat oblong and covered in the same gray sand as the rest of the wasteland. It didn't seem dangerous, but there was no harm in checking, well, most likely. Maybe it could provide them with some useful information. Just as Changing Star was about to stretch her hand and touch the surface of the knoll, Sunny's shadow suddenly noticed something moving in the distance, back at the edges of the labyrinth where they had come from. Acting on instinct, Sunny jumped toward the Echo and hissed to Neph. "Hide." At the same time, he dismissed the hulking scavenger. Suddenly losing her mount, Cassie flung her hands up and fell. Catching her in the princess carry, Sunny darted toward the knoll and lowered himself to the ground, placing the blind girl between himself and crouching Nephi's. Changing Star put one hand on Cassie's shoulder and looked at him with a silent question in her eyes. "Danger?" Sunny raised one hand with his palm open, telling her to wait. His shadow was already peeking from behind the knoll, carefully observing the source of the movement. Already some distance away, the dead walls of the labyrinth rose from the gray sand. Suddenly, one of them collapsed, knocked over by a massive figure. Surrounded by the cloud of ashen sand, the figure moved forward, stepping onto the flat surface of the wasteland. 8 legs, 2 terrifying bone scythes, black and crimson carapace that looked like ancient armor that had been splattered with blood, another centurion. Sunny silently cursed. They fought these monsters twice before and won both times. However, that was because each battlefield had been carefully prepared to stack advantages in their favor, with plenty of planning and devious scheming on their part. He wasn't sure that they would be able to kill one in a direct confrontation, at least not without suffering serious damage. Turning to Nephi's, Sunny whispered. A carapace centurion had just walked out of the labyrinth. She scowled. Cassie, meanwhile, lightly touched his hand and asked, "Where is it heading?" Sunny blinked, then concentrated on the shadow's vision. Soon, he exhaled with some relief. "Looks like it's heading for the Ashen Barrow. If we stay hidden behind this knoll and it doesn't change course, there's a high chance that it won't notice us." Changing Star thought for a second and then nodded. "Keep an eye on it and tell me as soon as something changes." Trying to become as small and silent as possible, the 3 of them pressed their bodies to the knoll. There wasn't a lot of space to hide, so they had to endure being cramped against each other. Well, maybe endure was not the right word. Sunny might have even enjoyed the situation in other circumstances. What are you thinking about, fool? Concentrate on the deadly monster. He thought angrily, berating himself. But it was so hard to concentrate with Cassie's soft body pressed against his. Deadly monster. Finally able to get his mind out of the gutter, Sunny sighed and focused on observing the centurion. The hulking creature was moving through the wasteland, slowly drawing closer. Soon, he was able to see every crimson line and every spike on its weathered carapace. However, his eyes were glued to something else. Cautiously held between the centurion's sides, a beautiful crystal was gleaming with hypnotic inner light. It was bright and strangely alluring, a transcendent soul shard. They had already seen a similar scene, back when a pair of centurions were retrieving two of such crystals from the remains of the giant shark-like creature. So that was their destination. Sunny glanced at the magnificent tree standing atop the ashen barrow. With its onyx branches and vibrant scarlet leaves, it looked striking and majestic, like something wholly hidden in the depths of hell. He shared his findings with the group, careful to keep his whisper as quiet as possible. The centurion was about to walk past their hiding spot. Despite the fact that there was some distance between its path and the knoll, Sunny was still nervous. This was the most dangerous moment. The monster came level with the knoll, then proceeded forward without blinking an eye. He exhaled. It's walking toward the barrow. Nephis did not relax, still ready for things to go south at any moment. Follow it. Sunny nodded. A moment later, his shadow slid from behind the knoll, sneakily pursuing the nightmare creature. With how much the range of shadow control had improved, he was pretty sure of his ability to tail it to the footsteps of the Ashen Hill. The centurion crossed the wasteland with the transcended shard clasped tightly between its sides. Its bearing was somewhat strange, seeming almost pious. It looked like a pilgrim walking toward a mysterious, sacred site. Soon, it approached the ashen barrow and suddenly stopped, as though afraid to cross some invisible line. Then the centurion carefully placed the shard on the sand and backed away from it, its eyes turned to the ground. After distancing itself from the gleaming crystal, the massive creature kneeled. Sunny had to rub his eyes to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. He wasn't. The carapace centurion bent its 8 legs and lowered itself to the ground, submissively placing its terrifying scythes in front of its bowing torso. Noticing Sunny's strange behavior, Nephis raised an eyebrow. What is it? He hesitated. Wait. At this moment, his shadow, which was safely hidden some distance away from the kneeling monster, noticed a slight change on the surface of the ashen barrow. The bright glimmer they had seen from the top of the Leviathan's spine was back. Only this time, it was even more blinding. The glimmer rose into the air from the shadows cast by the branches of the towering tree and moved, slowly approaching the footsteps of the hill. When Sunny was finally able to discern the source of the shining, his eyes widened. Feeling a cold shiver running down his spine, he forgot to breathe. Chapter 63, Lord of Ashes. Moving through the ashen sand and piles of fallen leaves, a giant monster was coming down the hill. Sunny gulped, his expression turning dark. The creature was as large as a house, with its 8 segmented legs resembling tall pillars. Its form was similar to that of scavengers and centurions, comprised of a crab-like carapace and a protruding, somewhat humanoid torso. However, this was where the similarities between them ended. Instead of chitin, the behemoth shell was seemingly made out of polished, lustrous metal. It was as though its whole body had been once submerged into a crucible of molten steel, emerging from it encased in an impenetrable suit of shining armor. Beams of sunlight were reflecting from the chrome surface of the carapace, creating the bright glimmer Sunny had noticed. Massive but strangely elegant, the steel monster resembled a giant knight. Sunny was ready to swear that he had noticed the shapes of 7 stars carved into its chest. However, that knight was corrupted and evil. It radiated a sinister aura, like a demon summoned from hell to sow death and slaughter. The polished armor of the creature was covered with long, jagged spikes. Its humanoid torso had 4 mighty arms, 2 ending with powerful pincers, the other 2 with razor-sharp, terrifying scythes. The demon's head was more pronounced than that of a scavenger, and crowned with several tall, sharp horns. Its metal face was almost human-like, but simultaneously repulsively monstrous and bestial. Just looking at it made Sunny's skin crawl. That thing is scary. Whatever that creature was, its rank within the Carapace Legion was clearly higher than that of a centurion, not to mention of a lowly scavenger. It was the next step in their evolution. A general or a commander, perhaps. What were they called? Legates? Praetorians? Holding his breath, Sunny watched as the Carapace demon descended from the Ashen Barrow. Stopping in front of the transcendent soul shard, it looked briefly at the kneeling centurion. The deadly awakened monster shrank under its gaze, as if terrified of the larger nightmare creature. Sunny knew how it felt, since he did the same when the behemoth's eyes had briefly glided past his shadow's hiding place. Not paying the centurion any attention, the Carapace demon picked up the gleaming crystal and turned around. Then, it unhurriedly returned to the shade of the giant tree's branches. Sunny slowly exhaled. "Sunny, what is happening?" He looked at Cassie, whose face was full of worry and curiosity. After hesitating for a little while, he said, "There's a new threat. Stay quiet a bit longer, I'll explain later." Back at the footsteps of the tall hill, the Carapace centurion was finally ready to stand up again. Sunny was in a dilemma. He had to follow the monster to make sure that it doesn't stumble on their hiding place on its way back to the labyrinth. However, he was also extremely curious to see what the Carapace demon was up to in its lair on the top of the Ashen Barrow. There was no time to think things through properly. Making a hasty decision, Sunny sent his shadow sliding over the gray sand. It masterfully avoided the Carapace centurion's eyes and was already climbing the tall hill a few seconds later. One look. I'll just take one look. Hiding in the deep shade cast by the majestic tree's scarlet crown, the shadow glided up the slope and approached the place where the Carapace demon had disappeared from its sight. On top of the hill, the ground was covered with fallen leaves. The Ashen Barrow was indeed larger than any high natural feature they had encountered before, vast and spacious as an actual island. However, the traces left behind by the massive creature's pillar-like legs could be easily seen. They led the shadow to the center of the island, where the obsidian tree's enormous trunk was rising from the ground, with its broad roots stretching in all directions. The Carapace demon was standing beneath the tree, looking up at its lower branches. The transcendent shard was still clenched in its pincer. What is it looking at? Sunny made the shadow trace the creature's gaze and noticed several round, appetizing fruits hanging between the scarlet leaves. One of them looked especially ripe. Suddenly, the demon dropped the soul shard into the sand and, completely forgetting about it, raised its body. It stretched a pincer up and gently grasped the fruit, then pulled on it. Without any resistance, the fruit tore off the branch. Holding it as something fragile and extremely precious, the massive creature slowly lowered itself to the ground. Then, it carefully brought the fruit to its mouth and took a small bite. It's eating fruits. This abomination is vegetarian. Bewildered and not quite sure of what he had just seen, Sunny had no choice but to command his shadow to leave and hurry to the base of the hill. The time was up, and if he wanted to catch up with the Carapace centurion, he had to act with haste. Gliding over the fallen leaves, the shadow descended from the Ashen Barrow and flew back in the direction of the labyrinth, soon catching up with the retreating monster. Phew! Feeling a lot of relief, Sunny made sure that the centurion's route would not put him on the collision course with the knoll they had been hiding behind, and finally allowed himself to relax. Slightly. He waited until the scythe-wielding monster was completely gone before slowly rising back to his feet. It's safe to come out now. Nephi's and Cassie stood up, stretching and massaging their limbs. Suddenly remembering how tightly they were pressed against each other while hiding behind the knoll, Sunny just barely avoided turning red with embarrassment. Was a necessary measure. He was almost glad that the Carapace demon had appeared at the perfect moment to take his thought away from that situation. What happened? Nephi's looked at him and raised an eyebrow. For once, her expression of indifference did not look very convincing. Sunny glanced at the not-so-distant Ashen Barrow and shivered. There's danger ahead. We need to return to the Bone Ridge. I'll explain everything once we're safe and sound back at the camp. She opened her mouth to say something, but then thought better of it and remained silent, simply giving him a nod. The trust they had built was enough for that much, at least. Sunny summoned the echo, tied the golden rope around its torso, placed Cassie's makeshift saddle back on its carapace, and helped the blind girl climb to her seat. Picking up the saddlebags, he fixed them back onto the scavenger and took a step away. They were ready to go. Before that, however, Sunny had one more thing to do. Coming close to the knoll, he used his hands to brush the sand off its surface. Soon, the onyx-black surface was revealed beneath. It was the same exact color as the bark of the colossal tree growing from the center of the ashen barrow. The knoll was, in fact, just a small portion of one of the tree's giant roots, raised slightly above the ground in this part of the wasteland. Sunny looked around, trying to calculate the size of the sea of ash. Finally, he was starting to understand what had drained all life from the giant patch of the Crimson Labyrinth. Back inside the bone ridge, they were sitting around the fire. The delicious smell of roasting meat filled the air, making Sunny's stomach produce embarrassing sounds. However, it wasn't time to eat yet. He was in the middle of telling the girls about what he had seen. After the centurion kneeled, another carapace creature came from the top of the ashen barrow. Only this one was not one of those we had seen before. It was easily twice the size of the centurion, 6 or 7 meters tall. I can't even imagine how much it weighs. It looked like a moving house. Nephi's frowned, clearly not happy to know that there was such a behemoth barring their way. What's more, its carapace is not made of chitin. Instead, it looks like some strange metal alloy. I don't think we'll be able to cut through it. I also didn't notice any gaps in that monstrosity's armor, not even around the joints. Cassie gulped, turning her head to her friend. Changing Star, however, remained silent. Sunny sighed. In addition, that thing has 4 arms instead of the usual 2, a pair with pincers and a pair with scythes. They're even bigger than the centurion's. Its carapace is littered with spikes, and it has long horns on its head. It also looks, more human-like. It almost got a face, albeit an extremely ugly one. And its eyes, well, I think that it is more sentient than anything we had faced before. Nephi's was thoughtful. After a while, she said, "It is probably an awakened demon." Nightmare creatures with 1 soul core were called beasts, the ones with 2 cores were called monsters. 3 cores belonged to a class of creatures known as demons, with devils right above them with 4 cores. Sunny gave her a nod, indicating that he was in agreement with her conclusion. Or maybe a devil. In any case, I think we should avoid that scary bastard at all cost. Changing Star stared at him, tilting her head a little. For a minute or so, there was only silence. Sunny gritted his teeth, then sighed, then blinked a couple of times. Finally, he gave her a doomed, crooked smile. "Let me guess, you want to kill it. Chapter 64, Pursued by Demons. Let me guess, you want to kill it." Nephi's continued to stare at him with her usual unreadable expression. After a while, Sunny chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. "You really are crazy. That's an awakened demon we're talking about, remember? Have you forgotten that we're just sleepers?" Then he frowned and scratched his head. Wait a second. I feel like we already had this conversation before. Doesn't it feel familiar? Cassie glanced at the 2 of them and politely cleared her throat. "Actually, you had said pretty much the exact same thing right before we decided to attack that first carapace centurion." Sunny beamed. "Yes. Exactly, and how did that end up? I almost got killed." Nephi's shrugged indifferently. "You survived, didn't you?" He froze with his mouth open, too flabbergasted by the sheer audacity of her remark to answer immediately. A few seconds later, Sunny was finally able to speak again. "That's not the point." Cassie gently touched her friend on the shoulder and whispered, "Neph, that's not a very nice thing to say." Changing Star's face flushed a little. Glancing aside, she hesitated and said, "What I meant to say is, we've won in the end, didn't we? It was a risk we had to take and it paid off. We've grown stronger since then." Sunny had a feeling that the fight against the carapace demon was already inevitable, but couldn't bring himself to stop protesting, solely out of principle. "But that thing, it's huge. It's so tall you won't even be able to poke it with your sword." "What are we going to do?" asked the bastard politely to lower itself to our level. Neph frowned and looked at him with displeasure. "It's just Awakened demon, I know. Sunny sighed and shook his head again, feeling like he was talking to a stone wall. Changing Star's mind was still a mystery to him. He had realized a long time ago that there was a deep dark well hidden behind her seemingly radiant exterior. No one pushed themselves that hard, endured that much, went that far unless they were being pursued by demons of their own. He knew that from experience. And judging by how far ahead of everyone he had ever known Nephis was, her personal demons were especially dreadful. Much more dreadful than the terrifying carapace demon, at least. But although Sunny understood that she was running from something, he had no idea what destination she was so desperate to reach. Just why was she so hellbent on finding that damned human castle, even more so than Sunny himself? His burning desire to come back to reality and rip all the rewards that the world owed him was so intense that it would frighten most people to death. There were very few things that he wasn't willing to do to achieve his dream. However, it only had meaning for as long as he stayed alive. Nephis, on the other hand, seemed to pursue a goal that held more meaning than her life. Why else would she be so willing to risk it? Sunny just couldn't understand that logic. It was irrational and paradoxical. What can be more important than your life? If you die, you won't be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor anyway. He looked Nephis in the eyes and said, "Back when we agreed to fight the carapace centurion, we did so because there was no other choice. We were literally stuck on a rock with it. What about now? Don't we have a choice to avoid the ashen barrow?" She stared at him for a while and then simply said, "That's the only way west." Sunny laughed. "That is the truth, I'll give you that." When his laughter died down, he wiped the corner of his eye and said, all right, that makes sense. But believe me when I say it, as the only one who actually saw the carapace demon, we won't be able to defeat it in a fight." Nephis scowled. "Your point," Sunny spread his hands. "Don't misunderstand. Yes, we can't defeat it, but—" a dark smile appeared on his face. "That doesn't mean that we can't kill it." Changing Star thought about it, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "You have a plan?" Sunny shook his head. "Not yet, not entirely. Let me sleep on it. However, there's one thing I know for sure." He looked west, remembering the carapace demon's disturbing, bestial face. In the ensuing silence, Cassie turned her head to face him and asked with curiosity, "What is it?" Sunny blinked. Oh, yes. It's pretty simple, really. Unlike the scavengers and centurions, that thing appears to be rather intelligent, which means that it can be deceived. They spent another uneventful night inside the dead Leviathan's spine. As far as their camps went, this one was probably the safest. There was a certain comfort in being surrounded by walls from all sides, even if they were made out of bone. Sleeping on top of cliffs and coral mounds, just meters away from the surface of the dark sea, exposed to elements, was not very restful. Sunny even entertained the thought of suggesting to Nephis that they should stay here for a while, a few weeks, or even months if needed. They could slowly explore the surrounding areas, hunt monsters, and grow stronger. Then, after absorbing hundreds of soul shards and shadow fragments, armed with dozens of memories and even a few more echoes, perhaps, they could attack the carapace demon and be more sure of success. However, he quickly realized that it was a bad idea. The Forgotten Shore was perilous and unpredictable. They were rather successful in conquering its dangers so far, but it was too easy for the situation to change. One moment of bad luck was enough to doom them. One wrong turn, one unfortunate encounter, one more enemy than they were able to handle, and their lives would be over. And that was only in regard to the usual menagerie of abominable horrors they had to fight on the daily basis. The labyrinth hid much more terrifying secrets and existences, not to mention the unimaginable terrors of the deep dark sea. Every additional day they spent here gave a chance for something fatal and unavoidable to happen. Their best hope of survival was to face the carapace demon as soon as possible. Maybe after defeating it, they would finally be able to see the tall walls of the promised castle. Sunny tossed and turned the whole night, thinking about the giant creature and trying to give shape to the nascent seed of the idea of how to kill it. Close to the morning, he was finally able to fall asleep, only to be awakened by Cassie carefully shaking his shoulder half an hour later. Sunny blinked, looking at the blind girl in confusion. "What is it?" She gestured to Nephi's, asking her to come closer. Then, a little pale, she gathered her courage and said, I had another vision. A vision about the carapace demon, chapter 65, Lights in the Darkness. Sunny was instantly wide awake. Sitting up, he hurriedly rubbed his eyes and then glanced at the blind girl, ready to listen. Nephi's approached them and sat down, her face barely visible in the dim light of the early dawn. Past or future? Sunny blinked. Right, I should have asked myself. Cassie thought for a bit and then hesitantly answered, Past, I think. After a short pause, her expression changed to that of certainty. No, I'm sure of it. Changing Star slightly tilted her head. That's good. So, what did you see? Cassie deeply inhaled and fell silent for several seconds, remembering. Her face paled a little, but this time, she was ready to face her fear. I saw the ashen barrow deep at night, enveloped in a raging storm. The winds were bending the branches of the great tree, as if desperate to break them. The island was illuminated by the constant barrage of thundering lightning bolts, with rain falling from the skies like a flood. She paused, catching her breath, and continued. The carapace demon was there, standing in the middle of the storm like an unshakable fortress made of polished steel. Arcs of electricity were dancing between the spikes on his armor, but the demon did not pay it any attention. He was just as Sunny described, prideful, sinister, and terrifying. Cassie closed her eyes. When I looked into his eyes, I felt a sense of emptiness and corruption. He observed the storm until it began to dissipate. The winds weakened, the rain stopped. The great tree stood unbroken, just as magnificent as it was before. But then, the last bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground beside it. Sunny was listening to her tale with great attention, hopeful to hear a piece of useful information. So, that monstrosity is not afraid of lightning. Shame. With its metal carapace, I was almost tempted to try and lure it from under the tree during a storm. Apparently, that wouldn't work. Meanwhile, Cassie was ready to carry on. That bolt of lightning could never hurt the carapace demon, let alone the miraculous tree. However, when it hit the ground, it ignited the fallen leaves that cover the ashen barrow's surface. Soon, a large part of the island was engulfed in fire. In the absolute darkness of the night, it shone like a beacon. Sunny perked up, remembering something. Back when the three of them first met at the beginning of their deadly adventure through the dream realm, the girls mentioned that the light he had seen from the giant knight's statue a few nights prior was indeed made by them. However, making that fire had turned out to be a big mistake. At night, any source of light was like a lure for the monsters of the Forgotten Shore, including the terrifying creatures that lurked in the depths of the dark sea. That's why, ever since, they were careful to never light a fire after sunset, preferring to endure the darkness instead of attracting unknown horrors from beneath the waves. Having a guess of what had happened next in Cassie's vision, he waited for the blind girl to continue. Her voice trembled a little. Before the flames died down, the dark sea surged, and a thing crawled out of it, covering almost the entire slope of the ashen barrow with its body. It looked like a mass of bones and rotten flesh connected by black seaweed, with thousands of horrible eyes staring at me hungrily from beneath, coiling tentacles seething as it pushed itself toward the great tree. Her face turned slightly green. Just remembering the abomination made Cassie feel nauseated, but she gritted her teeth and did not stop speaking. That was the most repulsive creature I've ever seen. However, it seemed slow and clumsy, as though being ashore, outside of the black water, was weakening it. The carapace demon did not hesitate to lunge at the creature, completely ignoring the fact that it was at least 10 times his size. It was like he completely lost his mind, enraged by the intrusion on the island. Nephi's suddenly spoke. How did the demon survive? The blind girl hesitated. I don't know. I didn't see the battle itself, only its beginning and its end. At the break of dawn, the carapace demon crawled back into the shade of the great T. He was severely wounded, with several of his legs missing and his sides covered by a spiderweb of cracks. The fire was gone, and there was no sign of the sea creature anywhere in sight. She paused for a moment and then said in a quiet voice, "The most terrible wound was on his chest. The steel armor of the demon was fractured and split apart, revealing the beating heart inside. Rivers of azure blood were flowing from the wound, mixing with the ashen sand. The demon crawled to the base of the tree and laid his broken body between its roots. Cassie sighed. The last thing I saw was the passage of time. I don't know how long it took, but eventually, the carapace demon was able to recover from his wounds. His sides restored themselves, his legs grew back. The fracture on his chest was the last to heal. However, it wasn't healed completely. Hidden from sight, there's still a weakness in his armor. Both Sunny and Nephi's were silent for a long time, thinking. Changing Star was the first to break the silence, so it's not impenetrable after all. Then she looked at Sunny and asked, "How's your plan coming along?" He blinked, extricating himself from the swarm of thoughts. Glancing at his companions, Sunny smiled. "Pretty well. I already had an inkling of how we should proceed, but Cassie's vision gave me additional inspiration." Nephi's raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" He gave her a confident nod. "Yeah, it's a wild idea, but it might just work. Well, maybe. In any case, it's going to be risky, and we'll have to make some preparations." Both Cassie and Nephi's looked at him expectantly. The blind girl cautiously asked, "So, what's your plan? How are we going to deceive the demon?" Sunny crossed his arms. "It's not very complicated. Actually, I got the idea from that ancient fellow Neph likes to talk about. We're going to build..." He took a dramatic pause and then said with a mysterious smile, "A Trojan ass." However, their reaction was not what he had expected. Both girls blinked, then stared at him with complicated expressions. Well, Cassie did not stare since she was blind, but her face was exactly the same as Changing Star's. Strange. "A what now?" Sunny scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed, and cleared his throat. Did I use the wrong word? I thought that Odysseus guy built a wooden animal, us donkey." Nephi's raised a hand and put it on her forehead, closing her eyes. "Weird. Does she have a headache?" Are you all right?" She sighed deeply, then said in a flat tone, "A horse." It was a horse. The next day, they returned to the place of the battle between the Carapace Legion and the centipede monsters. A few days earlier, they had lured a Carapace centurion here to ambush it, but ended up causing a massive confrontation between the two tribes of nightmare creatures. The carcasses of some of the monsters were still there, buried slightly in the mud. Of course, there was no meat left on their skeletons. The inhabitants of the labyrinth were for the most part carrion eaters, after all. However, the three sleepers were not interested in meat. They came for something else. Stopping in front of the centurion's empty shell, cleaned of any flesh by some unknown beasts, he looked at the black and crimson carapace in satisfaction. Nephi's walked over and stood by his side, an unreadable expression on her face. "Is this what you wanted?" Sunny smiled. "Yeah, exactly. I knew that nothing would be insane enough to chew on the chitin, but in this place, you never know. I wasn't sure about its condition. But the condition was good. In fact, it was perfect." Chapter 66, first part of the plan. Close to the evening, with the sun tiredly descending toward the horizon, a strange creature walked out of the colorless remains of the labyrinth. If walking was even the right word. Dragging its legs in the sand, the creature somehow floated forward without moving them. It looked like a carapace centurion, or at least a close approximation of one. All the necessary parts were in place. The creature had a black carapace with a menacing crimson pattern on it, a humanoid torso, 8 segmented legs, and 2 arms ending with formidable bone scythes. However, all these parts looked mismatched and strange, as though put together by some clumsy sculptor. Additionally, the centurion moved as if it was seriously drunk. The carapace was careening to one side, sometimes scraping against the sand. The torso was swinging back and forth for no apparent reason. The scythes were awkwardly lodged behind the creature's back, crossed against each other at a strange angle. At some point, one of them simply dropped to the ground. The centurion stopped and hesitated for a few seconds, as though unsure what to do. Then it left its scythe arm behind and continued on its way as if nothing had happened. A perceptive observer would have noticed that the creature seemed to possess 2 shadows. The first shadow was as one would expect, its shape identical to the creature itself. The second one resembled a human. It briefly showed itself from beneath the larger shadow when the centurion abandoned the runaway limb. The human shadow then proceeded to facepalm and shake its head in utter contempt. The whole situation was nothing short of being completely bizarre. But for better or worse, there was nobody around to notice the weird creature. Unobstructed, it traversed the wasteland, moving in the direction of the ashen barrow. Soon, it was almost at the footstep of the tall hill. The sunset was approaching. The strange centurion plopped on the ground at the base of the ashen barrow and stopped moving completely. Awkward and lopsided, it looked like a parody of the other monster of its kind who had kneeled gracefully at the same spot a few days prior. Additionally, it arrived without a tribute. There was no transcendent soul shard in sight. Added to the disrespectful pose, this transgression was more than enough to get the centurion killed. Perhaps it was suicidal. On top of the barrow, the carapace demon moved and rose from the ashen sand. His shining armor glistened, reflecting the light of the setting sun. Encased in bright metal, with a crown of horns adorning his head, the demon looked fearsome and sinister. Gazing down, he lingered for a few moments. Two dark scarlet embers ignited in the depths of the demon's eyes. Shifting his terrifying sides, the giant monster walked forward, slowly descending from the hill to face the strange visitor. The ground shook as he approached. However, the bizarre centurion did not even flinch. In fact, it remained completely motionless. The carapace demon stopped some distance away from the suspicious creature. He observed it, clearly understanding that its pathetic appearance might be a trap. The labyrinth was full of unimaginable dangers. Rashly approaching an unknown foe was not something an awakened demon, who possessed his own form of intelligence, would do. At least that was what the three sleepers had assumed. However, they were wrong. Just a second later, the carapace demon lunged forward. Its scythe flashed through the air, severing the centurion's torso in half. The adamantine chitin was cut apart as though it was made of butter. The upper half of the monster's torso flew off, revealing only emptiness inside. On the other side of the ashen barrow, Sonny, who was running up the slope with all his might, cursed under his breath. That was too soon. He thought that they would have more time. Who knew that the carapace demon would turn out to be such a daredevil? He didn't even hesitate before going all out. With Cassie riding piggyback on his back, Sonny gritted his teeth and tried to run even faster. It was time to switch to Plan B. A moment later, the weird centurion's carapace came apart, setting the echo that had been hiding underneath it free. Pushing the pieces of chitin away with its powerful pincers, the scavenger rushed toward the towering demon. It was aiming to duck underneath it and, hopefully, mess up the giant's legs. The first part of Sonny's plan was rather simple. They were going to use the remains of a dead carapace centurion to disguise the echo, which was much smaller in comparison, as one of the officers of the Carapace Legion. Then, they would send it to the base of the ashen barrow to lure the demon away. The three of them were going to circle the hill and hide themselves under the gray sand in advance, then run up the slope and to the center of the island as soon as the demon had left. The echo was supposed to buy them enough time to climb the great tree and conceal themselves in its branches. Then, Sonny would dismiss the echo, thus finishing the first stage of the plan. He never intended for the scavenger to actually fight the fearsome demon. However, the carapace demon's unusually swift act of aggression had messed up the timing of the whole thing. The decoy was already destroyed, yet they weren't even halfway to the tree. In this situation, there was no choice but to order the echo to attack, hoping that it could stall the giant monster. That way, of course, Sonny was putting his scavenger at risk, but there was no other choice. Just as he was about to reach the crest of the hill, the echo tried to hide itself beneath the carapace demon's massive body. It was doing the same thing that Nephi's had done when fighting the first carapace centurion, intending to use the size of the enemy against it. The difference was that this time, the smaller participant of the fight was clad in a sturdy carapace, as opposed to a squishy human girl who had no protection. Even if the demon tried to crush the scavenger with its weight, it wouldn't be able to kill it. However, the demon understood it too. Moving with incredible speed, he shifted his torso and struck out with a pincer. The scavenger was swatted away like an irritating insect, flying through the air and heavily crashing onto the ground. Its carapace had almost cracked. Running toward the great tree, Sunny grimaced. He wanted to dismiss the echo, but knew that it was too soon. They needed more time ahead of him. Nephise was already approaching the enormous black trunk. Not wasting any time, she removed the seaweed rucksack from her back, gently laid it on the ground, and began climbing, grabbing onto the cracks of the onyx bark. Meanwhile, the echo was shakily rising to its legs. A stubborn light was burning in its eyes. Producing a loud screech, it clacked its pincers in the air and once again rushed toward the demon. "Go get him, buddy," Sunny screamed inwardly, wishing his scavenger luck with all his heart. The smaller creature bravely ran toward the steel behemoth, raising its pincers to attack. It was followed by two shadows, one bestial, the other one human. Sunny was quickly shortening the distance to the great tree below the hill. The carapace demon calmly stepped toward the rushing enemy. Its four arms moved in unison. Suddenly, the scavenger's arms were sliced off. Its body was gripped in two giant pincers and raised into the air. Sunny didn't even have time to react. A fraction of a second later, the demon slightly strained its arms and tore the echo in two, separating its torso from the carapace and crushing both halves into a bloody pulp. On top of the hill, Sunny stumbled. The familiar voice resounded like a tolling bell in his ears. "Your echo has been destroyed." Chapter 67, Racing Against Time. "Your echo has been destroyed." Sunny stumbled and almost fell. Cassie gripped his shoulders tightly and leaned back a little, trying to help him keep balance. With fallen leaves flying from under his feet, Sunny somehow managed to catch himself in time. No! Anger and regret clouded his mind, but it was too late to do anything. His trusty scavenger was dead, sliced and torn apart by the giant creature. The ease and brutality with which the carapace demon had decimated the poor, brave beast would have been insulting. If it wasn't so terrifying, it only took him a split second. The echo was gone. Not only had Sunny seen its tragic end through the eyes of his shadow, he also felt the subtle connection between them disappear. In his soul sea, one of the spheres of light shimmered and vanished, leaving the silent surface of the water a little bit darker. He had lost his most valuable possession. But the bitterness Sunny felt was not only because of how useful the echo had been, or how much money it could have brought him in the real world. He had actually grown to like the mindless scavenger quite a bit. It was big, loyal, and reliable. It even seemed to possess a strange sort of stubborn, off-putting personality, and now it was dead. Gritting his teeth, Sunny ran like a madman. There would be time to mourn the loss of the loyal echo later. Right now, they had bigger problems. "Sunny, what happened?" Cassie's whisper sounded worried and tense. She must have felt the change in his mood through his posture and body language. To be completely honest, Sunny was in no shape to talk. Running up the hill at top speed, with the blind girl on his back, no matter how delicate and light she was, had been a tall task for him without the support of the shadow. He was struggling to breathe, and there was still a considerable distance to the great tree. However, Sunny had to answer, his voice hoarse and rugged. He killed the echo. Then, there was no time for words anymore, because things were turning from bad to worse. Down at the bottom of the hill, the carapace demon was standing above the mutilated remains of the scavenger, looking at them with contempt. Heavy drops of azure blood were falling from each of his four upper limbs. Suddenly, the corpse of the echo began to shine with soft light. Then, it shimmered and dissolved into a river of tiny sparks, which then fell to the ground and disappeared, leaving no trace of the hulking scavenger behind. Even its blood on the demon's scythes and pincers was gone. After all, the echo was just a manifestation of a slain nightmare creature and not the real thing. It came from nothing and was now returned to the state of nothingness. However, the carapace demon was not looking at the unexpected light show. Instead, he was staring at one particular spot on the ground. There, a lonely human shadow was frozen in confusion, uncertain what to do. With the body of the echo, and consequently its spacious shadow gone, it was instantly revealed and had nowhere else to hide. Crap! The demon tilted his head, then moved with the speed of lightning and pierced the shadow with a scythe. Sunny flinched, ready to experience blinding pain, but nothing happened. The shadow, which had raised its hands in fright, looked down at the massive blade protruding from its chest and scratched its head. It was completely fine. Well, of course, it was just a shadow after all. One had to have a body to be susceptible to such attacks. Right. What else did I think would happen? Meanwhile, the demon was staring at the nonchalant shadow. The menacing scarlet light in his eyes blazed brighter. Sunny was getting closer to the trunk of the tree, temporarily fueled by adrenaline. Otherwise, he might have fainted from the strain already. Just a little more. They had every chance of making it. The shadow just had to distract the giant monster for a bit, but it seemed as though luck was not on his side today. Down below, the carapace demon retrieved his scythe. However, instead of attacking the human shadow again, it suddenly turned around and cast a dark look at the top of the ashen barrow, where the giant tree stood in all its magnificent beauty. The bastard was smart after all. Curse it all. Forgetting about the shadow, the behemoth lunged forward, rushing back up the tall hill's slope. It moved with frightening speed, covering a dozen meters with each second. "Get back here!" Sunny screamed to his shadow as he approached the trunk of the tree. Helping Cassie climb down from his back, Sunny picked up the rucksack that Nephi's had left behind and handed it to the blind girl. "Be gentle with that." Cassie nodded, well aware of the contents of the rucksack, and carefully hung it on her shoulder. At that time, Changing Star had already reached the lowest branches of the great tree. Not wasting any time, she moved to a spot above her companions, summoned the golden rope, and threw one of its ends down. Catching the rope, Sunny quickly tied a loop and handed it to Cassie. "You go up first." The blind girl hesitated for a moment, then accepted it. Just as she was about to put her foot inside the loop, Sunny suddenly stopped her. "Wait, summon your staff." The wooden staff that Cassie used to walk was actually a magical item capable of summoning strong winds. In their travels, they rarely had a cause to use it, but now it could come in handy. Surprised and unsure of the reason, she nevertheless did as he had asked, summoning the memory from her sea of soul. The wooden staff appeared in her hand. Sunny lightly hugged the blind girl from behind and turned her body, guiding the hand holding the staff in the necessary direction. Then he said, "Now summon the wind." In the next moment, a strong gale rose around them, blasting fallen leaves and ashen sand into the air. Instantly, a large portion of the island's surface was stripped bare. More sand was revealed beneath. Meanwhile, the shadow was racing against the carapace demon. The massive creature was already halfway up the hill, moving with the speed of a rushing train. The nimble shadow, however, was even faster. It had already overtaken the behemoth and was now flying forward, hurrying to return to its master. "Good, now go." Sunny helped Cassie put her foot into the loop and stepped back, watching as Nephi's pulled the rope up. She was going as fast as she could, which was really fast by human standards. But was it fast enough? Sweating, he counted seconds and waited. His life now depended on whether or not the rope would return before the demon arrives. Every moment felt like an eternity. He could already hear the distant, but quickly approaching sound of the carapace demon's 8 towering legs stomping furiously through the sand. Finally, Cassie was at the level of the giant tree's lower branches. Nephi's helped her step out of the loop and settle on the wide surface of the branch, then threw the rope down again. The demon was approaching the tree, still hidden from sight by its massive trunk. The shadow slipped beneath Sunny's feet and wrapped itself around his body. Catching the rope, Sunny practically flew up, climbing with incredible, adrenaline-fueled speed. Landing on the branch beside the girls, he quickly turned around and tried to pull the rope up. The monster could not notice the golden shine of it, otherwise, it all would have been for nothing. But there was less than a second left. "Oh no," Sunny thought, his heart skipping a beat. But then Nephi's simply dismissed the memory, making the golden rope disappear into thin air. The three of them crouched, hiding from sight, and held their breaths. A moment later, the furious mass of spikes and polished metal appeared beneath them. The carapace demon abruptly stopped, gazing around with his burning scarlet eyes. His pincers clicked, as if thirsty to tear flesh apart. The terrifying scythes were raised into the air, ready to slash and sever, but there was nothing to kill underneath the great tree. The demon lingered, looking right and left. Then he raised his head and looked up. Thankfully, the branch the 3 sleepers were hiding on was very wide, more than enough to hide them from his sight. They remained motionless and silent, afraid to produce even the smallest of sounds. After a while, the behemoth finally lowered his gaze and carefully observed the ground, looking for the traces of possible intruders. However, the ground was clean and bare, all signs of their passage erased by Sunny with the help of Cassie's staff in advance. Not finding anything, the carapace demon had no choice but to walk away, moving on to explore other parts of the island. Sunny was finally able to exhale. Some distance away, the demon reached the edges of the area affected by the magical gale. There, he finally found two sets of footprints, one left behind by Nephi's, the other one by Sunny. With an angry roar that sounded like the clamor of tearing metal, the giant creature rushed down the slope of the Ashen Barrow, following the footprints to the wasteland beneath. However, the gray desert was desolate and empty, with no living creature in sight. It was colored crimson by the setting sun. At that moment, the ground shook slightly, and a thunderous rumble resounded throughout the labyrinth, bringing with it chilling wind and the smell of salt. The dark sea was returning. Throwing one last hateful gaze toward the wasteland, the carapace demon turned around and slowly headed back to the top of his barrow. Chapter 68, Beacon of Death. Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie sat on a branch of the great tree, waiting for the sun to set. The branch was wide enough to accommodate twice as many people, so they weren't worried about being spotted from the ground. Still, they remained silent and motionless, wary of the giant monster that sometimes appeared beneath their hiding place. The sound of his footsteps sent shivers through the tense bodies of the three sleepers. Not once since coming to the forgotten shore had Sunny hoped for the night to come faster. But there was a first time for everything. They could only proceed with the next step of the plan after darkness had fallen, so there was nothing to do now but wait. Sitting with his back against Neph and Cassie, Sunny stared into the distance and tried not to think about anything. Obsessing over past mistakes and future risks was only going to dampen his resolve, and it was already in short supply. Meeting a setback so early into the plan really threw Sunny off his game. He still couldn't recover from the sudden loss of the precious echo. Of course, he knew beforehand that many things could go wrong. In fact, he had even warned the girls that there were too many unpredictable elements, and thus it was impossible to reliably predict their chances of success. Nevertheless, he had not expected to lose the strongest member of their group at the very beginning. The first stage of the plan was supposed to be the safest. Things to come were going to be much more dangerous. Sunny looked at the darkening skies, barely visible through the thick canopy of the great tree's crown, and listened to the noise of the rising sea. In the dim twilight, Cassie shifted a little and then gently squeezed his hand. Her warm touch made Sunny tense up, but then, realizing that the blind girl was just trying to console him, he allowed himself to relax. Stupid. What am I, a kid? Holding hands will not solve anything. But despite these grumbling thoughts, Sunny reluctantly realized that he did feel a bit reassured, with no logical reason at all. Maybe they were going to pull this off after all. If this was their will, who dared to stop them? Soon, the night descended, drowning the world in absolute darkness. The Ashen Barrow had become an island in the black, undulating void of the dark sea. The breaks of the great tree swayed gently in the darkness, their vibrant scarlet leaves now indistinguishable from the obsidian surface of the wood. The leaves whispered and rustled, creating a calming melody in the threatening murmur of the surging waves. Sunny sighed, knowing that the moment of truth was approaching. He was sure of his plan as far as it was possible to be sure of anything in this cursed place, but he also knew all the risks and all the things that could go wrong. At the end of it all, they were still tossing a coin, hoping that its fall was not going to spell their doom. He felt Neph's position shift. She turned her head and glanced in his direction, a calm expression on her face. Today, her inexplicable ability to remain composed in any situation, no matter how dire, was especially frustrating. Even though Changing Star could not see anything in the pitch-black darkness of the starless void, she knew that he would notice her questioning look. Sunny closed his eyes, then opened them again and slowly exhaled. Let's begin. The three of them moved, performing a rehearsed set of motions. Cassie carefully shifted to the side, giving Sunny and Nephi's space to do what needed to be done. Sunny gently placed the seaweed rucksack between himself and Neff, then opened it. His motions were slow and cautious. Inside the rucksack, 2 large clay containers lay surrounded by several layers of soft seaweed fiber. These jars were made by Sunny himself, and as such were not particularly sturdy. After all, he wasn't a craftsman. All his knowledge about pottery was received in a single day of listening to teacher Julius's rants about the importance of clay in the development of human civilization. Still, he at least remembered the basics. Inside the jars, all the oil they had gathered from the centipede monsters splashed around, making Sunny's heartbeat unsteady. A centipede monster had 2 sacs in its body, each containing a different oily substance. When mixed, these substances produced an incredibly corrosive, deadly oil that could eat through a scavenger's carapace in seconds. It was also highly flammable. The jars contained the 2 components of the centipede oil. If they were to break during their run to the great tree, allowing the components to mix, well, there was a reason why the rucksack was entrusted to Nephi's, while Sunny carried Cassie despite his inferior physical endurance. The centipede oil was the centerpiece of his plan. Placing the clay jars on the branch, Sunny took out one last thing from the rucksack. It was a makeshift torch made out of bone and, more seaweed. Traditionally, torches were supposed to be made out of wood, but on the Forbidden Shore, bones were much more easily found than sticks. In the darkness, he found Neff's cool hand, took it into his own, and then placed the torch on her open palm. At that moment, Sunny couldn't help but remember the other times Changing Star's hands had touched his body. The first time was when he was dying, his chest crushed by the Carapace Centurion's bone scythe. The other time was on the day he handed her the Starlight Legion armor and learned about her cruel Flaw. Both days were very memorable, although for different reasons. He had a feeling that this day was also going to be forever etched in his memory, provided they lived to see the morning. Sunny deeply inhaled. "I'm ready." Nephi's nodded and then rose to her feet. Standing tall, she grasped the torch and closed her eyes, as though praying. Clad in white armor, with her silver hair dancing in the wind, she looked like a beautiful, solemn angel. Then, white radiance ignited beneath her eyelids. In the next moment, bright fire burst from beneath her hands, igniting the top of the torch. Changing Star opened her eyes, extinguishing the light shining in them, and raised the torch high above her head. In the lightless world, this single small flame looked like a lonely star drowning in the sea of darkness. Simultaneously, Sunny stepped to the edge of the branch, inhaled deeply, and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Hey, asshole, come get me if you dare." Then, all hell broke loose. Attracted by the sudden burst of light and Sunny's belligerent cries, the Carapace demon appeared out of nowhere in a storm of fury. Its towering legs tore through the ashen sand, throwing clouds of it into the air. 2 scarlet eyes immediately focused on the shouting human, sending a nervous shiver through Sunny's legs. "Yeah, right here, you pile of scrap. Come and get it, fat lobster. This is my island now," he shouted, pretending to not be scared out of his wits. The demon dashed toward him. This behemoth was as tall as a house, but still not tall enough to reach the branches of the great tree with his scythes. So, for the moment, Sunny was still safe. He was pretty sure that this won't be the case for long, but it was enough time to bring the plan to fruition. If he doesn't miss. Just as the Carapace demon was about to appear right beneath the branch Sunny was standing on, he took a deep breath, aimed, and tossed both of the jars down. The creature reacted with lightning speed, slicing both jars into pieces with his horrible scythes. However, it was of no use. The oily liquids contained inside still rained on its carapace in a torrent, followed by a scattering of clay shards. If anything, it only made the surface of the impact larger, covering most of the demon's metal carapace in a layer of liquid. The 2 components mixed, producing the deadly corrosive oil, which then burned into the lustrous armor. Sunny held his breath. However, the centipede monster's oil, which was capable of destroying the unbreakable chitin of both scavengers and centurions, turned out to be completely ineffective against the strange alloy covering the Carapace demon's body. It didn't even leave a scratch on it. Sunny's face darkened. "That's..." Nephi's silently appeared by his side, raising an arm. "Just as I expected." Luckily, Sunny did not put a lot of value on the oil's corrosive qualities to begin with. He needed the oil for its other quality, its flammability. Guided by the loud sounds produced by the massive monster, Nephis moved and threw the torch down with a powerful swing of her arm. Spinning, the torch streaked through the air like a meteor and landed right in the middle of the demon's carapace. In the next second, the giant creature was engulfed in flames. Sunny did not really expect the fire to be able to damage the demon. He was sure that the behemoth could withstand much more than just simple heat. But now, covered in the burning oil, the carapace demon shined brightly in the pitch-black night of the forgotten shore. He had turned into a fiery beacon, calling all the monsters of the cursed dark sea to come crawling from its black depths. Chapter 69, The Guest. The giant demon was engulfed in flames, shining like a bright beacon in the hungry darkness of the night. His polished armor blazed with reflected light, sending radiant glints in all directions. Drops of burning oil were falling to the ground, flaring up as they hit the ashen sand. For a second, it seemed as though time had stopped. Sunny was staring at the incandescent glow of the fire, his eyes wide, almost failing to believe that they had actually pulled this insanity off. Nephis was frozen by his side, her hand still outstretched after the throw. But they really did, they pulled it off. Sunny never seriously considered facing the carapace demon in an honest battle, if a battle between a giant death machine and 3 powerless humans could even be called honest. However, their lacking strength did not mean that they could not murder the evil creature. They just had to be smart about how to do it. For example, they could find something stronger to do the dirty work for them. That's why he had concocted a plan to sneak onto the ashen barrow, wait for the night to come, lit the behemoth aflame, and watch it be torn apart by the terrifying monsters of the dark sea. And now they were halfway to making that plan a reality. Of course, the most dangerous part was yet to come. They still had to survive the attack of the creatures of the black water themselves. And before that, the carapace demon roared with fury, making Sunny feel like his ears were going to bleed. The roar sounded like a deafening cacophony of rusted metal being torn apart by giant claws. 2 scarlet eyes shone through the conflagration of flames, piercing the young man with a concentrated beam of murderous hatred. Before that, they had to last until the sea monsters arrive. The infuriated demon was out for their blood, and no one knew how much time it would take for the dark sea creatures to appear on the ashen barrow. Sunny was scared that the demon was capable of performing ranged attacks. If not, he might be able to climb the tree to get to them, or try to kill them in a way that they had not even considered. In the worst-case scenario, they would have to endure his rage for quite a while. Looking into the giant's hateful eyes, he sensed that the creature was thinking in the same direction. When the demon glanced in the direction of the great tree's obsidian trunk, Sunny's heart suddenly skipped a bit. However, in the end, cold rationality won over seething rage in the carapace demon's mind. Instead of wasting time trying to get to the 3 tiny humans, he suddenly rolled on the ground, hoping to use the sand to douse the flames dancing on his carapace. The whole island shook, almost throwing Sunny off the branch. Crap! Why did the bastard have to be so smart? For a moment, Sunny entertained the idea that the demon was actually going to succeed in extinguishing the fire before the dwellers of the depths had noticed it. But he didn't have to worry. Suddenly, Nephis turned to face the dark surface of the sea. Her face paled slightly. Sunny was a second late to react, but almost instantly, he too felt a strange change in the world around them. It was hard to describe with words. The rustle of the scarlet leaves suddenly felt quieter, the sound of the waves crashing against the shores of the ashen island louder. It was as though some invisible pressure descended on the world, making everything feel slightly different. Then the air became colder, and a wall of thick fog appeared above the dark waters. The carapace demon had also noticed this change. He stopped trying to douse the flames and rose from the sand, the oil still burning on his carapace. Not paying it any attention anymore, the demon turned to the sea, a sense of grim resignation radiating from his posture. Then, it was replaced by dark resolve and frenzied bloodlust. The fog slowly moved, crawling onto the island. Sunny felt shivers run down his spine, realizing that it was flowing against the wind. The sound of waves was now muffled and changed, almost imperceptibly so. And there, in the fog, something was moving. He could almost make out a figure. It was. Suddenly, Cassie's small palm covered his eyes. With her voice trembling with tension, she whispered, "Don't look. No matter what happens, don't open your eyes." Sonny froze, obediently shutting his eyes. A cold sense of fright wrapped itself around his heart. He had never heard the blind girl's voice sound like this before, not even when she was recalling her terrifying visions. Cassie slowly removed her hand. Blinded, he could only rely on his hearing. At least that was what he thought until the cold fog touched his skin. Then, in the muffled silence, he heard Cassie's voice again. Only this time, it was distorted and coming from the wrong direction. "Don't look, don't look, don't look," Sonny gulped, feeling his hair stand on end. The sound of the blind girl's distorted voice echoed in the fog, surrounding him from all sides. Instead of growing quieter, it was becoming louder, overlapping over itself. "Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look." Then, it grew even louder still and turned into a cacophony of screams, crashing into Sonny like a wave, sounding nothing like what human vocal cords could ever produce. "Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't." Sonny stood paralyzed, stunned by the onslaught of inhuman shrieks. All he could do was try not to fall to his knees. And then, when his resilience was almost broken, everything suddenly stopped. The abrupt silence enveloped the world, making him exhale with relief. It was over. A few seconds later, Cassie whispered into his ear, "Open your eyes." After hearing the clear sound of her voice, Sonny was about to do as she told, then he stopped. Her voice did not sound terrifying and distorted. It was just as usual, sweet and melodic. It even came from the right direction. But something about it was wrong. What? He lingered, keeping his eyes closed. Why was it so calm? Why didn't he feel the warmth of her breath as she leaned close to whisper into his ear? And how could she lean if he was taller? Sonny froze, afraid to even breathe. Cassie's clear, familiar voice repeated, "Open your eyes, open." Then, mere centimeters away, it exploded with cold, malevolent authority. "Open your eyes." But he didn't. A second passed, then another, then one more. Each of them felt like an eternity. Sonny trembled, practically feeling his body aging. Finally, the voice returned. But this time, it felt as though it was further away, withdrawing. No matter, no matter. Soon, he was able to hear the rustling of leaves and the sound of waves again. He could also hear Cassie and Neff breathing ruggedly beside him. It seemed that they were also assaulted by the terrifying mimic. And also, somewhere beneath them, the carapace demon roared and hit his sides against each other. The loud clamor of steel resounded beneath the great tree, sending an almost palpable wave in all directions. This wave seemed to expel the unnatural fog, creating an enormous sphere of clean air. Sonny still kept his eyes shut. In the next moment, the whole island trembled as the demon clashed with the unknown horror that had been hiding in the fog. Something shattered with a deafening thunder, and the ground shook again, causing the branches of the great tree to sway. With his hands trembling, Sonny outstretched them and grabbed onto his companions, drawing them close. Holding each other, they listened to the sounds of the furious battle and waited. An eternity later, the fight between the carapace demon and the guest from the depths was over. Silence had returned to the ashen barrow once again. Sonny had long ago lost the track of time and grew desensitized to the tremors running through the great tree each time the two monsters clashed. Sudden stillness gave him a start. With a slight shudder, he turned his head and listened, trying to discern what was happening. In the quiet aftermath of the terrible battle, Nephi's hesitated and then said in a raspy voice, "We can open our eyes now." Sonny lingered before following her advice. He opened his eyes and blinked a couple of times, his vision slowly returning. The pale light of dawn was creeping from the east, enveloping the island in the dim twilight. Beneath them, the surface of the island was torn apart and upturned, almost unrecognizable. It was as though the ashen barrow was pummeled by several rounds of heavy artillery fire. And on that surface, damn it! The carapace demon was slowly limping back from the edges of the island, leaving a trail of azure blood behind. He was heavily wounded and in a terrible shape, with several limbs missing and a spiderweb of cracks covering his once pristine carapace. 2 of his arms were gone, leaving him with a single scythe and a single pincer. Most of his rear legs were either broken or severed, forcing the behemoth to walk in a strange, unsteady gait. However, he was still alive. More than that, none of the armor plates covering his vital organs were seriously damaged, his metal shell still strong and impenetrable. Sonny clenched his fists and glanced at Neff, a dark expression on his face. What do we do?" Changing Star looked down. There was a cold glint in her calm, gray eyes. Stretching her arm to the side, she summoned her sword and said, "Finish him off." Chapter 70, Judgment of the Blade. Sonny looked at the wounded demon, a grim look of resolve on his face. At this point, there was no reason to argue. They had no other choice but to face the guardian of the island themselves. Sonny's bag of tricks was all empty anyway. In the end, their fates were still going to be decided by sharp blades. Someone was going to get killed, and someone was going to be the killer. How are we going to deal with his armor? Nephise weighed the sword in her hand and glanced down. "I will break through the armor. Can you create an opening?" Sonny nodded, not wasting time on unnecessary questions. If Changing Star was certain of her ability to cut through the demon's carapace, he had no reason to doubt it. Creating an opening, that was not going to be easy. Even though the monster had suffered terrible injuries, he was still a force to be reckoned with. His size alone was going to pose difficulties. They would have to bring the behemoth down to his knees before even thinking of carrying out any sort of an effective attack. And he was not just going to stand still under their assault, either. But what else was there to do? While Nephise was tying the golden rope to the branch, Sonny walked over to Cassie and lightly squeezed her shoulder. She tried to force a smile. "I take it that the carapace demon is still alive?" Despite the heavy, cold, dark feeling gripping his heart, Sonny tried to make his voice sound relaxed and carefree. "Yeah, but just barely. Don't worry too much. This whole thing will be over in no time." "One way or another," he added inwardly. Cassie's smile weakened. She was clearly not convinced by his clumsy attempt to reassure her. Sonny hesitated. "Hey, have you ever eaten demon meat?" The blind girl was clearly surprised by his question. "What? No." Sonny grinned. "How about a demon steak? I'm an excellent cook, I'll have you know. I think." Neff had sort of monopolized the preparation of food, so I had no chance to put all the knowledge from the wilderness survival course to practice. Teacher Julius had indeed spent a lot of time teaching him how to cook all kinds of seemingly inedible things, as well as meats of all sorts of nightmare creatures, in preparation for his journey into the dream realm. Here, hunger was as much of an enemy as the fiercest of monsters. "As soon as we get our hands on some demon meat, I'll make you a steak. It'll be the most delicious demon steak you had ever eaten, I promise." Finally, a real smile appeared on Cassie's face. She gave him a courteous nod. "All right, that's a promise then." Meanwhile, Nephise was done with the rope. She threw it down without hesitation and glanced at him. "Are you ready?" Sonny sighed and closed his eyes for a second, feeling the strength of his body being enhanced by the shadow. "Yes, let's do this." As soon as their feet touched the ground, Sonny felt a heavy gaze burning a hole in his chest. Glancing up, he saw the crippled carapace demon staring right at him, a dark glint shining in his one remaining eye. The other one was gone, leaving only a bleeding black gap behind. At this distance, the damage dealt to the demon's body seemed even more debilitating. Its carapace was fractured in several places and covered in cracks, each seeping with azure blood. Sadly, none of the cracks were near the vital organs. His horns were shattered, as was one of his front legs, in addition to several rear ones that were either broken or torn off completely. The stumps of his 2 severed arms were pressed tight against his torso to stem the heavy bleeding. The other 2 were hanging to the ground, almost brushing against the ashen sand. The giant monster looked broken and tired. However, it was still terrifying, perhaps even more so than before. Because, despite the horrible wounds, his gaze was still firm and full of evil intelligence. It was still radiating madness and bloodlust, which was now concentrated on Sonny and Nephise, the architects of his sorry state. The first beams of the rising sun shone on the spikes covering the demon's once lustrous carapace, painting them in shades of burning crimson. Sunny summoned the azure blade and glanced at Nephi's. "Be careful, he's lightning fast." He was the only one who had seen the terrible creature in action. As such, only he knew how dangerous the demon really was. Nephi's nodded, not taking her eyes off the enemy, and stepped forward. The two of them walked toward the waiting carapace demon. Sunny was slightly ahead and aiming to circle the behemoth from the right, the side where the demon had both his last remaining scythe and eye. Changing Star was a step or two behind him, aiming to circle the creature from the left, the side where his pincer arm was slowly rising into the air. In this battle, Sunny's role was to take the brunt of the enemy's attacks, letting his partner deal the lethal blow when the time was right. Through the tacit understanding that they had developed through surviving dozens of life or death situations, the two of them were able to cooperate without speaking a single word, fighting almost as one. This was their main advantage. As they were closing in, Sunny felt a slight shift in the demon's posture. Instantly, he knew that hell was about to break loose. He had warned Nephi's about the speed of their enemy, but he also had to deal with it himself. Sunny knew that he was much slower than the giant creature, but he still had to find a way to dodge the massive, terrifying scythe. That wasn't as bad as it seemed. Speed wasn't everything in a fight. Take, for example, Changing Star's training fight against the proud scion of the Han Li clan. Castor possessed an aspect ability that made him 10 times faster than the silver-haired girl, at least. However, in the end, he only won by a hair's breadth. Nephi's had almost smashed his face with an unexpected elbow strike. She had been able to catch Castor unaware, not because of her fast reaction. With that big of a difference between their speeds, no amount of reaction could have helped her. Instead, she was able to predict and manipulate the opponent's attacks, starting the strike even before Castor himself knew that he was going to end up in the path of her elbow. She was in control of the battlefield. And now, they had to repeat that feat against the ancient demon of the Forgotten Shore. Luckily, his speed advantage was not nearly as insane as Castor's. Almost simultaneously, Sunny and Nephi's lunged forward, attacking the behemoth from different sides. He also moved, ready to tear them apart. Both his pincer and his scythe rose into the air. Sunny was running as fast as he could, the azure blade outstretched behind him. A fire of cold resolve was burning in his heart. He was ready to live or die by his blade. However, in the next moment, his leg seemed to slip in the sand, and as his eyes opened wide, Sunny stumbled. Not wasting the opportunity, the carapace demon attacked. The terrifying scythe tore through the air, aiming to cut the helpless human in half, but it hit only sand. Sunny, who had feigned his loss of balance to bait the demon's strike, easily avoided the deadly blade by jumping to the side at the last second. He wasn't quite at the level where he could predict every move of the enemy. Instead, manipulating the enemy into performing a predictable attack was easier. After all, deceit and manipulation were his forte. Temporarily safe from the threat of the scythe, Sunny dashed toward the demon's legs. At the same time, Nephi's had managed to avoid the massive pincer and was closing in on them, too. They reached their goals almost simultaneously, one from the right, the other from the left. Sunny slashed with the azure blade, feeling it hit the polished armor and bounce back without leaving even a slight scratch on it. Dull pain radiated through his hands. On the other side of the behemoth's massive body, Nephi's achieved more success. She had attacked the already injured front leg of the monster, cutting deep into his flesh through the wide crack in the metal plate. Severely damaged, the leg wasn't able to support the weight of the giant creature anymore. It buckled, sending the demon reeling. At this point, a scavenger or a centurion would have lost their balance and fallen to the ground. However, the carapace demon was too smart and experienced. He compensated for the loss of another leg by shifting his body weight to the opposite side and thrusting his scythe into the ground to remain stable. Damn it! Sunny had really hoped that the bastard would fall down. Because then he wouldn't have had to do what he was about to do next, but now there was no other choice. Cursing inwardly, Sunny briefly looked up at the massive body of the giant demon. Heavens only knew how much that thing weighed. Then he held his breath and ducked right beneath the carapace demon's steel abdomen. Chapter 71, One Small Mistake. With the carapace demon using his deadly scythe to support the weight of his body, Sunny was temporarily safe from its sharp blade. Of course, the monster had other means of attack. Each one of his towering legs was like a siege ram, dangerous and capable of devastating destruction. But at the moment, his position was too precarious to lash out with them. Sunny had at least a second to do whatever he wished to, with no risk involved. The only thing he had to avoid was going directly under the behemoth, thus putting himself in danger of being crushed to death by the demon's giant body. Coincidentally, that was exactly what he had to do. Crap, crap, crap. Glancing up at the massive armored creature, Sunny cursed and dashed forward. A moment later, he dove underneath the carapace demon, feeling the thick shadows swallow him whole. Instantly, Sunny was covered in cold sweat. There was nothing but polished metal and murderous intent above him now. All the monster had to do to turn the tiny human into a puddle of blood was to rest his body on the sand. Under the crushing weight, Sunny's organs would burst and his bones would turn to dust. There wouldn't be anything solid left of him at all, only a thin layer of bloody goo smeared across the ground. Not the best situation to find yourself in. With his nerves on the verge of melting, Sunny brandished his sword and rushed forward. His eyes were glued to the joints of Carapace Demon's legs. He was utterly focused, looking for the slightest movement, waiting for it. With no room for error, Sunny pushed every unnecessary thought and emotion into the farthest corner of his mind, not allowing dread, doubt, and his tendency to overthink things to slow him down even by a fraction of a second. Time moved excruciatingly slowly. It felt as though hours had passed, but in reality, it was only a couple of moments. Sunny was only at the second pair of the giant monster's legs. It was then that he finally noticed the almost imperceptible change in the demon's posture. The tension in his joint changed slightly, indicating that the behemoth was about to move. This was the sign that Sunny was both hoping for and terrified of. Now, his survival was wholly dependent on whether or not he was fast enough. As soon as his eyes had registered the change in the creature's posture, Sunny pivoted on one leg and dashed to the side, trying to get away from underneath the armored giant. A small cloud of sand was sent flying by his sudden turn, but the demon was incredibly fast. He threw his body down, determined to squash the odious invader like a bug. With inertia and the limits of his human body slowing Sunny down, he felt the metal surface of the carapace begin to fall down on his head long before reaching the safe zone. Death was approaching with abhorrent speed. One step, two, was he going to make it in time? The carapace demon fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending large clouds of sand into the air. The impact was so strong that the whole island trembled. The furious mass of falling metal and spikes missed Sunny by just a few centimeters. He flew from underneath the demon's body at the last possible moment by performing a desperate dive. Crushing into the sand, Sunny rolled away and jumped back to his feet, slightly disoriented by the shockwave of the giant's fall. I actually managed to survive. Sometimes, life was full of surprises, but all jokes aside, he was not really astonished. His actions, while potentially fatal, had been deliberate and calculated. He was not in the habit of putting his life at risk without being sure that there would be at least a moderate chance of making it out alive. His actions were also always purposeful and pursued a specific goal. In this case, it was to bring the carapace demon down. Only by forcing the giant creature down to the ground, in reach of their blades, could they hope to kill it. In that sense, this dangerous gamble ended in resounding success. The bastard was now lying on his abdomen, his carapace and humanoid torso, where all the vital organs were situated, well in the changing star's attack range. Now Sunny just had to create an opening for her to deal the fatal blow, although he still had no idea about how she was planning to bypass the impenetrable barrier of the demon's armor. However, creating that opening was not going to be a trivial task. Despite the fact that the monster's mobility was now severely reduced, the distance between him and the two sleepers was also much smaller, which made dodging his attacks that much harder. Sunny was about to experience that hardship for himself. He was barely back on his feet when the terrifying scythe flashed through the air, threatening to slice his body in half. Sunny had no idea how Nephi's was doing on the other side of the creature's enormous body against the pincer, but dealing with the scythe was almost beyond his abilities. The burning eye of the demon that followed his every move was not helping the situation at all. With very little time to react, Sunny did the only thing he could think of. He jumped as high as he could and pulled his legs up to his chest, performing a very awkward forward somersault. Because of the number of shadow fragments he had consumed and the physical enhancement brought by the shadow, the height of his jump was nothing short of impressive by human standards. The scythe's blade whistled beneath Sunny, so close that he could feel the wind brushing against his face. Landing on the ground, he dashed forward. Sunny knew that the scythe would come back, but he had a second or two to change his position, getting in front of the behemoth. He had to make the giant creature forget about Nephi's completely and concentrate fully on dealing with him, and him alone. To do that, he had to get in range of both the scythe and the pincer. What a lovely task. Feeling that his time was running out, Sunny spun around and raised the azure blade. Just as he thought, the carapace demon was already bringing the scythe down at him again, this time in a ruthless horizontal thrust. The sharp tip of the scythe was flying through the air, aimed at his chest. However, he had slightly underestimated the demon's reaction time. As the result, there was already no time to dodge. One small mistake was the difference between life and death on the Forgotten Shore. The scene of their first fight against a carapace centurion flashed in Sunny's mind. The situation was eerily similar to this one, with the inescapable doom approaching him at the speed of lightning, too swift and close to be avoided, brought by the blade of a carapace creature's scythe. But Sunny wasn't the same as he was before. Since that fateful battle, he had spent every day training, gaining experience, and gathering power. He had fought his way through this hell, paying a price of blood for every step. He wasn't that easy to kill anymore. Instead of soft flesh, the scythe was met by the hard steel of the azure blade. Not only did Sunny block the blow, he even managed to angle the sword in a way that would deflect most of the impact instead of absorbing the full force of it. One of his hands was placed on the hilt, the other gripped the tip of the blade with enough strength to prevent the edge from cutting his fingers off. The residual force was still enough to send him flying back, but it was not enough to break the bones in his hands, not with the shadow enhancing the resilience of his body. The azure blade, however, was not as lucky. With a sorrowful ring, the blade shattered, breaking off near the crossguard. Beautiful shards of blue steel fell to the ground. Sunny gritted his teeth, knowing what would happen next. The spell spoke, announcing the destruction of his trusty sword. "Your memory has been." He didn't get to hear the rest of the sentence, because in the next moment, his body collided with the ground. Sunny bounced a couple of times, feeling flashes of pain radiating through his bones, rolled, and finally came to a stop. He was comparatively fine. Standing up, Sunny stumbled and barely managed to remain on his feet. He glanced around and noticed that the trunk of the great tree was not that far away. 24 meters away, the carapace demon was slowly turning his head, planning to concentrate his murderous rage on Nephi's. This was the exact opposite of what Sunny had to achieve. He had to attract the monster's attention somehow. But what could he do? As the remains of the azure blade began to shine with soft light in his hand, ready to disintegrate into a rain of sparks, Sunny raised his hand and threw the broken sword with as much force as he could gather. However, he didn't throw it at the demon. Instead, he threw it at the miraculous tree as though trying to harm it. Not far away, the demon suddenly froze, even if only for a second. His scarlet eye followed the shining memory as it flew through the air, approaching the trunk of the great tree. Then the broken sword fell apart, turning into a shower of white sparks, which then disappeared without a trace. None of them even touched the obsidian bark. However, the azure blade had already fulfilled its purpose. It distracted the giant for a few precious moments. For Changing Star, that was more than enough. Chapter 72, Demon Slayers. As soon as the carapace demon froze, distracted by the feigned threat to the great tree, Nephi's lunged forward. There was no hesitation, no doubt, not even the slightest pause between the moment her enemy had lowered his defenses and her reckless attack. Just like Sunny had been utterly focused on observing the monster's movements before, She had been watching and waiting for this exact moment since the beginning of the battle. Changing Star knew that, when the opportunity presents itself, it will only last for a second. Even that single second almost cost Sunny his life. Nephi's wasn't going to waste it. Her graceful figure flew through the air like an arrow released from a powerful bow, almost leaving afterimages behind. The silver blade of her longsword glimmered, reflecting the light of dawn. The black and white armor seemed to turn into a blur. She was going all in, rushing at the enemy without leaving herself even the slightest chance to retreat. Things were happening too fast for Sunny to form a coherent thought. He could only watch time slowing down to a crawl, a storm of emotions raging in his mind. The demon reacted almost immediately, recognizing the threat, but almost didn't count on a battlefield. A moment of distraction was all it took to lose everything. That one mistake, no matter how small, had been enough to seal his fate. If Nephi's was really capable of breaking through the creature's indestructible carapace, that is. Otherwise, it was all for nothing, and they would be the ones dying instead. The fearsome giant moved his scythe, trying to slice her apart. The pincer flashed from the other side, threatening to crush her body into pulp, but he was a fraction of a second too late. Changing Star was just a tiny bit faster. As she ran, something changed about the cadence of her steps. Sunny couldn't see her face behind the visor of her helmet, but if he could, he would see a grimace of agony contorting Neph's pale face. In the next moment, a soft white radiance ignited beneath the skin of her hands. However, this time it didn't stay there. Instead, the white flame flowed outward, into the hilt of the silver sword, and then into its blade. The sword suddenly turned into a sharp, radiant edge, burning with incandescent white light. It shined so brightly that Sunny felt the desire to close his eyes. However, the radiance wasn't soft and warm anymore. Instead, it seemed to be capable of reducing anything it touched to ash and sharp enough to cut the fabric of the world itself. Perhaps, it was even sharp enough to cut the strings of fate. Sunny remembered how Nephi's had described her aspect ability. It can be used for healing. Back then, he had suspected that this phrase of hers implied that there was more to it. He even marveled at how precious and rare such an ability would be. It seemed as though he was right. Changing Star's miraculous flame was capable of both healing and destroying. It possessed an enhancing effect similar to his own shadow control, at least when applied to weapons. Who knew what else it could do? An incredible ability indeed. Looking back, he understood that Nephi's had not tortured herself in vain. All the times she pretended to meditate, while enduring the excruciating agony of her flaw in secret, were meant to make this moment possible. To give her enough fortitude to use this ability in battle without passing out from the pain. She succeeded. The question was, would that be enough? Was her sword strong enough to break the mighty carapace of the awakened demon? After all, no matter how incredible the ability, it was still powered by a weak dormant soul core of a lowly sleeper. They were about to find out. A few steps away from the carapace demon's towering torso, Nephi's bent her legs and jumped, soaring high into the air. Her sword flashed forward in a vicious thrust, so fast that, for a moment, it looked like a beam of pure white sunlight. Then, it collided with the strange alloy of the giant's lustrous armor, right at the spot where his heart was supposed to be. Of course. Back when they were hiding in the dead Leviathan's empty spine, Cassie had told them about her vision. In that vision, she saw the carapace demon being attacked by a terrible creature of the deep dark sea. In the aftermath of the battle, the demon was severely wounded and on the verge of dying. The most horrible wound was on his chest, where the armor was torn apart and shattered, revealing the monster's beating heart. With time, all his injuries had healed, except for this one. While the carapace of the demon seemed to have recovered, in truth, it was never fully restored. In this one spot, the armor was secretly weakened, and it was exactly to that spot that Nephi's had delivered her blow. It didn't matter whether her radiant sword was really capable of breaking through the impregnable armor of the awakened creature, because she attacked the only weak spot on his body, the place where his armor had already been broken. With a flash of white light, the incandescent sword pierced through the metal of the demon's carapace and plunged into his body, unleashing a fury of fire inside the adamantine shell. It seemed as though the giant was suddenly illuminated from within, with beams of light shining through the cracks in his armor. For a moment, the surreal sight was burned into Sunny's mind. Then, Changing Star's sword had reached the carapace demon's heart and sliced it apart, incinerating everything around it and making the azure blood of the fearsome creature boil and evaporate. Sunny's legs buckled, and he gracelessly fell on his ass. Wah, we did it? The demon staggered. His arms slowly rose, as though trying to pull Nephi's into a final embrace. But then, as his body twitched, they fell to the ground. Neph landed in the sand and jumped back, ready to defend herself. But there was no need. The proud guardian of the Ashen Barrow was dying. The scarlet light in his one remaining eye was dimming, any semblance of intelligence quickly disappearing from his gaze. The demon heavily slumped, all remnants of strength abandoning his mighty body. Turning his head with incredible effort, he cast one last look on the great tree. Then, his gaze stopped on Sunny. There was no fury or madness in that gaze anymore, only some strange, calm, inexplicable emotion. It almost felt like relief. Before Sunny could discern the meaning of that emotion, the last glimmer of light was gone from the eye of the carapace demon. His head rolled back and fell. They won. In front of the giant body, Nephi's had dismissed her helmet. Behind it, her face was pale and tired, her hair sticking to it in a sweaty mess. The afterglow of the white radiance was already extinguished, leaving her eyes gray once again. Changing Star kneeled, then lay down on her back, too exhausted to move. The whole fight lasted less than a minute, but it took everything out of both of them. Sunny followed Neff's example and lay on the ground, trying to catch his breath. They actually won. He couldn't quite believe it. I want to sleep for a week. Remembering that Cassie was still waiting in the branches of the great tree, not knowing who lived and who died, Sunny sighed. A few moments later, he deeply inhaled. Then, straining his vocal cords, he screamed at the top of his lungs. In the silence of the morning, in the center of the tall hill covered with ashen sand, under the branches of a beautiful, giant tree, a strange shout could be heard. One demon stake coming right up. Chapter 73, The Circle of Death. A few minutes later, Sunny heard a noise coming from somewhere above. Looking in that direction, he noticed that Cassie was standing at the edge of the wide branch, gripping the golden rope in her hands. Before he could react, the blind girl was already climbing down. She was very cautious, but also quite nimble for someone without sight. He blinked. Is she crazy? That's dangerous. But he was worried for nothing. Cassie quickly reached the ground and let go of the rope, safe and sound. She then summoned her staff and took a hesitant step, trying to remember where his shout had come from. Sunny made his presence known and guided her by saying, "I'm here." The blind girl turned her head in his direction and walked forward, carefully feeling the ground in front of her with the staff. Because of how uneven the surface of the island had become, it took her longer than usual to reach him. Just as she was about to walk past, Sunny spoke again. "Hey, Cass." Cassie stopped and lowered her head with a surprised expression. Then she asked, "Why are you lying on the ground?" He smiled weakly. "Ah, it's very comfortable." Suddenly, the blind girl frowned and asked in a worried tone, "Are you hurt?" Sunny shook his head with a sigh. His sense of humor was not always appreciated. In fact, it had often landed him in hot water in the past. Just bruised all over, nothing serious. "I'm just really tired." That one was really intense. Since Cassie was still frowning, he thought for a moment and added, "Neff is also fine. She's resting a bit further away." Finally, the delicate girl relaxed. Her face cleared, and she offered him a hesitant smile. "You really killed that demon?" Sunny cast a gaze at the giant corpse and closed his eyes. "Yeah, he's very dead." Both of them were silent for some time. Sunny was on the verge of falling asleep when Cassie carefully asked, "So, you're just going to continue lying here?" He opened his eyes and blinked, trying to remember what was going on. "Oh, right, it's morning. There are things we have to do." The last day was excruciatingly long and exhausting. They had to make preparations to execute the plan, race to the top of the hill, climb the great tree, hide themselves in its branches, risk their lives to set the demon on fire, not to mention all the stuff that happened after. all culminating in the short but terrifying battle against the creature itself. And yet, it was not time to rest yet. They had to take basic precautions, at least. Straining his exhausted body, Sunny stood up and offered Cassie his shoulder. After she placed her hand on it, he walked over to the carapace demon's corpse, stopping at the spot where Nephi's was sprawled in the sand. She greeted them with a tired glance. "Good morning." Out of habit, Changing Star tried to force a polite smile. However, today it did not look very convincing. I give it 3/6 out of 10. Not great, not terrible. Soon, the three of them were sitting in a circle, passing around the glass bottle full of cold, refreshing water. Sunny was in the middle of describing their fight with the carapace demon, so he got distracted for a few moments. That's when Neff attacked. She used her aspect ability to ignite her sword and struck at the weakened patch of armor on the demon's chest, the one you told us about. It really was not as strong as the rest of his carapace, so the sword went through and pierced the bastard's heart. Sunny noted that Cassie did not seem surprised at the mention of Changing Star's new trick. Either she knew all along because Nephi's had told her, or she saw something in one of her visions. Regardless, he decided not to press the topic. The demon was already severely wounded from his fight with the thing from the sea, so it was enough to finish him off. A few seconds later, he was dead. Cassie shook her head in astonishment. That is incredible. 2 sleepers killing an awakened demon. I thought that stuff like that only happens in webtoons. Nephi's corrected her. 3 sleepers. Without your vision and advice, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. The blind girl lowered her face, a little embarrassed. Still, 2 or 3, it doesn't really change a lot, does it? Sunny looked from one girl to another, then finally turned to Cassie. You're right, it's not something one would expect to happen. But anyway, I promised to cook demon meat for you after this is over, didn't I? Are you ready to witness my incredible culinary talent? He smiled, already tasting the juicy, tender meat in his mouth. However, Cassie suddenly frowned, a hesitant expression appearing on her face. I don't know about that. He raised his eyebrows. What? Why? She lingered before answering. Well, it just seems weird to eat the meat of an intelligent creature, even if it was evil. I didn't think about it before, but now, it just doesn't seem right, I guess. Sunny blinked. Actually, he did not think about it either. In retrospect, the idea of making steaks out of a creature whose intelligence was comparable to theirs did seem a little wrong. Even if that creature was a bloodthirsty demon who would have swallowed them whole without a second thought. It was just how things worked in the dream realm. Monsters devoured humans, and humans devoured monsters. It was the circle of life. Death, the circle of death. But the carapace demon was not only smart, he had his own thoughts and personality. Even though nightmare creatures were universally insane and obsessed with murder and destruction, just like he was, there were also other qualities to the ironclad giant. He was proud and fearless, even valiant. When fighting against the terrifying monsters of the Dark Sea, he did not hesitate to stand his ground, refusing to surrender. Cooking the meat of someone like that could indeed be considered strange. How come Teacher Julius did not educate me on the ethics of eating your enemies? What an oversight. Misunderstanding Sunny's silence, Cassie blushed and said, Sorry, I know it seems ridiculous, but that's just how I feel. You and Neff don't have to do the same. Sunny shook his head. No, you might be right, I understand sort of. It's just that we didn't bring any supplies with us, so we won't be able to eat anything unless we go hunting. The blind girl sighed. Then her face brightened and she said, What about the great tree's fruits? I bet they're delicious. Sunny looked at her in amazement. Are you serious? Cassie was visibly confused by his question. Yes, why? He blinked a couple of times before answering. That tree is magnificent and pretty, but it's also very strange and suspicious. Why is it able to grow here when nothing else can? I'm pretty sure that it's the reason why all the coral around the Ashen Barrow is dead. Have you seen anything else capable of damaging the labyrinth itself? Sunny looked at Cassie, then at Nephi's, trying to show how serious he was about this. In any case, it's too creepy. I don't think that we should eat these fruits. Who knows what they'll do to us? The blind girl smiled. You're being a little paranoid, don't you think? A tree is a tree. Actually, I think it's a wonderful example of how life can prevail against all odds, even in this terrible place. I'm willing to bet that its fruits are perfectly fine. He stared at her, not knowing what to say. How could Cassie be so dismissive of his completely valid concern? That wasn't like her at all. Unpleasantly surprised, Sunny turned to Neff, hoping that she would support him. Changing Star thought things through before speaking. Then she said in a measured voice, "Sunny is right. There are too many strange things about that tree. Eating its fruits would be too risky." Finally, a voice of reason, he exhaled, relieved. However, his heart was still inexplicably gripped with worry. As Cassie sighed with disappointment, Changing Star turned to him and asked, "The echo was destroyed?" Sunny's face darkened. He was still pained by the loss of his loyal scavenger. "Yeah, the demon acted faster than I had expected. He killed it before I could do anything." Nephi's frowned. "Too bad, our speed will be severely reduced. Have you no heart, woman? At least pretend to be sad. My poor echo is gone." His shadow shook its head, amazed at the childishness of its master. Sunny was also surprised by his reaction, considering that his own first thought after the echo had died was about how much money he wouldn't be able to make by selling it. "Yeah, it's a us pity." Changing Star gave him a nod and then asked, "You also lost your sword?" Sunny sighed and gritted his teeth. "Yes, it shattered when I blocked the demon's scythe, which hurt even more than the death of his scavenger. Azure Blade was his first sword. He fought and trained with it for a long time. It was already like a part of him, and now it was gone." Nephi's raised a hand. "Well, you're in luck. I received a memory after killing the carapace demon. It's a weapon." Chapter 74, Midnight Shard. Sunny's heart skipped a bit. Instantly, he forgot all about the Azure Blade. Yes, that sword held a certain sentimental value, but who the hell cares about sentimentality? It came from a carapace scavenger, which wasn't bad at all for his current rank. Few sleepers got to wield awakened weapons. But this new memory came from an actual awakened demon. A demon? That made it an awakened memory of the third tier, 2 whole tiers above the Azure Blade. There were 7 tiers in total, corresponding to the 7 classes of nightmare creatures, from beasts to titans. Strictly speaking, a higher tier did not always mean that a memory will be more powerful. But generally, the more advanced a creature was, the more unique and formidable memories it left behind. That's why the puppeteer's shroud, which came from an awakened tyrant and was thus considered to be a Tier 5 awakened armor, was so precious. "Please be awesome." Sunny tried very hard to not let his excitement show on his face. Pretending to be nonchalant, he kept his voice even and said, "Really? That's good." Nephi's took his hand, ruining all Sunny's attempts to appear calm, and closed her eyes. Hiding the startled expression on his face, Sunny felt a spark of energy travel from her body to his. It was just like that time he transferred the Starlight Legion armor to her, only in reverse. "You have received a memory, Midnight Shard." Huh, cool name. He summoned the runes and impatiently searched for the description of his new weapon. Memory, Midnight Shard. Memory rank, awakened. Memory type, weapon. Memory description, forged from the shard of a fallen star, this stalwart blade is firm and unyielding. It favors those who are willing to fight to the last drop of blood and knows no surrender. Interesting. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard. Immediately, an elegant sword appeared in his hand. The sword looked a bit like the Azure Blade, but only in the sense that it was single-edged and had a long hilt suitable for 2 hands. However, this was where the similarities ended. For starters, its blade was much longer, somewhere between 70 and 80 centimeters, and slightly curved. It was forged out of the same bright, lustrous metal as the carapace demon's armor. It was incredibly sharp. The hilt was made out of polished black wood, quite similar in appearance to the onyx branches of the great tree. The crossguard was round in shape and more pronounced than that of the Azure Blade, offering better support and protection to the wielder's hand. The sword had no decorations, no ornaments, no embellishments. It was simple and austere, like a true weapon designed for battle and battle alone. It seemed to radiate a cold, fearsome aura. As soon as his hand touched the Midnight Shard, Sunny felt that this sword possessed an unbreakable will. Its blade was strong enough to withstand devastating blows without suffering any damage. With this sword in his hand, nothing would be able to leave Sunny unarmed again. More than that, there was a strange new sensation somewhere deep in his heart. When Sunny held the midnight shard, he could feel a subtle presence, as though there was a deep well of power hiding inside of him, just beyond reach. He couldn't quite understand how to access that power yet, but it was certainly real. I guess I'll have to win its favor first. But how do I do it? I'll have to experiment later. Admiring his new weapon, Sunny looked at Nephi's and said, "Even I know what type of sword this is. It's a katana, right?" She studied the midnight shard and then answered, "Technically, it's a takai. It's longer than a traditional katana and has a slightly different blade shape, but they're quite similar. A takai, well, it sounded nice anyway." And most of the principles he had learned with the azure blade could be applied to a sword of this type as well, since they shared the same foundation. The new acquisition wasn't quite enough to make Sunny forget about the loss of the echo, but his mood did improve significantly. He liked the midnight shard a lot. There was beauty in its simple, resolute design. It was understated and deadly, kind of like Sunny himself. It was a significant upgrade. Suddenly, a dark thought appeared in Sunny's mind. Glancing at Nephi's, he cleared his throat and said after a bit of hesitation, It's a very nice weapon. Tier 3, no less. Are you sure that you don't want to keep it for yourself?" Changing Star was the one to deal the final blow to the carapace demon, after all. By right, the memory belonged to her. But Sunny really hoped that she would refuse. Nephi's shook her head. "I already have a sword. It suits me." Inwardly, Sunny sighed with relief. Good, he thought. Makes you wonder, though, if she's unwilling to exchange her longsword for a Tier 3 weapon, then what is the tier of that silver sword of hers? He didn't buy the idea that it simply suited Changing Star better, even for a second. She had told him herself that the principle of using these types of swords was basically the same. Upgrading to the Midnight Shard and giving the old weapon to Sunny would not have caused her any problem. The only reason she would refuse it was that it would have been a downgrade instead. Once again, he became curious about the exact circumstances of how Neph had got her true name. To receive his own, Sunny had to kill an awakened tyrant. Could it be possible that she had done the same, or even something more incredible? But he was too tired to try and fish for information. They all were. Afraid that the strange winged creature they had seen devouring a dead centurion would appear again. This time to claim the remains of the carapace demon, the three sleepers relocated to a far side of the island and hid behind the trunk of the great tree. Only when they were sure that nothing would be able to notice them from above did they finally allow the exhaustion to prevail and went to sleep. Sunny fell into dreamless darkness almost instantly, happy to finally be able to rest. However, this time something strange happened. He actually saw a dream. Strange, Sunny thought. This isn't supposed to happen in the dream realm, right? Then, there was no more time to think. Chapter 75, Broken Dreams. Sunny woke up from the insistent sense of alarm coming from his shadow. Groggy and disoriented, he opened his eyes and sat up. What's wrong? He looked down at the shadow and saw it repeatedly pointing up with a tense expression on its, well, it didn't have a face. He could just tell that it was nervous. Trouble. Sunny looked up and saw nothing but the scarlet leaves of the great tree. The sky was hidden, but he could easily tell that the sun was still up. It seemed that he was asleep for just a few hours. There was no threat anywhere in sight. He frowned. What got you so spooked? The shadow just pointed up again, seemingly irritated by his stupidity. Sunny blinked a couple of times and addressed it again. High in the tree, higher, in the sky. Finally satisfied, the shadow crossed its arms. Something dangerous is above the island, that creepy raven thing again? He had to check, but why did he feel as though he was forgetting something? Sunny scowled, trying to understand where this feeling of missing something important had come from. What was there to miss? He was asleep, then woke up and conversed with the shadow. Asleep, suddenly, he remembered bits and pieces of a strange dream. At least it seemed like a dream, was it? People weren't supposed to dream in the dream realm. It was just how things worked. From what he knew, only Cassie seemed to be an exception from this rule. He didn't remember much about this supposed dream of his, with even the remaining fragments already fading from his memory. There was a woman grabbing him by the shoulders, an expression of horror and panic on her face. She was saying something, but he couldn't hear what. No, not a woman. It was Cassie? Yes, it was her. And the thing she was saying. Sonny strained his memory, trying to catch the pieces of the dream before they completely disappeared. Yeah, I think she was saying, Suddenly, he could clearly hear Cassie's frightened, tense voice as she was hurriedly telling him to remember something, repeating the same sentence over and over again in a begging tone. You have to remember, Sonny. 5, it's 5, remember. You have to remember, it's 5. What a strange dream. Sonny cast a glance at Cassie, who was sleeping peacefully near Neff, and shook his head in bewilderment. He wasn't sure if this memory of his was really a dream or some strange scene he had imagined right before falling asleep. With how the dream realm worked, he was leaning toward the latter possibility. Still, I better tell the girls when. He was distracted from this thought by the shadow, which waved its hands impatiently. Oh, right, there's a threat in the sky. Instantly, Sonny had forgotten all about his intention to share the contents of this strange memory of his with Nephi's and Cassie. In fact, he had forgotten that it was strange and possibly important altogether. This lapse in his judgment was sudden and unnatural, but since Sonny couldn't remember things that he had forgotten, he didn't notice anything amiss and went about his business as if nothing had happened. If he did, he could have realized that this might not have been the first time he had forgotten something important since they arrived at the Ashen Barrow. Standing up, Sonny summoned the midnight shard and glanced darkly at the blood-red leaves of the great tree. Feeling the coolness of the black polished hilt in his hand, he felt a little calmer. Woken up by his quiet movements, Nephi's opened her eyes and looked at him, her body tensing up. There was a silent question in her eyes. Sonny shook his head. I don't know yet. Stay with Cassie while I check things out. Leaving the girls behind, Sonny walked forward. He was planning to reach the edge of the island, where the branches of the colossal tree were not as thick and the sky could be seen through the openings in its crown. Technically, he could have sent his shadow to do this instead of going himself. But in situations like this, where the danger was unknown, Sonny usually preferred to keep the shadow close by in case he needed to use it. Reaching the eastern slope of the Ashen Barrow, he carefully looked up, still hidden in the shadow of the great tree. Up above in the vast gray sky, a small black dot was circling around the island. Sonny's chest became heavy with wariness. Back when the terrible winged beast had first appeared, it looked exactly like this from the distance. Leaving the shadow behind to keep watch on the black dot, he returned and briefly told Nephi's and Cassie about his discovery. Right now, it's just flying above the island. I don't know if it's the same creature or not, and when it is going to land. Changing Star frowned. Last time, it wasn't very interested in searching for live prey. Perhaps it's mostly a carrion eater, and thus is only interested in the carapace demon's carcass. Cassie offered her own opinion. Maybe we're too weak and little to satiate it. After all, it never came for the corpses of the scavengers we had slain, as if eating mere beasts is beneath it. Sonny shook his head. Back then, it did come for the carapace centurion's meat, but it took a few scavengers with it as well before leaving. So it'll be too optimistic to think that this abomination will not try to devour us too if given a chance. Nephi's thought for a while, then gave him a nod. You're right. The best course of action would be to stay away from the carapace demon for now and hide when it decides to land. Then, looking up, she added. But first, we must observe it to make sure that it's the same creature and confirm its intentions. Not having an argument against this logic, Sonny led the girls to the spot where he had left his shadow. There, they sat on the ground and watched the black dot as it circled around the Ashen Barrow. Observing the flying creature left them disturbed and unsure of what to do. The black dot drew closer a few times, allowing them to discern that it was indeed the same terrible monstrosity that they had encountered a few weeks before, or at least a creature of the same type. However, it never got too close to the crown of the great tree, as though hesitating to land in its shadow. What's worse, as hours passed by, it was joined by 2 other abominations of the same breed, each as horrifying and repulsive as the first one was. Now, 3 black dots were circling in the skies above their heads, filling Sunny's heart with dread. One of those creatures, with its corpse-like white body and raven-black feathers, with an unnatural mess of powerful limbs protruding from its wide chest, each ending with a set of terrifying talons, was enough to wipe out their entire group. The memory of how easily the creature had broken through the adamantine shell of the carapace centurion with its massive beak was still fresh in his mind. He suspected that these abominations were at least as powerful as the carapace demon was, or perhaps even more so. And now there were 3 of them. We'd better hide well, he thought, cold sweat running down his back. However, the flying monsters seemed to be reluctant to approach the ashen barrow for some reason. They just circled around it, sometimes hesitantly approaching, but then gaining height again. Their behavior was strange and disturbing. After some time, Cassie quietly said, "Maybe they're not hungry." Sunny blinked, trying to imagine a world where a nightmare creature might not be hungry. Was it even possible? He, on the other hand. "I don't know about these albino chickens, but I'm hungry as hell." This was true. The 3 of them had not eaten anything since yesterday. Sunny was afraid that if the abominations did decide to land on the island, the loud growls of his stomach would give away his position. Nephi's glanced at him and asked, "Want to eat some grilled chicken?" Sunny opened his eyes wide and hissed, "Don't even think about it." She stared at him, then turned away with a smile. That was a joke. She knows how to joke? Well, at least someone's sense of humor was worse than his. In the end, their worst fears did not come true. After the sun began to roll toward the horizon, the 3 flying abominations finally made a decision and left the skies above the ashen barrow, flying west in a loose wedge formation. They never descended low enough to notice the 3 sleepers, let alone landing on the surface of the large island. Sunny was left drenched in sweat and tired from anticipating a disaster, almost disappointed at the fact that all this worrying had turned out to be for nothing. Looking at Cassie, who couldn't see that the danger had passed, he said, "They're gone." The blind girl exhaled with relief and relaxed, the frown disappearing from her face. Thank heavens, sitting here and waiting was 5 times worse than hiding from one of them at those cliffs. For some reason, Sunny flinched a little. What did you say?" "I said that waiting for them to land was very tiresome." He blinked, not understanding why he had reacted so strangely to this innocuous sentence. Did he see a dream having to do with Cassie and number 5? Right, he did. Not that it was anything to think twice about. "Oh, yeah, you're right." Then he turned to Nephi's and asked, "What do you want to do now?" Changing Star looked west, where the black dots had disappeared from sight, and said after a short pause, "Let's check the western edge of the island and decide on the next high point to reach." Sunny shrugged, not having any objections. Cassie smiled. "Good idea. Who knows, maybe we'll finally see the walls of the castle." Soon, they had crossed the island and approached its western slope. Here, the ground was raised just before plunging down, forming a natural rampart that hid the landscape from their eyes. Nephi's was the first to climb up and reach the top. Sunny was just behind her when he felt that something was wrong. Changing Star's posture was somehow strange, stiff, and rigid, as though she had suddenly turned to stone. Stepping on the ashen surface of the natural rampart, he worriedly looked at Nephi's and noticed a grim, resentful expression on her face. He had never seen her in such a state before. Turning his head, Sunny looked west and then narrowed his eyes. His face instantly darkened. Feeling the desire to curse, Sunny gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Inside his head, only one word was repeating over and over again. "Damn, damn, damn." Chapter 76, The Abyss. Beyond the western edge of the ashen barrow, the landscape of the forgotten shore was not at all like what Sunny had expected and hoped to see. On this side of the island, the slope was much steeper. At the spot where it was supposed to end, the familiar sight of the flat wasteland was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the ground continued to slope downward at a less drastic, but still considerably sharp angle. It continued far into the distance. In fact, the whole island appeared to be standing on the edge of a colossal depression in the earth, one that stretched as far as the eye could see. With its edges slightly curved, it resembled a giant crater left behind by an unimaginable impact. From what Sunny was able to observe, the crater's diameter could only be calculated in hundreds of kilometers. The roots of the giant tree, which could be seen protruding from the soil far below, seemed like tiny blades of grass in comparison to the sheer size of the abyssal chasm's wall. It was like the whole world was tilted on its side, making Sunny's head spin. In short, there were no more high natural features to the west of them. The only way forward was to go down, with no hope of finding shelter from the crushing torrents of the dark sea, which meant that there was no way forward at all. Their journey to the west had come to an end, and with it, all hope of finding a gateway to the real world was lost. Sunny stared at the desolate landscape, feeling rage and disbelief clawing at his heart. He just couldn't believe that all their struggles were for nothing. But the proof was right in front of him, real and undeniable. Damn it all. He tried to think of some cunning way to solve the situation, but there was nothing his imagination could come up with. The dark sea with all its horrors drowned the world every night, and the only way to escape it was to climb high enough before the sunset. With no heights anywhere in sight, what could he do? Sunny glanced at Nephi's, who seemed to be even more crestfallen than him. Her face had turned into an icy mask, a dark look full of bitterness and resentment in her eyes. He opened his mouth, trying to come up with something to say, but no words came to his mind. In the end, they both remained silent until the distant rumble announced the return of the dark sea. Deep in the colossal crater, dark torrents appeared from beyond the horizon, rushing to fill it to the brim. A little bit stunned, Sunny watched as the water level rapidly rose, finally turning the endless chasm into a vast sea of black. Then, it began to overflow, sending an unstoppable flood of water into the wasteland. Flowing past the ashen barrow, it rushed inland, crushing against the coral of the crimson labyrinth. Soon, the whole world was covered in seething black water. Sunny licked his dry lips and turned to Nephi's. After a short pause, he said in a raspy voice, "I think we found the source of the dark sea." She lingered, watching the last rays of sunshine slowly disappear from the sky, then turned to him with a grim expression on her face. "Let's head back." All three of them felt lost and heartbroken because of the terrible discovery. Cassie in particular seemed to be utterly shocked. "It doesn't make sense, it just doesn't," she mumbled on their way to camp. "How could it be?" Gripping Sunny's shoulder, she quickened her step and asked, "Are you sure that there's nothing higher than the sea level out there? Are you absolutely sure?" He sighed, feeling his mood turning even darker than before. "Yes, we looked quite thoroughly. The whole land just goes down, down, and down. It stretches to the horizon, as far as we could see, in all directions except for the east. The ashen barrow is right on the edge." The blind girl shook her head. "But how could it be? I've seen that we had reached the castle." "There must be a way." Sunny remained silent, not knowing how to answer. If there really was a way, he had no idea about it. After a few seconds, Nephi's answered instead of him, "We will try to come up with something tomorrow. Worst case scenario, we'll have to go around the whole thing." Sunny trembled at the thought. A journey like that would take months. To circle around the colossal crater, they would have to cover many times more distance than they had in the prior weeks, each day bringing the risk of stumbling onto something beyond their ability to resist. And each night bringing the risk of something stumbling onto them. The chances of surviving several months in this hellish place were nothing if not abyssal. Abyssal. With a grimace, he tried to not think of the worst-case scenario. The darkness of the falling night was not the best environment for scary thoughts. Tomorrow. We'll rest, recharge, and think of something tomorrow. It is just like Cassie said, since she saw us entering the castle, there must be a way. They reached their temporary camp just before the sun had completely disappeared. Lying on the makeshift bed of fallen leaves, Sunny tiredly closed his eyes and thought, "I hope I won't see any dreams today." Then, he slightly frowned. "Dreams? Since when am I capable of dreaming in this place?" Oh, right, there was that one dream, or was it a memory? What was it about again? I can't seem to remember. With that thought disappearing from his mind, he fell asleep. In the morning, the mood between the three of them was pretty somber. No one seemed to want to talk or do anything, aimlessly staring at the ground or the rustling leaves of the great tree. In addition to the blow of yesterday's revelation, they were also hungry. The corpse of the carapace demon was starting to look more and more appealing, at least to Sunny. However, he was still not at the point of breaking his promise to Cassie. Finally, Nephi's broke the silence. Standing up, she looked up with grim resolution and said, "I'm going to climb to the top of the tree and take a look around. Maybe I'll notice something that we missed from up high." Sunny stared at the giant tree, suddenly feeling incredibly small. It was truly enormous. The ashen barrow itself was already much taller than the giant knight's statue and every other shelter they had seen, and the tree almost dwarfed it in size. Climbing all the way up would take a lot of time and effort. But maybe she would really be able to notice something from that incredible height. He scratched the back of his head and said, "All right, but be careful. Keep an eye on the sky. If you notice those winged abominations again, come back down." Changing Star gave him a nod and headed for the tree. Without turning her head, she calmly said as a farewell, "Take care of Cassie while I'm gone. It shouldn't be more than a few hours." Sunny waved a hand and watched her walk away. Then he tried to think of something to do. On a usual day, he would have already started his morning training. But today, he was too hungry. Come on, hunger is not an excuse. Do you think you'll always have a full stomach before a battle? No. So get up and train. Don't you want to try how the midnight shard feels in your hand? With a sigh, Sunny got up. He trained for an hour, enjoying the swift and reliable feeling of his new sword. The long takai was truly incredible. It was light, maneuverable, and unrelenting. Its edge sang as it cut the air. Sunny already felt as though it was a part of him. His movements were fluid and measured, almost elegant. After the training session was over, he decided to do something useful. Walking over to the carapace demon's corpse, Sunny spent some time prying the soul shard out of it. In the end, he gathered all 3 of the crystals with some effort and stashed them into the seaweed rucksack. What to do now? After a bit of pondering, he suddenly got an idea and tried to find the place from his memory. The one where the carapace demon had dropped the transcendent soul shard into the sand. That shard had been brought to the ashen barrow by the subservient centurion and would be a real treat for Neph or Cassie. He quickly found the right spot. However, no matter how hard Sunny looked, he couldn't find the alluring crystal. In the process, a couple more hours had passed by. Stange, it was quite large. Where could it be? He was determined to continue the search. But at that moment, the shadow that he had left with Cassie noticed movement in the branches of the great tree. Nephi's was back. Sunny walked back to the camp, thinking about what she had found. Was there hope for them after all, or was there only more bad news? By the time he returned, Neph and Cassie were sitting on the ground with relaxed expressions on their faces. She saw something? Sunny thought, suddenly excited, but in the next second his eyes widened. The 2 girls were holding something in their hands, their lips painted red. They were eating the fruits of the great tree. Chapter 77, Enthralled. Sunny stumbled and looked at his companions in utter shock. Nephi's and Cassie were each holding a large, round, glistening fruit. The skin of these fruits was smooth and black as onyx, while the succulent insides were red as ruby. Their hands, chins, and lips were smeared with red juice, making it look as though they were feasting on blood. The air was filled with an alluring, sweet aroma. Sunny recoiled, but his stomach involuntarily growled, reminding him how hungry he was. Nephi's looked at Sunny and offered him a relaxed smile. "Hey." He stared at her, lost for words. Finally, after a few seconds had passed, Sunny collected himself and screamed, "What do you mean, hey? What the hell are you doing?" His voice was loud, full of disbelief and anger. Both Neph and Cassie turned to face him. They were visibly confused. "Why are you shouting?" Sunny gaped at them, feeling like he had lost his mind. Why were they so nonchalant about this? What was going on here? Trying to find some sense in the situation, he took a cautious step forward and looked at Nephi's. Did she wait? What was he thinking about? He was so hungry. It was hard to concentrate on anything except for food. Shaking off the unexpected memory lapse, Sunny remembered what he was about to say and pressed. "Why did you change your mind?" Changing Star frowned. "Changed my mind? About what?" He clenched his teeth, thinking that she was trying to fool him. "About the fruits. I thought we had agreed to avoid eating them." Nephi's blinked, a confused expression appearing on her face. "Did we? Why?" Sunny opened his mouth to answer, but then froze. Actually, why did they make that agreement? I can't quite remember. He was sure that there was a reason, but his memory was completely blank. There definitely was an agreement, wasn't there? He was pretty sure that there was, at least up until a few moments ago. Now, however, did he imagine the whole thing? There really was no reason not to eat the alluring fruits, especially when the three of them were so hungry. No, wait, that's not right. Are you all right, Sunny? He flinched and glanced at Nephi's, who was looking at him with concern. Suddenly, Sunny felt lost and confused. What were they talking about? Something about some sort of agreement? What agreement? Not knowing how to answer, he just stood there with a frown on his face and pouted. This is embarrassing. Did I completely space out while she was talking to me? Fortunately, Cassie quickly came to his rescue. She always knew how to make the situation less awkward. Are you angry because we started eating without you? He looked at her and noticed the big, delicious fruit in her hands. His stomach growled. So hungry? I guess. Cassie smiled and pointed to the ground, where another fruit was placed on the pile of fallen leaves. Her teeth were smeared with red juice. Don't worry, Neff brought 3 of them, 1 for each. How nice of her. Sunny picked up the fruit, looked at it, and took a bite without thinking. Instantly, his mouth was filled with delightful, cool sweetness. The succulent, juicy fruit was probably the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. It was both nourishing and refreshing, with rich texture and soft, lingering aftertaste. The ruby flesh practically melted on his tongue, making his whole body tingle. It was pure joy in the form of a fruit. Wow! Despite his delight, Sunny felt disturbed for some reason. Something was very wrong about the whole situation, but what? Taking another bite, he frowned and tried to understand the source of this anxious feeling. It was hard to think about anything except for how heavenly the fruit of the soul tree tasted, but he forced himself to concentrate. Soul tree? Since when? Wait, don't get distracted. Sunny was finally able to pinpoint the source of the strangeness. It was his shadow. When he reached out to pick up the fruit, the shadow did not copy his movements, as though reluctant to touch it. Even now it was motionless, refusing to mimic him eating the fruit. Weird, what is it with this guy? Sunny took one more bite and looked at the shadow, lost in thought. The shadow had an eccentric temper, but it rarely did something without a reason. If it didn't like the fruit, there had to be something wrong with the fruit. Sunny frowned, suddenly feeling a sense of dread grip his heart. There was something wrong with the, damn, why is it so hard to think about this stuff? There was something wrong with the fruit? Why would there? Wait, is this why I screamed at Nephi's? She broke an agreement? What was the agreement? Sunny was at the precipice of remembering something very important. He felt as though he just needed to pull on the thread and the whole truth would reveal itself. Something terrible was going to happen if he failed. But then, Sunny got distracted. Something unexpected happened, something that required his full attention. Instantly, he somehow forgot all about the problem with the soul tree's fruits, because at that moment, the spell was talking into his ear. Your shadow grows stronger. What? He blinked, then looked at the delicious fruit in his hands. The spell announced the increase in his power right after Sunny swallowed his 3rd bite. Stunned, he raised his head and looked at Nephi's. Changing Star, too, was staring at her fruit with a strange expression on her face. Feeling his gaze, she looked up. Sunny licked his lips. Did you? At the same time, Nephi said, I just absorbed a point of soul essence. Without saying anything, they both turned to Cassie. The blind girl was enthusiastically devouring the fruit. Red juice was flowing down her chin and dripping to the ground. Stopping for a moment, she smiled. Actually, I received mine a few bites ago. Sunny's eyes widened. Excitedly, he summoned the runes and found the right cluster. Shadow fragments, 97/1000. He really received a fragment. He received a shadow fragment without risking his life in a battle against deadly monsters. Finally, Sunny was able to realize why the carapace demon had been so fixated on the soul tree and its fruits. These fruits were pure magic. Forgetting all about the uneasy feeling, he raised his hand and greedily bit into the succulent, delicious, nourishing flesh. Late in the evening, when the sun was already hidden behind the horizon and the dark sea had once again turned the Ashen Barrow into a lonely island, the three of them were preparing for the night. They had moved their camp to rest between the roots of the great tree. With newfound energy received from consuming miraculous fruits, all their worries seemed to fade. With no way to move further west, Nephi's, Sunny, and Cassie had decided to rest for a few days before making any decisions. They deserved a short vacation. The Ashen Barrows was a perfect place to recuperate. There were no monsters in the surrounding wasteland. It was large enough to protect them from the horrors of the sea, and they had plenty of food thanks to the soul tree. What's more, that food could even provide them with power. Where else would they be able to grow stronger without risking their lives? As far as hell goes, this place was almost a paradise. Sunny lay on the makeshift mattress of fallen leaves, feeling relaxed and optimistic for the first time in many, many days. Things seemed to be getting better. Before falling asleep, he glanced at the mighty branches of the great tree and thought with a bit of regret. With the carapace demon gone, there's no one to protect this magnificent tree anymore. When we continue our journey, it will be completely defenseless. What a shame, his consciousness was already half asleep. However, one last thought entered Sunny's mind right before he completely slipped into the embrace of darkness. What a shame that no one will be here to serve it, and feed it, and help it spread its seeds. Chapter 78, Bliss. In the morning, Sunny was woken up by the gentle rustling of leaves. Opening his eyes, he saw rays of sunshine falling through the scarlet crown of the soul tree, painting the world in soft shades of pink. The sight was beautiful and tranquil. It felt as though none of the dangers and terrors of the dream realm could reach him here. A soft breeze touched his skin, bringing with it coolness and the smell of fallen leaves. For the first time in a long while, Sunny felt at peace. Is this what a vacation feels like? If so, their decision to have one was the best decision ever. He sat up with a yawn and lazily looked around. Cassie and Nephi's were already awake. Seeing them put a smile on Sunny's face. Why the hell am I grinning? Shaking his head, Sunny put on a serious expression and said, "Good morning." The girls greeted him. Then Nephi's slightly tilted her head and asked, "Hey, do you remember why we didn't leave anyone to keep watch last night?" Sunny blinked. Indeed, why hadn't anyone guarded the camp? No, I guess we were too tired. Plus, it's so safe here. Why deprive ourselves of sleep? She frowned. Sunny expected Changing Star to berate them, but unexpectedly, she just shrugged. I guess. That's not like her. Am I not the only one in a great mood? To make Neff feel better, he pointed down and said, "Don't worry. My shadow would have warned us if anything had happened." She seemed to have forgotten about her question already, returning to whatever she had been doing before. All three of them were easily distracted these days. Sunny sighed. "So, what are you guys going to do today?" Cassie turned to him with a smile and answered in a teasing tone, "Nothing, we're on vacation, remember, so we're just going to rest and relax." Sounds like a plan. Speaking about plans, at that moment, Cassie scowled and said with a comically strict expression, "You too, Sunny. You are not allowed to plan, plot, and scheme. Just sit back and enjoy the day. All right?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. All right. He felt as though he was forgetting something. But what? Looking at Nephi's, Sunny hesitated and asked, "Remind me, why did you climb the soul tree yesterday?" She glanced at him in confusion. I don't really remember, to get the fruits." Sunny smiled at the mention of the miraculous fruits and nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense." A few days passed by. Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie spent them idling away, not concerned with anything in the world. Their tired bodies and minds needed time to rest. They slept until noon, ate the delightful fruits, and sat around the fire, talking or simply soaking in the warmth. Sometimes, they would play games or engage in other forms of entertainment. Other times, they would keep to themselves, enjoying the almost forgotten feeling of privacy. Sunny had been a loner for most of his life, so these past few weeks that he had spent side by side with other people, without even a minute to himself, were a taxing experience. He relished the opportunity to be alone with his thoughts once again. Luckily, the island was large enough for the three of them to stay apart if they didn't wish to be disturbed. Not that it happened often. At first, he had expected that lazing around doing nothing would very quickly grow boring, but surprisingly, it did not. He felt perfectly fine, simply laying on the ground and staring at the gently swaying branches of the sole tree, caught in a blissful reverie. In moments like these, he would lose track of time, often realizing that entire hours had passed only when the sun was about to set. The concept of time, in general, had become strangely hard to grasp. Sunny wasn't entirely sure how many days they had spent on the peaceful island. He was pretty sure that it was less than a week, but couldn't remember the exact amount. Not being able to remember something had become a common occurrence. All three of them were turning increasingly absent-minded and forgetful. Sometimes, Sunny would catch himself straining to remember details of his previous life or notice the strangeness of their behavior. But a minute later, he would forget about these concerns, distracted by some innocuous thought or occurrence. His memory was becoming hazier and hazier. The only clear things in it were how delicious and refreshing the magical fruits were, how pleasant it was to live under the shade of the sole tree, and how magnificent it was. The tree was beautiful, benevolent, and generous. It protected them from the cursed blight of the crimson labyrinth, kept the monsters away, and provided nourishment both for their bodies and for their soul cores. Sunny was becoming increasingly convinced that finding the majestic soul tree was a true blessing. The thought of leaving its gifts behind and returning to the horror of the outside world seemed less and less attractive. Why leave when they were perfectly happy here? Well, at least two of them were. While Nephi's was as carefree and tranquil as Sunny and Cassie in the beginning, as time went by, she grew strangely despondent and gloomy. It seemed as though she had reverted back to her old, distant, and unsociable self. Instead of chatting or relaxing with them, Changing Star ended up spending most of her time sitting on the western edge of the island alone, staring into the distance with bleak eyes. Sunny had no idea what was wrong. He was worried about her. Not even the frequent, insistent lapses of memory managed to overcome his concern about Neph. On one of the evenings, Sunny approached the western slope of the island, feeling as though his head was about to split from pain. For some reason, he kept forgetting the reason for this visit on the way here. It took all of his willpower to hold on to his intentions. He wanted to check on Nephi's. Just like always, she was sitting at the ridge of the western edge, gazing into the distance. Sunny climbed onto the ridge and sat down, looking at her with hesitation. "Hey, Neph." Changing Star glanced at him. Her indifferent expression was back, making any attempt to understand her true emotions futile. However, it was clear that she was not all right. "Hey." Sunny scratched the back of his head. Was he seeing things, or was her hair a bit longer than before? "Why aren't you enjoying the vacation?" Changing Star frowned. After a while, she said, "Don't we need to keep moving west?" He raised his eyebrows, surprised. "West? What is in the west?" Neff's frown deepened, turning into a scowl. I don't remember, but I feel. She grew silent, then said quietly, "I feel like I have to do something very important. Abandon the soul tree. What a strange idea." Sunny pondered for some time, trying to understand where she got the idea that they had to move somewhere. Finally, he asked, "Why west of all directions?" Nephi's turned to him. There was a strange, pained expression on her face. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "I don't know." Sunny sighed. If she didn't know, then he, of course, had no idea either. All he knew was that he wanted to make her feel better. But how? Sunny frowned, trying to think of a way. He felt that there was something very obvious that he was forgetting. Something that would instantly erase Neff's suffering. When the realization hit him, he froze. Of course, how could I forget? The answer was so clear. He just had to climb the soul tree and find an especially juicy fruit for her to eat. Chapter 79, Twist of Fate. It was already dark when Sunny returned to the great tree. Cassie was asleep, snuggled comfortably under her cloak. There was a peaceful smile on her face. Sweet dreams. She wasn't bothered by her terrible visions in a long time. Everything became better since they decided to stay on the tranquil island. Everything except for Neff's mood. She didn't even bother to return to camp today, staying at the western edge of the barrow. Sunny didn't like that she was so close to the black water. He sighed. "I need to get some tasty fruits for her as soon as possible." She definitely would not be able to stay sad after eating the magical fruits. They were so sweet and delicious. Sunny began salivating just from thinking about them. Maybe I'll find one for myself, too. In the beginning, they took turns climbing to the lower branches of the sole tree to gather fruits. Lately, though, Nephi seemed to be distracted by her strange melancholy. As the result, the group relied on him to bring down fruits for everyone. He had already picked the lowest branches clean, choosing the ripest fruits first. Later ones were smaller and not as heavenly, although they still tasted amazing. Since each fruit was big enough to satiate a person for a long time, they rarely ate more than one in a day. The ripest fruits provided Sunny with 1 or 2 shadow fragments, while the smaller ones gave 1 or even none at all. I wonder how many shadow fragments I accumulated. Should be more than 100, right? Maybe even 110. No way. We've been here just for a few days, a week at most. He could just summon the runes and check, but somehow that thought didn't even occur to him. If it did, he would have been horrified. Forgetting all about the shadow fragments, Sunny looked up and scratched the back of his head. Initially, he was planning to climb the tree in the morning and explore higher than he had previously gone, looking for the best, most delicious fruit possible to give to Neph. But after thinking about it, he decided to not wait until the night was over. He could see perfectly in the dark, after all, and this way, he would be able to give Changing Star a delightful present much sooner. Stepping close to the trunk of the miraculous tree, Sunny began climbing. The first stretch was the most difficult since he had nothing to grab except for small cracks and bumps on the smooth, obsidian bark. Reaching the branches required a lot of effort. However, he was already accustomed to it. Moving his hands and feet almost on instinct, Sunny got higher and higher. Soon, he was already pulling himself on top of an enormous, wide branch. These first branches were as wide as roads. He sat down and rested for some time, enjoying the coolness of the night air. Sunny had never climbed the sole tree in the dark before. Without the bright sunbeams falling through the leaves, it looked strangely different. The vibrant magnificence was gone, replaced with eerie stillness. The rustling of scarlet leaves did not seem calming and tranquil anymore. In fact, it made Sunny shudder. It sounded like thousands and thousands of trapped souls all screaming in agony. What's up with me today? How can I even think of such things? What a fool. Good thing that the great tree can't hear me, otherwise I'd be so ashamed. Please forgive me, soul tree. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up and continued climbing. He was very disappointed in himself. After all the good things that the tree had given them, he had stupidly doubted its benevolence, its greatness, its desire to devour, always ravenous, always growing, starving, hungry, forever. How ungrateful. Why did he even begin to think about, what exactly was he thinking about? Sunny frowned, failing to recall his train of thought. Whatever. I'm here to find a tasty fruit for Neph, not practice my reasoning. Climbing higher and higher, he soon abandoned the area that they had explored before. The crown of the great tree was vast enough to form a maze of its own. The large branches grew chaotically in all directions, twisting and crossing each other, with thick foliage blocking lines of sight and making any attempt of looking for the fruits difficult and time-consuming. Still, Sunny was determined to continue. He figured that if he went really high, where sunlight was denser, the fruits would be much riper. They had never tried a fruit from the higher branches. If he could find a really amazing one, Nephi would have to change her mind and abandon her strange thoughts of leaving the island. After all, these fruits were magical. Maybe she'll even smile. Encouraged, Sunny continued climbing. Time slowly passed. After a long while, Sunny finally decided that he had climbed high enough. He wasn't sure how many hours ago he had started the ascent, but judging by the soreness of his muscles and the visibly diminished width of the branches, he was somewhere in the upper part of the tree. Stepping on one of the branches, he slowly walked forward and looked from side to side. Searching for the fruits was not easy. It required good perception and patience. And a great sense of equilibrium, of course. Falling from this height would not be a great experience. In fact, it would be his last. Carefully observing the surroundings, Sunny moved further and further away from the trunk of the great tree. The branches were softly swaying under his feet. A few times, he jumped from one to another, causing a change in the melody of rustling leaves. On the way, he noticed several hanging fruits. They looked ripe and delicious, but none of them was really special. And he wanted to find the most wonderful fruit possible. Finally, Sunny got so far that the branches grew really narrow and thin. Now they were almost the same size as those of a normal tree, barely able to support his weight. But he still did not find a suitable gift for Nephi's. Sunny helplessly looked around, crestfallen. He really thought that he would be able to. Then, he noticed something strange. Some distance away from him, the branches just above the one he was standing on were twisted downward, as though weighed down by something. However, he couldn't quite see what it was behind the almost impenetrable wall of leaves. In fact, he only noticed the anomaly because it was dark. In the light of day, the bright color of the sole tree's foliage would make the shape of the branches indiscernible. But in Sunny's night vision, all colors were muted, almost turning into various shades of gray. Interesting. Jumping, he grabbed onto a higher branch and pulled himself up. Then, careful not to fall, Sunny approached the leaf barrier and forced his way through. In the process, he had to enhance his strength and agility with the help of the shadow. Otherwise, he would either have had to turn back or tumbled down to his death. Finally, he freed himself from the last layer of leaves and took a step forward. Then, Sunny froze, his eyes opening wide with wonder. Right in front of him, hidden from the world in the secretive pocket of twisted branches, a giant, elaborate bird nest rested between the scarlet leaves. Chapter 80, Spirit of Exploration. The nest was spherical in shape, with a round hole at the center of it. Usually, such a nest would be made out of grass and twigs, but this one was constructed from the branches of the great tree, each at least as thick as a man's arm. These branches were twisted and interwoven together in a chaotic pattern, creating gapless, onyx-black walls. Sunny had never seen anything like it. Birds were a rare sight in the real world, let alone giant ones. The size of the entrance into the nest was large enough for a small truck to pass through. The nest itself was several times bigger. Wow. For a second, he felt a sense of fear, afraid that the giant bird was somewhere near. But then his fears disappeared. The nest looked abandoned. It was ancient and empty, some of its parts already on the verge of collapse. It was as though thousands of years had passed since anyone had been in this hidden, secretive place. The air was filled with the feeling of lonesomeness and desolation. Makes sense. If I barely managed to pass through the leaves, how would a giant monster do it without leaving a giant hole in the barrier? Sunny hesitated, caution and curiosity wrestling against each other inside his heart. On one hand, exploring ancient nests was not the best of ideas anywhere, let alone inside the dream realm. It posed great risks. On the other hand, it also could lead to a great reward. Plus, wasn't it just too damn interesting? In the end, Sunny decided to climb inside the nest to satiate his curiosity. He had convinced himself that it was safe following an unexpected train of thought. In his warped state of mind, Sunny was convinced that the soul tree was a great and benevolent being, one that protected them from the terrible threats hiding in the outside world. If so, how could anything having to do with the great tree be unsafe? Moving closer to the entrance of the nest, he balanced on the edge of the branch and tried to look inside. However, he wasn't tall enough to see anything except for the inner side of the nest's roof. Since his position was pretty precarious, Sunny decided not to delay the inevitable and jumped, throwing himself up and over the lip of the entrance. A moment later, he landed on a soft surface. The lower part of the nest was covered in a thick cushion of white, silky spiderwebs. Time had made them brittle and pliable like sand. There was so much spiderweb around that, for a moment, Sunny thought that he had fallen into a giant white cocoon. But no, it was just a nest. And there, in the center of it, was a Sunny blinked. At the center of the nest, there was an egg. A giant, ancient egg that was as tall as he was, gray and seemingly lifeless, as though turned to stone by the passage of time. Forgetting to breathe, Sunny looked around, making sure that there was nothing and no one else around. But no, the giant nest was empty and silent, with not even a stray shadow hiding anywhere in sight. How fascinating! Sunny felt strangely excited. The feeling of discovering something incredible, something that no one except for him had ever seen, filled him with a deep sense of wonder and satisfaction. He had never known that there was such a side to him, one full of an explorer's passion. Let's check this thing out. Walking on the soft silk, Sunny slowly circled the massive egg and studied it. At a first glance, it seemed to be made of stone. The surface of the egg was colored in various shades of gray, which were overlaid over each other like moving clouds. This pattern was strangely beautiful, giving the egg a mysterious aura. But overall, it was just big and smooth. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then stepped closer and put his hand on the surface of the egg. Immediately, he felt a strong sense of astonishment. The egg was warm to the touch. Is it still alive? In the next second, Sunny felt a strange pull affecting his core. It was as though the egg was trying to steal his life force. He jerked his hand away and looked at the egg with dark apprehension. The damned thing was not only alive, but also capable of sucking the life out of anything that touched it. It only failed to eat his soul because of one reason. As far as Sunny knew, he was the only existence in two worlds without an actual soul core. He had the mysterious shadow core instead. That's why his life force had not been affected. Phew, that was close. Looking at the giant egg, Sunny thought about how to get back at it. The nest, without a doubt, once belonged to an extremely powerful nightmare creature. Therefore, its spawn was also a being of considerable strength. However, due to some unknown reason, that being had not been able to hatch and was left behind by its parent, destined to remain trapped within the egg for all eternity. Or at least until some unfortunate fool came close enough to feed it with soul essence and give it enough power to break free. Luckily, I'm not a fool. Wait, maybe I am. His decisions have been very strange lately. He couldn't quite explain some of them, including this latest one. It was as though his thinking ability had been reduced. Whatever. I'm still smarter than a damn egg. Like a true explorer, he went where no one had gone before and made an incredible discovery. He found an unbelievably mysterious, rare being, one that not a single human had ever heard of. Naturally, he had to kill it. That's what the spirit of exploration was all about, wasn't it? Summoning the midnight shard, Sunny thrust it into the stone surface of the egg, causing a rain of sparks to fall on the spiderwebs. The sharp blade slid harmlessly across the stone, leaving only a shallow scratch on it. Tough bastard. The egg was sturdy enough to withstand a strike from an awakened weapon. If it was that resilient, Sunny was scared to imagine how powerful the adult monster would be. It was definitely not an average nightmare creature. But then, he was not an average sleeper. His shadow flowed from his hands onto the midnight shard, turning the polished metal of the blade black and lusterless. Immediately, a cold aura radiated from the sword, making it feel sharp enough to cut the world apart. Stepping forward, Sunny raised the shard above his head and sliced down, delivering a crushing blow. Enhanced by the shadow, the dark blade bit into the stone surface of the egg and split it apart. Cracks ran through the giant stone egg as Sunny's sword plunged into it. A flash of sinister crimson light shined through the cracks, then disappeared, leaving behind nothing but darkness. A torrent of viscous, black liquid flowed onto the white spiderwebs. In the ensuing silence, Sunny heard the spell's bewitching voice. You have slain a great devil, vile thieving bird's spawn. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory, Chapter 81, Weaver's Eye. Sunny blinked. You have received a memory, Drop of Ichor. Wait a moment, a great devil, he gulped. Nightmare creature with 4 soul cores was called a devil, just one class below the dreaded tyrant. From that detail alone, the evil ancient egg had been potentially more powerful than the carapace demon. However, what shocked him the most was its rank, not class. The quality of most things having to do with the nightmare spell followed a similar hierarchy, from dormant to awakened, ascended, transcendent, supreme, sacred, and divine. Humans had only ever managed to reach the transcendent rank. These heroes were known as saints, each wielding an unimaginable amount of power and leading humanity in its war against the nightmare creatures. The nightmare creatures, too, were different from each other in a similar fashion, with 7 ranks of power. They were in order of growing strength: dormant, awakened, fallen, corrupted, great, cursed, and unholy. A great devil, therefore, was a nightmare creature with 4 soul cores, each one of the great rank, which were the same in terms of power as a supreme soul core, would have been if a human ever managed to pass the fourth nightmare and rise one step above the saints. Sunny had just killed one of the most powerful nightmare creatures to ever fall by a human hand, at least as far as he knew. Victories against the great devils were rare enough to be of historic importance. What a stroke of luck to find one absolutely defenseless, yet to be fully born and weakened by thousands of years of neglect. Not to mention the fact that he was probably the only human alive to be partially immune to the egg's terrifying life-sucking powers. Wait, how many shadow fragments did I get? Sunny felt stronger, a lot stronger. He was used to receiving 2 fragments for each awakened beast he killed. Thus, it was fair to assume that a fallen beast would give him 4, a corrupted beast would give him 8, and a great beast would give him 16. Forgetting the ridiculousness of the notion that a sleeper would ever be able to slay a great beast. However, the vile thieving bird's spawn was not a beast, it was a devil. It had 4 cores, so 64 fragments. Dumbstruck, Sunny summoned the runes. In his excited state, he even disregarded the insistent forgetfulness that prevented him from doing so earlier. Shadow fragments, 196/1000. After seeing the number, he was giddy with joy at first. But then, Sunny frowned. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. I had 96 fragments before coming to the Ashen Barrow. I received 64 just now, that makes it 160. Where did the additional 36 fragments come from? From the fruits. No way, we've been eating them for less than a week, 1 fruit a day. To get that much, a whole month would have to pass. But how could so much time pass without him noticing? Yes, his memory was strange lately, but... Sunny tried to concentrate on the discrepancy, but it was very hard for some reason. The more he thought about it, the less clear he became on what exactly he was thinking about. What was I trying to remember? Something about the shadow fragments? Yeah. A few minutes later, he massaged his temples and sighed in frustration. I guess I was trying to calculate how many fragments I got from killing that vile egg. It's 64. What is there to think about? That is great. He would spend more time celebrating the insane amount of shadow fragments he had received, but there was another amazing thing waiting for his attention. A memory. He had actually received a memory from a great devil. A real, actual supreme memory of the 4th tier. That was. Fantastic. Sunny summoned the runes once more and looked at his memories. Memories: Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Drop of Ichor. Hurriedly, he concentrated on the new one. Memory, Drop of Ichor. Memory rank, unknown. Memory type, unknown. Memory description: the loathsome thieving bird was hated both by the gods and unknown. However, it only cared about shiny things. Enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, it stole one of them on a dark, starless night. Impatient, the vile creature looked at its bounty while still in flight. However, when it saw the reflection of unknown forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil, it went mad and screamed, dropping the eye on the mortal realm below. All that was left in its greedy beak was 1 drop of pure, golden ichor. Sunny frowned. What the hell was that? He had never heard of a memory with an unknown rank and type. How was this even possible? Did the spell really not know, or was it simply refusing to let him know? Why would it do that? And the description itself, what were these words that it failed to translate? He tried to forgo the automatic translation and look at the runes themselves, but they were beyond his ability to translate. In fact, he had never seen runes of this type before. Weirdly, studying them caused him to feel dizzy and nauseated. That is very, very weird. Also, to his shame, Sunny had to admit that he had no idea what the word ichor meant. It simply wasn't in his vocabulary. Maybe if he went to school and got an education like other sleepers, he would know. Sunny hesitated for a minute or two, then cautiously summoned the strange memory. Instantly, golden sparks of light appeared in the air in front of him, coalescing into a spherical drop of radiant, golden liquid. What am I supposed to do with thigh? Before he finished his thought, the spell spoke again. Its voice sounded a bit strange. It was almost excited. You have acquired a drop of ichor. Do you wish to consume it? Sunny blinked. Consume a memory? Things were getting weirder and weirder. He hesitated. What was going to happen if he did consume it? Memories were rewards given by the spell to the awakened. As such, they were usually useful, very rarely useless, and never harmful. At least that was the common knowledge. However, this one was out of the ordinary. And it was the spell he was talking about. The damn thing was nothing if not unpredictable, usually with catastrophic consequences. The safest approach would be to put the golden liquid back into his soul sea and never touch it again. But it was a memory received from a great devil. Chances were he would never hold another one in his whole life, not even in his dreams. Sunny was simply unwilling to let this opportunity go. Trying to calm his rapidly beating heart, he licked his lips and said, "Yes, I want to consume it. As you wish." The golden sphere separated into two streams of beautiful, radiant liquid. The streams flowed through the air, approaching Sunny's face. He felt a gentle touch caress his cheeks. Then, the golden liquid reached his eyes and flowed through them, entering his soul through the pupils. Soon, it was gone. Sunny was frozen, not knowing what to expect. A second passed, then another. He raised his trembling hands to his face, finally feeling something. In the next moment, Sunny opened his mouth and let out a terrible, wailing shriek as unimaginable. Blinding pain tore through his entire being. Chapter 82, Fear of the Unknown. Sunny fell into the soft embrace of spiderwebs, screaming, his whole body convulsing in spasms of terrible pain. The unbearable agony radiated through his nervous system, his mind drowning in the endless torrent of torturous, excruciating, harrowing suffering. It felt as though every muscle, every fiber, every molecule of his body was being torn apart and reassembled, only to be torn apart again. His eyes, especially, felt as though there were two white-hot metal rods inserted in them, making all the other pain pale in comparison. Or maybe they had become searing spheres of molten metal themselves. He clawed at his face, leaving bloody marks on it. However, seconds later they were already gone, erased by some unknown force. His voice was soon gone, too, leaving Sunny without an outlet to express his horrible torment. The process was the opposite of the gentle rebirth he had experienced after passing the first nightmare. It was violent, ruthless, and unnatural, forcefully reshaping Sunny's body into something that it was not meant to be. That nothing was ever meant to be. Powerless to stop it, Sunny had no choice but to endure the agony. All he could do was try not to go mad from pain. Tears were streaming down his face, leaving bloody trails in their wake. There was no end to torture. Then, after what felt like an eternity, there was. The pain subsided, lessened, and finally vanished. Sunny was left lying on the thick carpet of spiderwebs, utterly drained and depleted. In the silence that was broken only by the hoarse sound of his ragged breathing, the spell's voice whispered, "You have acquired a new attribute. One of your attributes is ready to evolve." Sunny remained motionless for a long time, slowly coming back to his senses. The memory of the terrible ordeal was still echoing in his mind, making him shudder from time to time. He was afraid to open his eyes and look at his body, afraid to see himself changed in some horrific, repulsive way. Have I become a monster? Feeling a sense of dread, Sunny shut his eyes tighter. However, he did not feel like a monster. In fact, he didn't feel different at all. From what he could tell, he still had 2 hands, 2 legs, and soft human skin. There was no change in his strength and resilience. It was as though nothing had happened. Come on, just do it. With a nervous sigh, Sunny opened his eyes and looked himself over. Everything was the same. He shifted his perception and studied himself again through the shadow. He was still human. Well, something did change, but he couldn't quite describe it. It was as though his vision was slightly different from before. The world seemed deeper, somehow. Sunny only noticed the difference because of the contrast between his own perception and that of the shadow. Previously, they were more or less similar. A drop of ichor that came from the weaver's eye, carefully, he raised a hand and touched his eyes. They felt the same, but they were also different. He just couldn't understand in what way. Lowering his hand, Sunny noticed a drop of blood on one of his fingers. It came from a small scratch on his cheek, one that had not healed like the others. Deep inside his blood, Sunny noticed a barely visible hint of the golden shine. As if the radiant drop of golden liquid he had absorbed was still there, now a part of him, strongly diluted and fused into his own bloodstream. The shine was so faint that he had almost missed it. Sunny suspected that in the light, it wouldn't be visible at all. What the hell have I done to myself? That was the moment when he accidentally glanced at the Pupitar's shroud, simultaneously thinking about the golden shine. Something switched in Sunny's head, and suddenly he saw the memory differently. His eyes widened. Under the surface of the gray fabric, 5 glowing embers were shining with ethereal light. Each of them represented a nexus and anchor of countless diamond strings that stretched to different parts of the armor, weaving an intricate, elaborate, unpredictable pattern. It looked a lot like the inner void of the spell, only at an infinitely smaller scale. However, Sunny was surprised to find out that he sort of understood the pattern. A newly found innate knowledge helped him sense the traces of logic behind the seemingly chaotic placement of the strings, a defined purpose behind every twist and turn. They were meant to achieve certain effects, durability, resilience, and another, more complex type of protection. The hint of understanding came naturally to him, as though it was his innate ability. I need to study this further. Intrigued and apprehensive, he entered the Soul Sea. A familiar dark expanse of still water appeared in front of his mind's eye. There was the looming shadow core, the shining satellites of his memories, and the strange feeling that something was moving just beyond the periphery of his vision. Out of habit, Sunny turned his head to try and catch sight of that something, knowing that he would not see anything. However, this time he did. With a startled yelp, Sunny flinched away and lost his balance. What the hell? What the actual hell? Out there in the darkness, at the border of the dim light cast by the shining memories, stood motionless black figures. They were shadows of creatures he had killed. There was a shadow that resembled the slave with broad shoulders and bloodied back, one whose name Sunny had never bothered to learn. His figure was deformed and horrifying, as he had been transformed into a murderous beast after becoming the host of a mountain king's larva. That larva was then strangled by Sunny. The shadow of the mountain king itself was towering above him, just as dreadful and abhorrent as the tyrant had been when still alive. Sunny shuddered as he remembered escaping from the horrid creature's claws. The shadow of the cruel slaver that had hit him with the whip was also there, standing beside the tyrant. This was the first, and for now the only, human whose life Sunny had ended with his own 2 hands. He even stole the boots and cloak of the dead man's body. On both sides of them, there were other shadows. Hulking carapace scavengers stood silently, their pincers lowered to the ground. A fearsome centurion's savage silhouette could be seen among them, surrounded by the giant centipedes, bulbous knots of carnivorous worms, and a few strange, manating flowers. Every single being that had fallen by Sunny's hand was there in the form of a shadow. Or, to be more precise, every being whose shadow's fragments had been absorbed by him. Despite the fact that shadows had no eyes, he couldn't help but feel that they were all staring at him, silent, motionless, watching. Feeling cold shivers running down his spine, Sunny gulped and stood up, his legs shaking a little. Finding out that a small army of dead shadows had appeared inside your soul sea was not the most pleasant of surprises. Let alone if those shadows once belonged to creatures who you had personally slain. He clenched his teeth. Can I repeat, what the actual hell? Chapter 83, 5. The shadows stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared at the shadows. After a while, the situation became a bit awkward. Sunny shifted a little, then hesitantly asked, are you guys not going to do anything? The shadows did not react, remaining as motionless and quiet as they had been from the start. As a matter of fact, he didn't see them move or show any sign of life at all. In that regard, they were even more lifeless than his echo had been here in the Sea of Soul. Sunny scratched his head. His initial fear was slowly disappearing. At first, he was scared out of his wits, but more so from being startled than from feeling an actual threat. This was his soul sea, after all. Very few things could harm him here. Sunny was pretty sure that the shadows were not capable of doing anything, let alone attacking him. They seemed more like manifestations of some weird facet of his aspect rather than actual beings. As such, they weren't dangerous. The question was, why did the shadows suddenly appear? After briefly thinking about it, Sunny came to the conclusion that they did not actually appear, per se. Instead, they were always here, it's just that he had not been able to see them. But now, with his eyes changed by the strange transformation he had gone through, he could, just like he could see the diamond strings inside the puppeteer's shroud. Speaking of the puppeteer's shroud, glancing at the silent shadows one last time to make sure that they would not lunge at him, Sunny frowned with suspicion and turned away. His back instantly began to tingle. Just think of them as fashionable pieces of furniture. Who says soul seas don't need a touch of interior design? Somewhat consoled, he walked closer to the shining spheres that represented memories and summoned the puppeteer's shroud. One of the spheres floated down and slowly dimmed, revealing the armor within. Just like before, Sunny could see 5 glowing nexuses and countless strings permeating the gray fabric. They resembled miniature stars assembled into a constellation. The shroud came from a tyrant, which is a class of nightmare creatures with 5 soul cores. 5 soul cores, 5th-tier memory, 5 nexuses makes sense. For some reason, the number 5 moved something in his mind. Sunny scowled, not understanding the feeling of unease that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and disrupted the flow of his thoughts. Trying to concentrate on the task at hand, he summoned the runes describing the puppeteer's shroud. The familiar description appeared in the air around the armor. Memory, puppeteer's shroud. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, V memory type, armor. Memory description, A worm of doubt. The identification of the tier was new. It seems that the spell decided to be helpful and incorporated Sunny's new understanding of the inner workings of memories into its interface. Tiers were not something that humans had learned from the spell. Instead, it was just an improvised way of differentiating memories of different power levels within the same rank. It was often unreliable and outright wrong, but it was better than nothing. But in the case of Sunny, the information was 100% true. He could confirm it with his own 2 eyes just by counting the number of core remnants inside a memory. He could even understand their purpose. That might be extremely useful. However, his attention was drawn to something else. At the very bottom of the description, a new cluster of runes appeared. Memory enchantments, enhanced durability, doubtless. Sunny smiled. That was what he was hoping for. Previously, he had only been able to intuitively sense the special qualities of his memories, with no way to learn their true nature and limits except for the trial and error approach. And using that method during a battle was not conducive to survival. Now, however, he concentrated on one of the enchantments. Enchantment, doubtless. Enchantment description provides the wearer with a small amount of protection against mind attacks. Good to know. The amount was small because it was just an awakened memory. Since enhanced durability was self-explanatory, Sunny dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and summoned the silver bell. The small bell had only 1 spark of light, which was much less bright than the ones inside the puppeteer's shroud, at that. Studying the runes did not show anything interesting. It was a Tier 1 dormant memory with a single enchantment that increased the range at which its ringing could be heard to several kilometers. Finally, it was time to take a look at the Midnight Shard. The graceful blade appeared in front of Sunny in all its austere beauty. Memory, Midnight Shard. Memory rank, awakened. Memory tier, III. Memory description, forged from the shard of a fallen star, this stalwart blade is firm and unyielding. It favors those who are willing to fight to the last drop of blood and knows no surrender. Memory enchantments, unbroken. Enchantment description. This blade refuses to be broken and thus is durable beyond reason. It will greatly enhance the power of its wielder when they are close to death, however only if the wielder is unwilling to surrender. Sunny sighed, simultaneously satisfied and disappointed. Now he knew how to access the well of power that hid in the deepest parts of his heart when the Midnight Shard was in his hand. However, it could only be done when he was at the death's door, wounded and minutes away from perishing. It could either save him from a dire situation or create an opportunity for a very heroic last stand. Sunny did not care for heroics, so the second option did not seem appealing at all. The first one was much more useful, but only in the case of him screwing up terribly and getting himself in a lethal amount of trouble. In other words, it could only be used if he failed. In normal battles, the special qualities of the Midnight Shard were of no use at all. A pity, But an ace in your sleeve in case things really go south is not bad either. Done with his memories, Sunny was ready to learn of the new attribute he had received. Considering how much pain he had to go through to acquire the damn thing, he had pretty high expectations. Looking for the cluster of runes representing his attributes, Sunny focused his attention and carefully read their names. There were 5 attributes: Fated, Mark of Divinity, Child of Shadows, and the new one, Blood Weave. Sunny was about to summon the description of the Blood Weave, but then stopped. Something was not right, something did not add up. The feeling of unease from before had returned, now much stronger. When did he first feel it? For some reason, his thoughts were slow and murky. He felt a strong inclination to forget all about the strange feeling and concentrate on something else. But this time, he did not. It was when I was studying the puppeteer's shroud, and it was connected to the number 5. 5? What meaning was there to the number 5? With his attention beginning to wane, Sunny bit his lip, causing drops of blood to roll down. A burst of pain cleared his mind for a moment. There were 5 attributes: Fated, Mark of Divinity, Child of Shadows, and Blood Weave. What? There were 5 attributes. But he only counted 4. Bewildered, Sunny stared at the runes. He was sure that there was a 5th attribute, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't read its name and description. Every time his gaze fell on the runes corresponding to the 5th attribute, he would find himself distracted, his memory wiped clean of any mention of it. Just remembering that there were 5 attributes was incredibly hard. Clenching his teeth, Sunny tried to keep his concentration, not allowing himself to be distracted. He was not going to forget. 5, it's 5, there's 5 of them, damn it. Immediately after he said those words out loud, something changed. It was as though an invisible veil had fallen from his eyes, or rather from his mind. Sunny froze, shock and fear permeating his heart. He was remembering, didn't I see a dream? Yes, of course, he saw Cassie standing over him with panic in her eyes, begging him to remember the number 5. No, wait, was that a dream? At the time, he believed so, but then he forgot, just as he had forgotten what actually happened on that day. On the day when Cassie woke him up to tell him something important. Chapter 84, Black Seed. It happened on the day they killed the carapace demon. Back then, all 3 of them were utterly exhausted. After moving away from the corpse of the giant creature and finding a good hiding spot, they fell to the ground and immediately fell asleep. But they didn't stay asleep for long. An hour or 2 later, Sunny was shaken awake by Cassie, who was holding him by the shoulders. There was an expression of terror written clearly on her face. Sunny, wake up. Instantly coming back to his senses, he jumped to his feet and summoned the Midnight Shard, afraid that they were under attack. However, there was no one around except for panicked Cassie and wary Nephi's, who was in a similar pose, her sword raised and ready to strike. Confused, Sunny looked at the blind girl. Cassie, what's the matter? Grabbing him by the shoulders again, she brought her face close and whispered in a begging tone, Sunny, you have to stop it. Please, you are the only one who can. He frowned, failing to understand what exactly he was supposed to stop. Did she see another vision? Trying to calm her, he said in a measured tone, It's all right, Cassie. Slow down, breathe. Tell us what happened. Start from the beginning. She desperately shook her head. There's no time. I will forget soon. We all will. But you have to remember. We will all forget soon. What does she mean? Not able to see Sunny's dazed expression, Cassie yelled, You have to remember, Sunny. 5, it's 5. Remember, you have to remember, it's 5. Remember 5? The blind girl was not making any sense. Sunny carefully put his arm around her, feeling how scared she was from her shaking body. All right, Cass, I promise I'll remember. 5, right? See, it's pretty hard to forget. Nephi's was looking at them with a frown, not neglecting to scan the surroundings for any signs of danger from time to time. For some reason, Cassie was only talking to Sunny, not paying her any attention. What was it that she thought Sunny could do, but Changing Star could not? Hearing his answer, the blind girl calmed down a little. However, she was still terrified. Good, remember it's 5, you promised. Her voice sounded quieter and quieter, as though she was not sure of what she was saying. Sunny was barely able to discern her mumbling. The more complex a thought, the harder it will be to hold on to it. That's why I can only tell you this one word, the simplest thing to impart. When the right time comes, it might change things. Carefully choosing his words, Sunny hesitantly asked, Cassie, can you tell us what happened exactly? Hearing his voice, the blind girl flinched and raised her head to face him. There were still traces of fear in her eyes, but mostly it had been replaced by confusion. Huh, did something happen? Sunny blinked. Wasn't she the one who woke them up in a panic? Wait, why did she wake us up, to begin with? For some reason, he had trouble remembering the details of the past few minutes. The conversation they just had was already hazy in his memory. I guess I'm still groggy from waking up so abruptly. Lack of sleep affects concentration. You wanted to tell us something. It had to do with the number 5? Cassie raised her eyebrows. 5? Why 5? Sunny didn't know what to say. He was going to ask the same question. I have no clue. Perplexed, he looked at Nephi's, hoping that she will be able to clear the situation. Changing Star was standing a few steps away with a distracted expression on her face. Sensing his gaze, she stared at him and asked, Why do you have your sword out? Sunny glanced at the midnight shard and tried to remember what had caused him to summon the memory. I'm not sure. Why did you summon yours? Nephi's looked down, as though noticing the sword in her hands for the first time. An expression of doubt appeared on her face. What's wrong with our heads today? Understanding that it was pointless to expect help from Nephi's, Sunny sighed and turned back to Cassie. Did you see another vision? The blind girl trembled. Her eyes opened wide, once again filled with fear. A vision? Yes, I saw a vision. An awful, awful vision. What did you see? She was silent for a few moments, trying to remember. A deep frown appeared on her face. Finally, Cassie quietly said, I saw a mountain of corpses. Countless bodies piled on each other until they formed a blood-soaked hill. And at the top of it, a tiny black seed was floating in a pool of blood. She grew silent, then continued. That was the past, I think. But then I saw the future, a future. It was us. Oh, gods, we were. Her voice trembled. As though not daring to say something aloud, Cassie stopped. Sunny waited for a while, then carefully asked, We were what? The blind girl turned to him in confusion. What? He scratched the back of his head. What were they just talking about? You were us telling us about your vision, I think. Cassie frowned. What vision? To his embarrassment, Sunny wasn't sure either. He just remembered something about the number 5 and a seed. For some reason, he felt as though that number was very important. But why? He had no idea. I forgot. Suddenly, Nephi's, who was standing nearby, lowered her hands and dismissed the sword that she had been holding for some reason. Looking at them with a bit of confusion, she hesitantly asked, Why are you guys awake? We need to rest. Something might get attracted by the demon's corpse, so we'd better return to peak condition as soon as possible. Distracted and already forgetting about the conversation with Cassie, Sunny blinked a couple of times, shrugged, and decided to go back to sleep. None of this made sense anyway. They were probably struck dumb by exhaustion. He felt so tired. A few hours later, when the shadow noticed the winged creature circling around the island, he awoke again. By that time, the memory of Cassie's warning was so fragmented and hazy that it seemed like a strange dream. But the seed was already planted deep into his subconscious, and now that it had blossomed, Sunny was finally able to fight through the haze of oblivion and remember everything. Chapter 85, One Step at a Time. Sitting inside the vile thieving bird's nest, Sunny frowned and clenched his fists. Something unnatural was happening to them ever since they came to the Ashen Barrow. Now that he had remembered Cassie's warning, it was apparent that their minds were affected, making them forgetful and easily distracted. Even now that he knew about it, thinking straight was strangely hard. It took all of his will just to keep the knowledge of the anomaly in his memory. The events of these past few days were still hazy. Remembering something else, Sunny closed his eyes in frustration. Had they really spent mere days on this island? The number of shadow fragments he received from eating soul tree fruits suggested otherwise. It was quite possible that as much as a whole month had passed since the first time they ate them. And their minds were corroded a bit more with every day that passed. Pretty soon, there would be nothing left of them at all. Only empty shells, walking around wearing their faces. Sunny's face paled. With a growing feeling of dread, he realized that there were large gaps in his memory. He could not remember how they got to the ashen barrow and where they were going. Other things, too, were unclear and blurry. Stay calm. Despite how compromised his memory was, there were still ways to understand what was going on and then maybe undo it. After all, he was able to remember Cassie's warning. That meant that their memories were not gone, just obfuscated. First step, resist the impulse to forget everything again. Not succumbing to the constant pull on his mind was not an easy task, but he was able to manage, at least for now. Second step, try to understand the reason why you were able to remember these things. When Cassie begged him to remember the number 5, she must have already known that he would receive a new attribute. He had noticed the existence of the mysterious 5th attribute as the result, which triggered the frightening revelation. However, why was he able to not forget about the existence of the 5th attribute altogether? What made him so special? Cassie had even said that he was the only one who could do it. Why him and not Changing Star? Sunny massaged his temples. Then, a sudden realization came to him. Doubtless, one of the enchantments of the puppeteer's shroud was providing him with a small amount of resistance against mind attacks. That's why he was slightly less susceptible to the frightening forgetfulness that infected them on the ashen barrow. That was the reason why he had been the last one to agree to eat the miraculous fruits, why he had often felt that things were wrong. He was also the only one who had managed to remember Cassie's warning, even if it took him a long time. Cassie knew about the puppeteer's shroud, and that's why she had chosen him instead of Nephi's. Smart girl. So, their warped state was the result of a mind attack, but who could attack them on this desolate island? The answer was pretty obvious. That damned tree. Looking down, Sunny felt cold sweat running down his back. The soul tree was, in fact, a colossal, ancient, and utterly horrifying nightmare creature. If he was right, then its power had to be simply unimaginable. He was afraid to even think about what its rank and class were. No wonder it was able to drain a whole area of the crimson labyrinth of all life. No wonder it was able to survive and thrive in this hellish place. Of all the horrors in this hell, it might have been the most terrifying. Finally, Sunny knew the reason why no other nightmare creature dared to approach the ashen barrow. Even monsters were afraid of the soul tree. Except for equally harrowing things that dwelled beneath the waves of the deep, dark sea, there was no way for them to destroy it. The soul tree was just too big, old, and powerful. For a moment, Sunny entertained the idea of setting it on fire, but quickly abandoned it. He would need a volcanic eruption or some sort of divine intervention to burn that colossus down. So, what to do? After thinking for some time, Sunny decided not to be hasty and move forward one step at a time. First, he had to know the exact situation with his attributes. Summoning the runes, he tried once again to read the description of the hidden 5th attribute. The result was the same. He knew it was there, but could not remember what it was no matter how much he tried. Figures. Confirming that it was still impossible for him to solve that mystery on his own, Sunny moved his attention to the Mark of Divinity. New runes appeared under its description. Mark of Divinity, attribute description. You bear a faint scent of divinity, as though someone briefly touched by it once a long time ago. Mark of Divinity is ready to evolve. Proceed. Not wasting time, Sunny said yes. Immediately, the name and the description of the attribute changed. The new runes read, Attribute, Spark of Divinity. Spark of Divinity, attribute description. Every fire starts from a spark. Somewhere deep within your soul, a radiant spark shines with divine light. He didn't feel any changes within himself. It seemed as though the question of whether or not he wanted to proceed was just a formality, and the attribute already evolved back when he had consumed the drop of ichor. My affiliation to divinity has increased. Neat, although I'm not sure how it might be useful. Was that spark of divinity the reason why he was now able to see the inner workings of memories, as well as some other stuff like the shadows in his soul sea? If so, was it a universal trait of all awakened with high divine affiliation, or just his? For some reason, Sunny felt that it was the latter option. He had received the drop of ichor from a being called Weaver, and then became able to see the strings that were weaved through the memories, giving them their unique qualities. It wasn't hard to see the connection. If this was true, did it mean that there were different kinds of divinity? And he inherited a small amount of a very special kind of divinity. Was Weaver even a deity? Every god he had heard about was named in a similar fashion. There was Shadow God, War God. Well, that's it. He had never heard the names of any other god. However, Weaver's name was different. Maybe Weaver was not a deity at all, maybe he, she, or it was actually one of the unknown. Sunny shook his head, feeling that he had almost allowed himself to get distracted and release the hold on his memory. He could not allow himself to go on tangents now. Concentrating, he looked at his new attribute, Blood Weave. Blood Weave attribute description. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your blood has been altered and imbued with odd tenacity. So, he would be less likely to bleed out in the future. That was a very nice enhancement. However, it did not help Sunny with his current situation. It was time for the next step. It was early morning when Sunny descended from the soul tree. However, he didn't bring any fruit with him. Walking over to sleeping Cassie, he took her by the shoulders and gently shook her awake. The irony of how this situation mirrored the one where Cassie had told Sunny to remember the number 5 was not lost on him. The blind girl slowly came to her senses and turned to face him with a sleepy, confused expression. "Sunny, why are you up so early?" He hesitated, then said with a friendly smile, trying very hard to act as though everything was all right. "Actually, I didn't sleep at all this night." Cassie frowned. Luckily, she could not see the sorry state he was in, nor the dried blood on his face. "Really? Why?" He shrugged. "I decided to climb the soul tree and search for some fruits." "But that's not very important. Hey, your aspect ability allows you to see other people's attributes, right?" She nodded, still confused. "Yes, you know this. Why?" Sunny lingered, then said in a carefree tone, "Can you take a look at mine?" Chapter 86, Final Clue. Sunny's thought process was very simple. Honestly, in the state he was in, complex ideas that went against Soul Tree's indoctrination were almost impossible to hold on to. He was already at his limits just trying to remember what had happened in the giant nest. On his way down, Sunny had to bite himself several times, leaving bloody marks on his hands. Sharp pain cleared his mind for a few moments and gave him temporary relief from the constant pull of forgetfulness. Coincidentally, he was already noticing the effect Blood Weave was exerting on him. The bites only bled for a short while, quickly turning into scabs. The speed of coagulation of his blood was clearly enhanced. He also felt more energetic, his endurance substantially better than it had been before, which made sense. The human body was a system where every part affected the other. A comprehensive improvement of one of these parts, especially one as important as blood, had to lead to a chain reaction of lesser improvements throughout the system. It seemed that he had severely underestimated the importance of his new attribute. "Focus, idiot, no tangents." Gritting his teeth, Sunny concentrated on the task. He wanted to use Cassie's aspect ability to learn the truth of the hidden attribute. Her sight was different from his. Sunny could only see the information provided by the runes because it was a default function of the spell. He simply accessed that information with his mind. Cassie's sight, however, came from her aspect. Thus, even if their minds were compromised, it should not have affected her ability to see other people's attributes. She also had a high affinity to revelations and fate. So, there was a high chance that Cassie would be able to succeed where he had failed. Finally reaching the ground, Sunny woke the blind girl up and after a short conversation mentioned the attributes. Then he carefully asked, "Can you take a look at mine?" Cassie was visibly confused by this question. "Can't you do it yourself?" Sunny smiled. "I can, but I think you'll be surprised when you see them." The blind girl hesitated, then shrugged. "All right, but if it turns out that you woke me up for nothing, I'll be pretty upset. That was not very nice of you." She turned to face him and froze for a moment, as though staring into his eyes. "Fated, child of shadows, spark of divinity, wait, wasn't it mark of divinity? I must have remembered wrong." Stopping for a second, Cassie shyly covered her mouth with her small hand and yawned. My memory has not been too good lately. Too much rest, I guess. Where was I? Oh, yes. Blood Weave, where did this come from?" Sunny forced a chuckle. "This thing." From an egg, anyway, is there something else? Cassie blinked a couple of times. An egg? Well, if you say so. Usually, an appearance of a new attribute was not something one would gloss over. But in the state she was in, Cassie's attention span was severely reduced, and her mental capacity was clouded. She just frowned for a second, then forgot all about the discrepancy. Sunny's heart, meanwhile, was beating like it was going to explode. With a fake smile frozen on his face, he waited for the blind girl's next words. They were going to decide whether or not he would be able to get to the bottom of things, and therefore find a way to rise from that bottom. With an absent-minded smile, Cassie said, "My mom makes the best eggs. What were we talking about? Right, your attributes. The last one is enthralled. Wait, where did this?" Knowing that there was very little time, Sunny hurriedly asked, "The description? What does the description say?" A bit of tension sipped into his voice. Startled by this intensity, Cassie didn't ask the same question again and simply said, "You've been mesmerized by the ancient fiend, soul-devouring tree, and are being turned into its thrall. Once the process is complete, there will be no escape." As soon as Sunny heard these words, it was as though heavy chains fell from his mind. Suddenly, his memories returned in an avalanche, making him stagger. His eyes opened wide. Only now that he had fully recovered his memory, did Sunny realize the extent to which his mental state was warped. How much of his true self was gone. How close he came to being completely obliterated, without even knowing that a terrible monster was slowly devouring his mind. An extreme feeling of terror filled his heart. For a few moments, Sunny lost the ability to speak, covered in cold sweat and shaking. "See, calm down, it didn't happen, you stopped it. You're back, it didn't eat you." Slowly, he was able to get a grip on his feelings and achieve some semblance of composure. He came very close to the edge, but did not take the last step. He was still himself. It wasn't over yet. They still had a chance. Looking at Cassie, Sunny slowly exhaled and said, "Thank you." The blind girl smiled and raised her eyebrows. For what? She had already forgotten all about their conversation. Sunny was free from being mesmerized by the soul devourer, by Cassie was not. Her memory, mind, and thinking were still compromised, turning worse as they spoke. A pained smile appeared on Sunny's face. Struggling to keep his tone light and cheerful, he said, "For helping me out just now. Sorry about waking you up so early. Go back to sleep. I'll take it from here." Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then got distracted and forgot that he was there at all. Yawning, the blind girl lay down and covered herself with her cloak. Soon, she was asleep again, happy and blissfully ignorant of the fact that her days were numbered. Sunny watched her for a while, a grim expression on his face. Finally, he turned and walked away, thinking, "Over my dead body." Chapter 87, Plan of Escape. Nephi's was still at the western edge of the island, gazing over the receding black waters. It seems as though she barely moved since the last time Sunny saw her. Looking at her with clear eyes, free from the most debilitating effects of being enthralled, he was able to notice things that he had not noticed before. Neff's hair was indeed longer. Back at the academy, it was short and usually parted to the side. Now silver strands were already long enough to cover her ears, hanging messily without their usual luster. Changing Star's face seemed much thinner, with dark circles under her eyes and a bleak, dull expression. Her usual confidence and energy were gone, replaced by exhausted stillness. She looked as though some unknown illness was consuming her from inside, slowly turning the once radiant girl into a pale shadow of her former self. Sunny suspected that he knew what that illness was. He had known for a long time that Nephi's had a mysterious goal, and that her determination to achieve that goal was nothing short of frightening. That burning desire of hers, it seemed, was strong enough to resist even the enthrallment of the soul devourer. However, while the feelings remained, the actual memories were gone. Thus, Nephi's had been left longing desperately for something that she did not know, with no way to understand the nature of her emotions or satiate them. This inner conflict was the reason for her terrible state. Coming closer, Sunny sat down and looked at Neff, wishing to see her striking gray eyes shine once again with unbreakable resolve. "Hey, Neff." She turned her head to him, not saying anything. Sunny gritted his teeth, feeling dark anger blossoming in his heart. That loathsome tree. I have something to tell you. Trying to stay calm and not miss anything, he told Nephi's everything that he had found out. He told her about his trip to the upper parts of the soul tree, the giant nest he had discovered, the vile thieving bird's spawn, and how he had killed it, the strange memory with no rank, and type the new attribute he had received, and the hidden one he had accidentally discovered. Finally, Sunny told her about the nature of that attribute, the true nature of the soul devourer, how long they had been on the island, and what they had forgotten. When he finished, Changing Star's expression didn't change one bit. Looking away, she simply said, "I see." Sunny blinked. I see, that's all you have to say." She glanced at him and smiled darkly. "What do you want me to say?" He gaped at her and clenched his fists. "Wow, how horrible. Good job, Sunny, say something at least." "Is it so hard to behave like a human?" She turned away, not answering. Sunny stared at her for several seconds, then said in a tired, defeated voice, "I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do, Neff. How do I get us out of this?" She was silent for a while. Sunny almost assumed that Changing Star had already forgotten everything that he had told her, but then he noticed sparks of white radiance dancing in the depths of her eyes. Nephi's had activated her aspect ability, using pain to stay lucid for as long as possible. Finally, she looked at the retreating dark sea and said, "We need to build a boat." Sunny blinked. "What?" Changing Star sighed and turned her face to look at him. "We've been here on this island for many weeks. Our minds are slowly being erased by the soul tree, turning us into its slaves. Forever. However, the process is not complete." He nodded, listening. "What thoughts did the soul tree put in our heads?" "That it is benevolent and great, that its fruits are desirable, and that we shouldn't leave the island, staying as close to it as possible. The first two commands make perfect sense. The third, however, is not so simple." Nephi's gestured at the vast expanse of black water. "From that third command, we can deduce that the effect of the soul tree's enthrallment weakens with range, and that if we put enough distance between ourselves and the tree, it will be broken." Sunny's face brightened when he understood Neff's logic, so there was a way. They just had to leave the ashen barrow and flee, not looking back until the soul devourer's brand was gone from their souls. But why a boat? Why not just run away on foot? Changing Star lowered her head and said quietly, "We'll never make it to the castle on foot. We'll just die. I was too arrogant before to think, well, it doesn't matter now. It will take many months to go around the crater through the labyrinth, especially now that we don't have the echo. And every day we spend there is another day we risk encountering something that will kill us without even breaking a sweat." She sighed. "We were already lucky to survive for as long as we did. But in the end, no matter how much we fought and persevered, we still encountered the soul tree. This should have been our end. Do you know how improbable it is that we even got a chance to have this conversation?" Sunny hesitantly shook his head. "First, we had to have an oracle in our group to see the future. Then, Cassie had to formulate and execute an ingenious plan in the short amount of time her memory remained intact. That plan was based on the fact that there was someone with an awakened armor of 5th tier in our group, one enchanted with the extremely rare mind protection trait, no less. Awakened with the revelation affinity were few and far between. Sleepers with a memory equal to the puppeteer's shroud were even rarer. That person then had to find and kill a great devil. More incredibly, he had to receive an actual lineage memory from it. Do I need to explain how implausible this combination of events is?" Sunny slowly shook his head. Nephi's closed her eyes. "My point is, if we go into the labyrinth, we will inevitably meet the next soul tree, and even if we miraculously manage to survive that encounter, there will be the next, and then the next. Sooner or later, we will die." She looked west, where the last remnants of the dark sea were disappearing beyond the horizon. "But if we build a boat and use Cassie's staff to fill the sail with wind, maybe we'll be eaten by the dwellers of the depths, or maybe they won't pay us any attention at all. It's a gamble either way. Either we die, which is the same as returning to the labyrinth, or not. If we survive, we'll be able to travel 100, maybe even 200 kilometers in one night, more distance than we had covered so far." Sunny froze, stunned by that number. In all the weeks preceding their battle with the carapace demon, they had traveled for no more than 100, maybe 150 kilometers from the giant knight's statue. It was a considerable amount, especially because of how hard each step through the Crimson Labyrinth had been. To travel as much, perhaps even more in a single day, that would have been incredible. But sail on the dark sea? Suddenly, he felt very cold and small. Chapter 88, Boat Builders. Trying to gather his courage, Sunny looked into the distance and said in a raspy voice, "You've seen the creatures that dwell under these waves. Do you really want to swim across them?" Changing Star was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. "We are damned either way, Sunny. What do we have to lose?" She fell silent for a moment and grimaced, pale flames dancing in her eyes. Then, in a quiet voice, she added, "We will not light any fires, relying on your eyes to guide us west. We will hope that Cassie's armor will protect us. Maybe it will be enough." Sunny glanced at Neff and asked, "What's so special about Cassie's armor?" She hesitated for a moment, then answered without looking at him, "It's a Tier 6 awakened memory. One of its traits is to make the wearer less likely to draw the enemy's attention." While Sunny was digesting this information, Neph's suddenly trembled. Closing her eyes, she said through gritted teeth, "I am at my limit. My mind is fading. If you have any questions left, better ask them fast." He blinked, startled. Then, knowing that there was not much time left, Sunny asked the first thing that came to his mind. "Do you even know how to build a boat?" Changing Star simply nodded, letting him know that she did. Her expression was slowly turning lost and dull again. Racing against time, Sunny frantically thought of another question. "How do I convince you to leave the island once your memory is gone?" Neph's looked at him, struggling to hold onto the last shreds of lucidity. For a moment, her eyes became clear again. White flames ignited in their depths, illuminating her pale, beautiful face. "Aster, Song, Vale, say those words to me and I will listen." Starting to lose the grip on her thoughts, she turned away and added after a short pause, her voice steady and even, "If anything happens, take Cassie and flee. Don't." Then the light in her eyes slowly dimmed, and soon, Changing Star was staring west once again, all memory of their conversation gone from her mind. Sunny sat by her side for some time, waiting. After a while, he shifted a little and said, "Hey, Neff." She turned to him, her face bleak and full of confusion. "Sunny, oh, when did you get here?" "A while ago." Then he smiled and said in a carefree tone, "Hey, can I ask you something? Do you know how to build a boat?" Neph's was very surprised by his question, but eventually agreed to help him. Sunny didn't tell her why exactly he wanted to build a boat, dodging the questions with practiced finesse. His flaw was not making things easy, but with the state Neff was in, persuading her was not very hard. Manipulating her felt a little strange, but explaining everything once again would have taken too much time. Not to mention that he wasn't sure that it would work again. And there was not much time left. With every hour, their condition worsened. Even Sunny was having trouble keeping his lucidity intact. Every time he felt that his mind was beginning to slip, he had to inflict pain on himself to get a few moments of reprieve. Even so, his thoughts were slow and fragile. Keeping them together was taking a heavy toll on him. They had to flee the island as soon as possible. Sunny was determined to be ready by the time the dark sea returned. Turning away from Neph's to not let her see the pained expression on his face, Sunny bit his hand once again. Feeling the bitter taste of blood on his tongue, he let the wave of pain clear his mind and blinked, amused at the irony of the situation. He was gnawing on himself to prevent himself from being eaten. What a funny contradiction. Hiding his bleeding hand behind his back, Sunny turned to Neff and asked, "So, how are we going to make the boat?" She thought about it for some time, then said indifferently, "We will have to use the materials at hand. For the hull, we will have to use the dead demon's carapace. We can strip several armor plates of suitable shape and tie them together with the golden rope." Sunny raised his eyebrows. The carapace demon's armor. "It's made out of some strange steel. Can steel even float?" Neph's glanced at him with reproach. "Anything can float, Sunny. You just have to make sure that you're displacing more water than the weight of the floating object. That's how boats work." He blinked. "Ah, okay. About the sail, I think we can ask Cassie to lend us her cloak. What do you think?" Changing Star gave him a strange look. "I mean, yes. I still don't understand what got you so excited about boat building, but I'm sure she'll be willing to help you out with this, passion project. Sunny smiled. Great, let's go butcher the demon then. A strange sentence to say with a smile, but not the strangest one he had to say to convince Neff to help him. A few minutes later, they reached the giant carcass of the carapace demon. It was towering above them like a small hill of polished metal. After that first day, when the strange winged abominations had circled around the island for several hours, never daring to approach, nothing else had shown up to lay claim to the fearsome creature's meat. As the result, the carcass was largely intact. Strangely, the demon's corpse had not begun to rot. Only the metal of its carapace slowly deteriorated, losing its luster and shine, then turning less and less durable. By now, its surface was marred by large patches of rust. Nephis climbed up on top of the carcass and walked from side to side, looking under her feet. Then, she gestured at several spots. These curved plates will be perfect if we can fit them together tight enough. Each one is long enough to form the entirety of the hull, leaving enough space for the three of us to sit side by side. Sunny had no knowledge of shipbuilding, so he decided to trust her judgment. Looking up from the ground, he asked, "What about the mast?" Changing Star scowled. "That I will have to think about." Sunny smiled. "All right, while you're thinking, I'll go fetch Cassie to keep you company." Chapter 89, Demon's Bones. Sunny had a lot to do before the sunset. The parts of the plan spun in his head, making it ache. He had to constantly remain focused, straining his will to its limits, just to keep himself from forgetting everything. When it was not enough, he had to use pain to augment his concentration. His hands and arms were covered in ghastly bite marks. Without the blood weave, Sunny might have fainted from blood loss already. Still, with his pale face turning even whiter from exhaustion and feverish light burning in his eyes, he must have looked like a zombie. Luckily, Cassie couldn't see any of it. It didn't take much to convince her to join their strange endeavor. The blind girl's state was way worse than his or Neff's. She seemed to be barely holding on, her thoughts slow and meek. Sunny's heart was gripped with worry. Why is she affected so much more than us? Is it because we have true names, but she does not? Names were anchors of one's sense of self, after all. Could it be that true names served a similar role, only in matters having to do with the spell? He didn't know. Sunny guided Cassie to the carcass of the carapace demon. Nephis was already busy stripping plates of armor from its back. Her silver sword was seemingly able to cut through the deteriorated metal, making the task not as hard as he had been afraid of. Gently sitting the blind girl down in a spot where Neff could see her, he climbed atop the dead demon and evaluated the progress of Changing Star's work. She looked at him with a frown. "Aren't you going to help? This was your idea, after all." Sunny shrugged. "Maybe later. You seem to be enjoying yourself anyway. Some people might say that it's a fun little project to chase the boredom away, right?" She blinked a couple of times, then said, "I guess." Sunny nodded a couple of times, looking down at the spots where, stripped of armor plates, the demon's flesh was laid bare. The azure blood had coagulated, turning it dark and as hard as stone. Here and there, though, white layers of fat remained in pristine condition. "Actually, I have another project in mind." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really?" Sunny summoned his sword and stepped closer to the gap in the creature's armor. "Yeah, I want to make a candle." Saying those words, he began to cut, separating the fat from the hardened muscle tissue. Neff blinked a few times and then looked at Cassie. "Hey, Cass, has Sunny lost his mind?" The blind girl perked up at the sound of her name. I'm not sure. I think he's just bored." Sunny concentrated on his task, not paying them any attention. For a moment, he entertained the idea of cutting himself with the Midnight Shard's razor-sharp blade, but then dismissed it. Cutting through the puppeteer's shroud would have been really hard, and he couldn't dismiss the armor in front of the girls. Well, to be more precise, he didn't want to. With a sizable chunk of the demon's fat in his hands, Sunny jumped down from the carcass and landed on a pile of fallen leaves. Making a candle out of animal fat was not very hard. He just needed fire, water, and time. The wick could be made out of seaweed fibers. It was not going to be pretty, but he didn't care about aesthetics. Leaving Nephis and Cassie behind, Sunny rushed back to their camp. The sun was already high in the sky. He spent the rest of the day doing two things: watching over the process of making the candle and running around the island, gathering as much fallen leaves as he could. From time to time, he would catch a glimpse of Nephi's working on the boat, sometimes instructing Cassie to help her with menial tasks. From what he could see, the boat was coming along nicely. Changing Star knew what she was doing. Of course, this was only possible because he had convinced her that this was just something he wanted to do for fun. The girls knew that Sunny was planning to use the boat to escape the Ashen Barrow. The effects of enthrallment would have kept erasing their memories of the task, making finishing it impossible. As it stood, Sunny was the only one who knew the true purpose of the boat. That's why he was forced to bear the full weight of Soul Tree's mind corruption alone. He felt as though he was about to drop dead of exhaustion. His head felt like it was filled with molten iron. His vision was starting to become blurry. But stubbornly, Sunny refused to give up. No matter how tired he was, how much he wanted to let go and ease this suffering, returning to the bliss of not knowing, he kept his thoughts on one goal and one goal only: escaping the clutches of the soul devourer. Finally, with the evening approaching, the boat was ready. Looking like a walking corpse, Sunny slowly approached the demon's carcass, which was now cut open and sliced apart. It was as though a mad vivisector had visited the island to perform an autopsy on the giant and forgot to sew the poor creature back up. Nephi's looked at him with concern. "Sunny, are you all right?" Giving her a crooked smile, he shrugged. "I'm fine, comparatively." He did not specify what exactly he was comparing his current condition to. Turning his head, Sunny looked at the boat with dark satisfaction. It was not how he had imagined it. The hull was made out of curved plates of polished metal, with sharp spikes protruding from them in all directions. The plates were held together by the golden rope that was tied tightly around them. Changing Star had managed to make the gaps between the different parts of the hull so thin that no water could sip through. The mast was made out of the demon's spine and ribs, with Cassie's enchanted cloak hanged on them to serve as the sail. There was even a steering oar, fashioned out of the tip of the giant's scythe. He had expected to see a makeshift raft, but what met him was an actual vessel. Yes, it looked crude, but also strong, eerily macabre, and strangely impressive. Sailing upon the cursed sea on a boat made of demon bones sounded like the beginning of a legend, he thought, temporarily mesmerized by the ghastly visage of the carapace vessel. Nephi's looked at him with a hint of satisfaction. Happy? Now what? Sunny gathered his thoughts. Now. As soon as he tried to think of what they had to do next, an invisible barrier appeared in his mind, blocking any attempt to continue that thought. Now we. No matter how hard he tried, Sunny couldn't quite remember what he wanted to do. With a scowl, he raised his hand and bit down on his mangled palm, feeling drops of blood flowing into his mouth. But even that pain did not help him destroy the barrier. Sunny smiled darkly and kneeled, placing his hand on the ground. Summoning the midnight shard, he raised his other hand and brought the pommel of the sword down without any hesitation. As the brittle bones of his ring finger shattered from the powerful strike, a wave of agony washed over his mind, obliterating the adamantine barrier. Now we get the hell out of here. Chapter 90, Nightfall. Nephi stared at Sunny, shocked by his sudden act of self-mutilation. Hissing through gritted teeth, he dismissed the midnight shard and slowly rose back to his feet. Ah, crap, that really hurts. His poor finger was red and swollen, pulsating with sharp pain. It was unmistakably broken. Sunny was so full of self-pity that he wanted to cry. Why am I so unlucky? First that nightmare in the nest, now this. How come no one else is suffering, just me? He conveniently decided to forget that Changing Star had been literally torturing herself for weeks, and that due to her blindness Cassie was always covered in bruises. Hearing his pained voice, the blind girl turned her head and asked, "Sunny, what happened?" He grimaced and tried to smile. "Ah, it's nothing serious really, I just sort of smashed my hand a bit." Nephi's opened her mouth to say something, but he hurriedly interrupted whatever she wanted to say. "Anyway, Neph, can you help me drag this gruesome masterpiece of yours to the edge of the island?" At this point, one wrong question could make things very complicated. He didn't want to reveal the true purpose of his actions until the last moment. That way, he would have more leeway in how to deal with problems should any arise. Changing Star hesitated. A few seconds later, she shrugged, looking at him with a concerned frown. "Are you sure you're okay, Sunny?" He forced a smile. "I will be if you help me." Giving up, she shook her head and walked over to the front of the boat. Sunny turned to Cassie. "We're off, Cass. Wait here for a bit, all right? I'll come get you soon." She lingered, as though not quite understanding his words, then answered with an uncertain expression. Okay." Sunny raised his healthy hand to grip her shoulder, then hesitated and turned away with a dark look in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he walked toward the boat. "Hold on a little more, Cassie. It will be over soon, I promise." The night was already approaching. Sunny and Nephi's dragged the boat across the island, pulling it as oxen yoked to a wagon. The ashen sand was not the most difficult of terrains, but the spikes on the strange vessel's hull were making the task harder. Thankfully, the boat was lighter than it looked. Sunny knew that the alloy of the demon's carapace was extremely light from his experience with the midnight shard, which was forged from the same lustrous metal. If he were to believe the sword's description, this miraculous alloy came from a shard of a fallen star. Whether this omen was good or bad, he didn't know. Soon, they heard a thundering rumble in the distance. It came from the direction of the colossal crater. The dark sea was awakening. Gritting his teeth, Sunny grabbed onto the golden rope that was coiled around his chest and pulled harder. "Come on, faster." The sun was just about to touch the horizon when they finally reached the edge of the island. Falling to his knees, Sunny released the rope and gasped for air, his chest rising and falling frantically. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion was drowning his senses, making it hard to stay awake. "Not yet. You can't let go yet." Nephi's was silent, looking at him with a frown. For once, Sunny felt glad that she was weirdly taciturn by nature. Gathering his strength, he stood up and glanced at the darkening sky. Time was running out. Turning to Neph, he strained his parched throat and said in a raspy voice, "I'll explain everything once Cassie is here. Don't go anywhere until I bring her, all right? Please." Changing Star stared at him for a few seconds, then shrugged with indifference and didn't say anything. "I'll take it as a yes." What else could he do? Cursing under his breath, Sunny turned around and hurried away. He had one last task to accomplish before returning for Cassie. Sometime later, he came back to the spot where he had left Cassie. The blind girl was still there, sitting some distance away from the carapace demon's carcass and idly staring into the ground. Hearing the sound of his approaching footsteps, she smiled weakly. "Sunny." He walked over, tired to the bone, and said while trying to keep his tone casual, "Yeah, it's me." Cassie got distracted for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a fruit? I'm hungry." He flinched, then shook his head. "No, listen, we need to. I'm hungry, do you have a fruit?" Sunny stopped, looking at the blind girl with a forlorn expression. She sounded like a broken doll, repeating the same phrase over and over. Her condition wasn't good. He licked his lips. "Come with me, and your hunger will disappear." This was the best misdirection he could come up with within the confines of his Flaw. However, this time, he failed to achieve the desired effect. Cassie smiled and said, "Really? You'll take me to the fruits." Due to his exhaustion and the debilitating effect of the enthrallment, Sunny got distracted for a moment and failed to control the Flaw. Without realizing it, he opened his mouth and said, "No." Cassie pouted and lowered her head. "That's not nice, Sunny." "Why did you lie to me?" Still reeling from his mistake, Sunny missed the moment and made things even worse, turning a small oversight into a real problem. "Because I want to take you away from this cursed island." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sunny froze and opened his eyes wide, refusing to believe that he had just messed up that bad. However, the damage was already done. Cassie turned to him with a deep scowl. "Take me away, but I don't want to leave." "Why would I leave the soul tree?" Sunny silently cursed and shouted, abandoning any attempt to control himself. "Because that thing is evil. It's pure goddamn nightmare. Come on, let's go." Grabbing her hand, he tried to pull the delicate girl away, but she resisted with surprising strength. "Let go of me, you jerk." Cassie managed to rip her hand away from his grip and flinched back, looking at Sunny with anger. "I said I don't want to go. You're acting strange, Sunny. Stop, please." Sunny froze, not knowing what to do. This island is our home. It's so nice here with the three of us together. Why do you want to leave? He lingered, struggling to do what he knew had to be done. Finally, Sunny gritted his teeth and said, "Because it's 5, remember." "I'm sorry, Cassie." Then he lunged forward and violently grabbed the blind girl, easily suppressing her resistance. "What are you doing? Stop, help, help, Neff." Throwing her over his shoulder, Sunny turned around and ran toward the edge of the island. Cassie resisted desperately, using her small fists to pummel his back with a rain of punches. Despite the fact that she had never taken part in battles against the nightmare creatures of the Forgotten Shore, she still was considerably stronger than a normal person. All those soul shards Changing Star had shared with her gave Cassie enough strength to make Sunny feel every strike. It wasn't enough to seriously injure him, but more than enough to hurt like hell. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Cassie." Deeply disturbed, Sunny tried to block out Cassie's desperate screams and rushed to the boat. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. As the last glimmers of light were disappearing from the sky, he finally returned to the edge of the island. The ghastly boat was silently standing on the sand, just a few meters away from the restless black water. Changing Star was resting just in front of it, raising her head to look at the source of the commotion. "Neff, help!" Sunny had gone crazy. Nephise slowly rose to her feet, her indifferent expression radiating coldness. She slightly outstretched one hand. "Crap! Wait, it's not!" Before he could finish the sentence, the silver sword appeared out of thin air, aimed at the ground for now. "Explain yourself." Changin Star's voice was even and calm, but Sunny could feel the hidden threat in it. Suddenly, he saw her in a new light, or rather, in an old one, as a potential enemy. The idea of facing off against Nephise sent chills running down his spine. He had almost forgotten the feeling he got back in the academy, watching her wipe the floor with most of the sleepers in their batch. He had forgotten that she, too, was a monster. Chapter 91, Escape. Licking his lips, Sunny cautiously said, "It's not as you think, Neff. We've been caught in a trap by the soul tree. It's not benevolent, it's not protecting us. In fact, it's doing the opposite. If we don't leave this island, we'll become its slaves forever. Or until it finds someone stronger and devours us." She tilted her head and looked at him with an unreadable expression. "Come on, Nephise, remember, we've talked about this already. This whole thing was your idea to begin with." For a moment, he thought that his words had awoken the stolen memories in her mind. But her response shattered those hopes into pieces. "Leave the great tree? You have really lost your mind." "Curses!" Changing Star raised her sword and said in a tone that made Sunny tremble, "Let Cassie go, now." He hesitated, thinking about the best course of action. Then he carefully placed the blind girl on the ground. "All right, I did, see? Now, listen to me, I have something very important to tell you." Before he was done speaking, Nephise disappeared from his view. Realizing that he was about to be attacked, Sunny prepared to defend himself. However, a moment later, he was already lying on the ground, the tip of the silver sword pressed against his throat. Changing Star was standing above him, pale lights burning in her eyes. Well, that was embarrassing. All his training, all the experience he had won in countless bloody battles, all the power he had gained, Sunny had really thought that he stood a decent chance of standing his ground in a fight against Nephise, maybe even reaching a tie. But in the end, he had only lasted a second. One would be tempted to call this shameful display a premature capitulation. "Nice one, idiot. Now stop fooling around and focus." Feeling the cold steel touching his skin, Sunny tried to move as little as possible. He was pretty sure that Changing Star wouldn't just kill him in cold blood, but it was still better to not give her any reasons to do something drastic. After all, Neff's mind was not all there. Looking up at her cold, indifferent face, Sunny strained his vocal cords and shouted in exasperation. "Aster, Song, Vale?" Nephise's hand trembled, making a drop of blood roll down his neck. Her eyes opened wide, full of surprise and shock. Then, a dark expression appeared on her face. Pressing slightly on the sword, she took a step forward and pierced him with a burning gaze. When she spoke, her voice was trembling with suppressed emotions. How do you know these names? Who are you?" Sunny blinked, equally as surprised by her reaction. He had thought that these weird words were just a part of some code to jog her memory awake. But, as it turned out, they were not. Aster, song, veil, what the hell does it mean? What can make Nephi's lose her cool? It has to be something important. Trying to stay as still as possible, he cautiously glanced at the blade of the sword and honestly answered. I didn't even know that these were names. It's just what you told me to tell you in case you forget what had to be done. You said if I tell you this, you'll listen to me. Nephi's stared at him, a shadow of doubt appearing on her face for a split second. It was gone almost instantly, replaced by grim determination. Gritting her teeth, she snarled, "Which domain do you belong to?" Sunny had no clue what she wanted him to say, so he just asked, "What's a domain?" She grinned, a maniacal glimmer appearing in her eyes. This was very unlike calm, composed Nephi's. If Sunny didn't know better, he would think that a completely different person was standing in front of him. A person that was much more unpredictable and dangerous. Meanwhile, Neph said, "Don't pretend to." Suddenly, she stumbled, then frowned. It seemed as though Sunny's question touched something in Changing Star's mind, causing a chain reaction. A few seconds passed, each turning her frown deeper. Slowly, the familiar poised calmness returned to her eyes. It didn't seem as though she had remembered everything, but, just as Nephi's had promised, it seemed enough to make her listen to what Sunny had to say. He understood it from the fact that she had finally removed the tip of the sword from his throat. She even helped him stand up. Looking at Sunny with a strange expression, she then said, "I really told you those words." Rubbing his slightly cut neck, he simply nodded. Bloodweave was already busy repairing the damage to his skin. Nephi's looked down, then closed her eyes for a few moments. When she opened them again, they were full of resolve. "What do I need to do?" Sunny really wanted to ask her about the meaning of the 3 mysterious names, but decided against it. They had to hurry. Ask Cassie to summon her staff, then get her into the boat. Dismissing her sword, Changing Star glanced at him for the last time and walked toward her friend. Somehow, Nephi's had managed to talk Cassie into following her and boarding the ghastly vessel. She probably had to lie about a lot of things, but Sunny didn't want to ask, afraid that his flaw would ruin everything. Once the girls were inside the boat, he wrapped his tired body into the shadow and put his hands on the metal hull. Every part of his body seemed to hurt in its own unique way. His mind was utterly exhausted. "Come on, Sunny, one last push." With a crooked smile, he strained his muscles and pushed the boat toward black water. As the last light of dusk disappeared, submerging the world into absolute darkness, the boat built from the bones of a demon slipped from the ashen sand into the cold embrace of the dark sea. Following Sunny's instructions, Cassie aimed her staff and activated its enchantment, causing a strong gale to fill their modest sail. At first, the boat moved slowly, the mast creaking under pressure. But Changing Star's craftsmanship was meticulous and reliable. The demon's spine held, and little by little, the small vessel began to gain speed. Sunny sat at the stern, controlling the steering oar. In front of them, an endless expanse of black water stretched to the horizon, hiding indescribable horrors in its depths. Behind them, the terrifying soul-devouring tree was slowly growing smaller. Sunny stared at it, feeling a deep sense of regret grip his heart. He wished that he was powerful enough to destroy it. Leaving just like that, without exacting revenge on the ancient monster, filled him with anger. Well, at least he left it a present. Back at the ashen barrow, a candle was burning in a small alcove of stones that protected its flame from wind. Near the candle, a tall pile of dry, fallen leaves was towering over the alcove. It had taken Sunny a long time to gather that pile. He had scoured most of the island, hoping to make it as tall as possible. He had also mixed dry seaweed and the remaining fat of the carapace demon into the leaves. Some time later, the small candle was nearing the end of its life. Most of the wax had already melted, turning it even smaller. Just as the flame was about to go out, it ignited the leaves. After a few seconds, a massive, searing bonfire ignited in the middle of the island, illuminating the scarlet leaves of the evil tree. Almost instantly, the black waters surrounding the island surged with movement. Sunny was already too far away to see any of it. He didn't know if the creatures of the dark sea would be able to obliterate the soul devourer. He strongly doubted that the ancient fiend was that easy to destroy. However, with the carapace demon dead and the 3 humans meant to replace him gone, there was no one on the island to protect the gluttonous tree. Perhaps it would be seriously harmed, at least. For now, it was the best he could do. Looking back in the direction of the ashen barrow, Sunny gritted his teeth and thought, "One day, I will become powerful enough to destroy that tree, these monsters, and anyone else who would dare to stand in my way. One day, I will become powerful enough to never be afraid again of anyone or anything. Instead, all of them will fear me." He didn't notice that, just as he was thinking these words, Cassie suddenly raised her head and turned in his direction. On her face, a dark expression appeared, soon erased by uncertainty and doubt. Chapter 92, Journey into the Night. In the absolute darkness, a small vessel was gliding on the black surface of a restless sea. Its mast, made of a demon's spine, was straining under the assault of the winds. In the eerie silence of this vast and lightless void, the swift boat cut through the waves like a blade. No sounds could be heard except for the creaking of bones and the crashing of water against its polished metal hull. Sunny sat at the oar, steering the carapace vessel. He was guiding them west. With no moon or stars to show them the path, it was hard to keep the boat on course. But there was a mark left in his mind by the cold and menacing shadow of the crimson spire. Using it as a compass, he was able to navigate the treacherous waters without losing his way. Black skies above, dark sea beneath. With nothing but a thin layer of steel separating them from the tenebrous abyss, they sailed through the night. Below them, countless horrors were hiding in the cursed depths. Several times, Sunny felt gargantuan shadows moving close to the small boat, attracted by the sound of its passing. Powerless to do anything, he had no choice but to tremble in silence, praying that the terrible creatures would turn away. So far, luck was on their side. Perhaps they were too small and feeble to satiate the hunger of these ancient leviathans. A few hours after the start of the voyage, Sunny felt that the constant pull on his mind had begun to wane. His thoughts were slowly becoming clearer, the haze of forgetfulness weakening with each minute. Soon, a ghostly sound of shattering glass resounded in his head. Instantly, the last remnants of the fog that was clouding his consciousness disappeared. He was free from the enthrallment of the soul devourer. Relieved, Sunny couldn't help but smile. However, his smile was weak and hesitant. With the effects of the mind hex gone, his usual sharpness had returned. It felt as though an invisible weight had been lifted, allowing his thoughts to finally flow unobstructed once again. Everything became clearer, as though the whole world suddenly came into focus. It was a wonderful feeling. But with it came a better understanding of how terrifying and precarious their current situation was. They were quite literally balancing on the edge of a hungry abyss, their lives relying on nothing but capricious fortune. The decision to venture into the dark expanse of the cursed sea on a makeshift boat was pure insanity. But then again, there was nothing sane about the forgotten shore to begin with. In this desolate hell, the craziest choice was sometimes the best one you had. Gritting his teeth, Sunny held the oar and stared into the darkness. A few minutes later, Cassie suddenly shifted, making the boat gently sway. She handed the magical staff to Nephi's and cautiously moved closer to Sunny, feeling her way through the darkness with her hands. Before Sunny could guess what was it that she wanted from him, he was suddenly caught in a tight embrace. The blind girl hid her face in his chest, hot tears streaming down her face. Sunny froze, stunned and having no idea what to do. He could feel Cassie's body pressed against him and shaking from crying, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck. While he was trying to comprehend the situation, she quietly whispered, thank you." Feeling extremely awkward, Sunny pretended to clear his throat. No need to thank me. If it wasn't for your warning, we would still be stuck on that island. So, we're even." Then, he raised his hand and awkwardly patted her on the back. Both of them were careful to keep their voices as quiet as possible, afraid that they will attract something from the black depths. Cassie silently cried for several minutes, then finally let go of him. Wiping her face, she pulled her body away and whispered, "I'm sorry." Her voice sounded a bit strange. Confused, Sunny raised his eyebrows. What is she apologizing for? I'm sorry too, for grabbing you back then." She smiled and, wiping the last tear from her face, turned away to move back to the middle of the boat. Sunny was left alone once again. With nothing to do except for holding the steering oar, he let his thoughts wander. With his mind clear again, many things were worth revisiting. He had to distract himself from the eerie pressure of the endless dark emptiness somehow, anyway. Despite the fact that their experience with the Soul Devourer was nothing short of harrowing, Sunny had somehow managed to end up considerably better off on the other end of it. His haul this time was truly unbelievable. He had received an amazing new weapon, no less than 100 shadow fragments, and 2 new attributes. Spark of Divinity was a real improvement over its previous version. The ability to perceive the inner structure of memories alone opened a whole new horizon of possibilities. However, he was more interested in the mysterious blood weave. Somehow, Sunny felt that he had severely underestimated the uniqueness and importance of that attribute. Its origins, too, were covered in a veil of secrets. Who was that weaver whose ichor he had consumed? Who were the unknown that even the spell was reluctant to mention? What was their connection to the gods? Why were the type and rank of the initial memory he had received from the vile thieving bird's spawn left empty? How was it even possible for a memory to give an awakened new attributes? That last question guided him to think of something else. Glancing up, he stared at Nephise and tried to recollect their conversation. Looking back, she had revealed a lot of things that he had failed to notice in the moment. First of all, Sunny now knew that Cassie's enchanted armor, which had been given to her by Changing Star, was an awakened memory of the 6th tier. That meant that it came from an awakened terror, a nightmare creature 1 class above Mountain King that he himself had killed in his first nightmare. The secret of how Changing Star had managed to earn her true name was now 1 step closer to being revealed. Chapter 93. Blackwater. Apparently, as far as accomplishing the impossible went, Nephise had outdone even Sunny. An aspirant triumphing over an awakened tyrant was already unbelievable enough. But killing an awakened terror gave the word unbelievable a whole new meaning. No wonder her aspect ability is so versatile. Now, he was almost sure that Changing Star's aspect was of the divine rank, just like his. That would explain why she was able to both heal and destroy with her strange and formidable powers, a combination as rare as his own shadow control. What's the probability of 2 sleepers with divine aspects ending up so close to each other in the dream realm? Close to 0. It seemed like the unpredictable fated attribute had twisted the strings of fate once again. Sunny felt shivers running down his spine. His innate attribute was capable of bringing both terrible curses and incredible blessings. At first glance, their meeting with Nephise seemed like the latter. But if it was truly the result of fated manipulating destiny, it could turn out to be the worst of calamities in the end. After all, one of the possible meanings of her true name was Star of Ruin. The fear he had felt in that short moment before crossing swords with Nephise was still fresh in Sunny's mind. And there were other things that she had revealed, too. She apparently knew something about the drop of ichor, being that she had called it a lineage memory without batting an eye. That suggested that Nephise knew much more about the spell than Sunny and the rest of the public did. It seemed as though there were secrets in the upper echelons of Awakened that they didn't want anyone else to know. The 3 mysterious names she had told him might have been another of these secrets. And that last word she used, asking which domain he belonged to. What were these domains? So many questions. Sunny spent many hours pondering them, as well as going over all the information about the forgotten shore he had gathered. The carapace boat flew over the dark water, drawing closer and closer to the western horizon. Soon, he felt that the night was already drawing its last breaths. The light of hope ignited in Sunny's heart. However, this was when their luck had finally run out. The disaster came unexpected, violently throwing them into a void of confusion. This time, Sunny had not felt anything approaching the boat. The danger simply appeared out of nowhere, leaving him no time to react. 1 second, the black waters were calm and clear. The next, they were boiling with movement, grotesque tentacles rising from them and wrapping themselves around the hull of the boat. Sunny tried to jump to his feet, but at that moment, the whole vessel was violently jerked to the side. Falling, he heard the moans of metal being bent and torn apart. Then, salty water filled his mouth. Rising, he caught a glimpse of Nephi's standing at the bow of the boat, her silver sword lashing out at the approaching tentacle. However, blinded by darkness, she failed to notice a different threat. Another tentacle twisted and coiled around her body. Then, without even a scream, she was gone, dragged into the dark depths, with no hope to return. All that remained was a long blade stuck helplessly in the bulbous flesh of the massive tentacle. Sunny's eyes widened in disbelief. No, 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 this can't be happening. The hull of the carapace vessel was then crushed and torn into pieces, throwing him into the cold, black water. For a moment, Sunny was stunned by the coldness. Then, wrapping the shadow around his body, he swam up, trying to reach the surface. Soon, he succeeded and spun, trying to see something, anything to give him hope. But there was nothing around, only undulating waves and twisting tentacles. Except for far in the distance, Sunny noticed an unclear shape rising above the water. He strained his eyes, trying to discern its nature. Then his heart skipped a beat. A few hundred meters away, a giant stone hand towered above the surface of the sea, its palm opened as though trying to embrace the sky. It was slender and delicate, carved by the unknown sculptor with almost inhuman skill. If Sunny didn't know better, he would have thought that the hand belonged to a living, breathing being. But all of this didn't matter right now. All that mattered was that he had a chance to survive. Straining every muscle in his body, Sunny dodged a twisting tentacle and swam toward the hand, moving as fast as he could. But then he suddenly stopped and looked back. Misshapen pieces of metal and bone, all that remained of their boat, were floating on the surface of the dark sea. He had seen Neph being pulled under the water by the tentacles of the unknown creature, but Cassie, clad in her enchanted attention-repelling tunic, had a chance to escape. He couldn't just leave without at least trying to find her. Or can I? A dark thought appeared in Sunny's mind. After all, his own survival was the only thing that really mattered. Everything else was just a distraction. Why don't you think about yourself for a second? Are you really going to risk your precious life on the off chance that this helpless girl is still alive? He hesitated. Admit it, she is nothing but a burden. You always knew that one day she was going to drag you down. Yes, he did. But what? You're going to die, fool. Turn around and flee now. Why was he even hesitating? This was his chance to escape. His only chance, perhaps, he had to survive. Feeling an almost unbearable feeling of regret filling his chest, Sunny slowly inhaled. Then he gritted his teeth and dove down, heading back to the spot where their boat had been destroyed. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? He couldn't see in the black water, but his shadow sense was still somewhat effective. He had a chance to feel Cassie's presence, at least if she wasn't already dead and dragged to the bottom of this cursed abyss. You fool, how is she worth it? Why are you doing this? Grimacing, he forced his annoying inner voice to shut up. In his mind, the answer was clear. Because I want to. Chapter 94, Battle in the Depths because he wanted to. For once, Sunny's heart wasn't full of fear and despair. Instead, it was filled with defiant indignation. He was tired of bending under the pressure of the world, furtively clutching to the tiniest glimmers of hope, always afraid, always willing to do anything, abandon anything, just to survive for another day. It wasn't enough anymore. He wanted to make the world bend to his wishes instead. He wanted to live like a human being instead of an animal. In these past months, Sunny had changed without even noticing. Somehow, he had grown unsatisfied with his previous way of life, one where his sole goal of survival at all cost overshadowed everything else. Whether he lives or dies had always been the only thing that mattered. But now, how he lived mattered more. What was the point of having no master if he lived like a slave? Gritting his teeth, Sunny dove into the dark abyss. The cold water embraced him like a burial shroud. He couldn't see in this cursed blackness, relying only on his shadow sense for guidance. Salt sipped into the bite marks on his hands and the cut on his neck, making them burn. Not paying the agony any attention, Sunny used his considerable strength to propel himself deeper and deeper into the darkness. He could feel the giant tentacles moving in the water around him, pulling the pieces of the carapace boat into the gargantuan maw that was hiding somewhere far below. Once or twice, he had to desperately twist his body to avoid being touched by one of them. But still, no sign of Cassie. His lungs were starting to burn. Sunny dove deeper. At this depth, the water pressure was starting to affect his movements, making each stroke feel heavier. Even with his body enhanced by the shadow, there was a limit to how much it could withstand. Sunny suspected that without the blood weave, he would have suffocated a long time ago. What's worse, he felt as though he was getting closer and closer to the actual body of the unknown horror that had destroyed their vessel. He still couldn't sense its massive shape, but judging by the girth of the tentacles that surrounded him, the monster couldn't have been far. And then, Sunny finally noticed something. A short distance away from him, a small shadow was struggling against a much larger and ferocious one. Cassie. Gathering all his strength, Sunny swam toward the blind girl with as much speed as he could muster. As he drew near, he could discern the details of what was happening. Cassie was being pulled down, a smaller tentacle coiled around her body. She was still struggling, trying to get free, but her movements were growing weaker with each second. She was suffocating. Filled with fury, Sunny propelled himself forward and grabbed onto the tentacle, feeling slippery flesh throbbing in his grip. If he had any choice, he would have avoided touching that thing at all costs. But fighting underwater was tricky. If he wanted to deliver any sort of a powerful blow, he had to find some form of support first. Summoning the midnight shard, Sunny strained every muscle in his body and slashed across the tentacle, right below the point where it was coiled around Cassie's lower torso. He knew that he wouldn't be able to do any serious harm with that strike, which was slowed down to a crawl by the burdensome resistance of the black water. However, his amazing sword was still sharp enough to cut into the fleshy tentacle, causing a cloud of dark blood to gush out of the wound. The tentacle furiously twitched and shot sideways, as though trying to shake the attacker off. Flying through the darkness, Sunny held on for dear life and moved his blade upward, slicing the spongy flesh apart. He never hoped to chop the tentacle off with one strike. No amount of strength would have allowed that to happen. Luckily, swords were able to pierce, slash, and cut. Pushing the blade, Sunny cut deep into the tentacle. When the tsuba was about to touch the wound, he changed his grip and pulled the takai down. Monster's flesh spread apart under the razor-sharp blade, barely offering any resistance. A torrent of blood surged out, and with the last push, the tentacle was completely severed. Sunny was finally able to turn his attention to Cassie to see how she was doing. What he sensed made him scowl. The blind girl was barely conscious. He needed to get her to the surface as fast as possible. Pushing away the twitching remains of the tentacle, Sunny dismissed his sword and grabbed Cassie across the torso, feeling how cold her skin was through the thin fabric of her tunic. Weakly, she tried to resist, not realizing that it was him and not the monster. Pressing the blind girl to his chest, Sunny turned his head up and felt a wave of desperation crashing against the walls of his mind. His lungs were in agony, no air whatsoever left in them. His body was slowly losing its strength, full of terrible pain and thirsting for a breath of fresh air with maddening intensity. Even if he could see anything at this point, his vision would have begun to darken. And they were so far away from the surface. What's worse, the horror of the depths was now alerted to his location. Countless tentacles were already moving, surrounding them in an impenetrable barrier of flesh. A second or two later, they would be crushed to death in the devastating embrace of the sea monster. Sunny didn't know how to save them, but he wasn't going to give up, no matter what. Making an arduous stroke with his one free hand, he held tightly onto Cassie and swam up. The tentacles were approaching, blocking all paths of escape. Sunny gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, the water around them suddenly turned pure white. An incandescent radiance filled a vast expanse of the cursed sea, obliterating any sign of darkness. The explosion of light was so intense that it pierced through Sunny's eyelids and hurt his eyes. It was as though a miniature sun had ignited somewhere far below them, turning the endless black abyss into a pristine white void. Tidal currents of radiant water surged tumultuously, throwing the world into disarray. The gargantuan tentacles convulsed and writhed madly, as though in the throes of unbearable pain. The unbreakable barrier of flesh fell apart. Sunny wasn't about to let this chance go. Straining his suffocating body, he swam to the surface, dodging the writhing tentacles. With the furious white sun burning in the depths below, he could see their shapes clearly. Moving faster and faster, he propelled himself up with everything he had left. Sunny knew that surfacing that fast was dangerous, but there was no other choice. Both Cassie and himself did not have a lot of life left in them. They needed air. Although it seemed like an eternity, the white radiance began to dim just a few moments later. But it didn't matter. Sunny was already past the barrier of tentacles, swimming up with desperate speed. He was afraid that they wouldn't make it. His consciousness was already beginning to wane, slowly slipping into the cold clutches of empty nothingness. Even knowing that there was nothing but water around, he was still overwhelmed by the suicidal desire to open his mouth and inhale as deeply as he could. His muscles were spasming, devoid of oxygen for too long. And then, finally, Sunny's head broke the surface. Blinded by pain, he drew in a gasping breath and coughed uncontrollably. Held tightly in his arms, Cassie was doing the same. Her chest was ruggedly moving up and down, sucking in the sweet ambrosia of air. Sunny never knew how precious it was before, not even while being slowly poisoned by the harmful, polluted air of the outskirts. They made it. Trying to compose himself, Sunny looked around. The last remnants of the white radiance were long gone, erased as if they had never existed. The world was once again consumed by absolute darkness. However, far away in the east, the first light of dawn was about to shine from beyond the horizon. Catching the glimpse of the giant stone hand, Sunny gripped Cassie's shoulders and swam in that direction. Chapter 95. Starlight Sunny felt that he was at the end of his rope. He had put himself through too much abuse during these last few days. Now, it was hard to even remember when was the last time he had slept. A day before climbing the soul-devouring tree in search of a special fruit, perhaps. Since then, he had lived through the harrowing torture of the blood-weave transformation. Spent countless hours on the verge of mental collapse. To resist the effects of the enthrallment, mangled his hands to stay lucid, guided the boat through the terrors of the dark sea, in absolute darkness, saw it being destroyed by the horrid dweller of the deep, and gave battle to that monster in the cold black depths, almost drowning as the result. His body and mind were on the brink of shutting off. Despite that, Sunny stubbornly continued to swim, bringing himself and Cassie closer and closer to the giant stone hand that was rising from the water, as though trying to embrace the skies. The dark sea was surging around him, still reeling from the effects of the light explosion that had rocked it sometime earlier. Tall waves were threatening to drown the two sleepers, throwing them around like toys. Struggling against them was a hard task. And still, he persisted. The dawn was drawing close, but for now, there was still nothing but cold, darkness, and danger all around them. Any second, something could rise from the depths of the abyss and put an end to their desperate attempt to save themselves. At least the tentacles were gone, perhaps scared away by the pain of being exposed to the searing light. By some miracle, Sunny eventually managed to reach the stone hand. Hoisting Cassie up, he helped her climb on the dark rocks and followed closely behind. Soon, they reached the open palm of the hand and crawled to its center, then fell down, utterly spent and exhausted. For a long time, neither of them was able to talk. All Sunny could do was lay motionless, draw in raspy breaths, and try to stay awake. His mind was empty of thoughts. That was fine, because he didn't want to think. If he did, he would be forced to remember what had happened to. Shut up. What was the point of remembering? He couldn't change anything. The sound of the black water crashing against the base of the giant hand reminded him that the night was still not over. Opening his eyes, Sunny tried to understand their current circumstances. Their shelter was slightly raised above the waves, the base of the giant thumb almost touching the surface of the dark sea. The palm was not very spacious, roughly half the size of the circular platform that had saved his life on his first day on the forgotten shore. It was angled upward, creating a slight slope. The fingers were higher above waves and wide enough to accommodate a person, but they were bent upward toward the sky, making them less suitable to serve as a refuge. We need to get further away from the water. With that thought, Sunny tiredly stood up and bent down to touch Cassie's shoulder. Cassie, stand up, we have to move higher. His voice sounded hollow and brittle. The blind girl flinched and raised her head, her skin deathly pale. "Sonny?" He nodded. "Yeah. It's me." She was still in shock. Sonny could see that Cassie's mind was not all there yet, so he gently pulled her to her feet. "Come on, let's go. It's just a few meters." She lingered. "What happened?" "I heard a sound, and then something was pulling me down." He gritted his teeth and tried to keep his tone even. "We were attacked by a sea monster. The boat was destroyed. I dove down and managed to find you, then swam to this pile of stones." "It's not very high above the water, so," Cassie wavered. Where's? Sonny hurried to interrupt her, unwilling to answer the next question. "Come, follow me. We can rest when we're higher." Gently guiding the blind girl, Sonny climbed to the base of the giant hand's index finger, which was the highest point they could reach without climbing the fingers themselves. Sitting down on the cold stone, he rested his back against the giant phalanx and stared at the restless surface of the dark sea. His eyes were cold and empty. Cassie was silent by his side. Her pale face was contorted, as though she simultaneously wanted to ask the question and dreaded the answer. Finally, gathering her courage, the blind girl whispered, her trembling voice barely audible, "Sonny, where is Neff?" He stayed silent, not willing to speak the words out loud. Stupidly, he felt that if he spoke them, they would become the truth. But if he didn't, there was still a possibility that they were a lie. "I'm not answering." A few moments later, the familiar pressure appeared in his mind. The pressure grew and grew, making his head spin. "I'm not." Then, the piercing pain came. Sonny stubbornly endured it. He lasted for much longer than he had ever done before, keeping his mouth shut until hot tears rolled from his eyes, his whole body shaking from the terrible suffering. But eventually, he was still forced to say those bitter words. She's G." Before he could finish, a subtle sound attracted his attention. It came from below, from the edges of the restless dark waves. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. Out there at the base of the giant thumb, where the cursed sea was almost touching its stone surface, a pale white hand appeared from the black water and grabbed onto the rocks. Then, a tall figure slowly pulled itself onto the opened palm of the stone giantess. His eyes widened. Feeling that something was wrong, Cassie turned her head and asked, "Sonny, what is it?" He trembled and whispered, gripped with sorrow, "It's Nephi's." An uncertain smile appeared on the blind girl's face. "Neph, she is all right." Sonny found himself unable to answer. No, Nephi's was not all right. In fact, he didn't know how she was even alive. The Starlight Legion armor was shattered and torn, revealing the mutilated flesh beneath. There was a horrifying gaping wound on Changing Star's torso, looking as though almost half of her right side was missing. Sonny could see the sharp shards of broken ribs, the rivers of blood streaming down her legs, and the mangled mess of viscera spilling over the edges of the wound. He wanted to close his eyes. Another large chunk of flesh was missing from her thigh, exposing the shredded remnants of muscle and the white surface of the femur, cracked and barely holding together. Her right arm was severely damaged, too. In fact, it was almost torn off, hanging only by a narrow strip of skin and a few tendons. Like that of a mistreated, broken marionette, even her face was not spared. One of Neff's eyes was gone, its socket crushed and shattered. The skin of her cheek was shaved off as though by sandpaper, leaving behind a mangled mess of bleeding flesh and broken teeth. The sight of her was harrowing and heartbreaking. It was apparent that Changing Star was about to die. "Sonny, why are you not answering?" He glanced at Cassie and bit his lip, trying once again to suppress the answer that was fighting its way out. Something sharp and hot was stabbing at his heart, making his vision blurry. Meanwhile, Nephi staggered and blindly stepped forward. Her legs buckled, and she heavily fell to her knees, splattering blood all over the cold surface of the stone. A terrible moan escaped from her lips as her cracked femur finally shattered, bone piercing through muscle and skin. Sonny felt as though he was thrown into his worst nightmare. He wanted to scream, but his voice was gone. A deep, almost physical pain was tearing him from inside. He didn't want to be here. He didn't want to see this. And yet, he couldn't look away. That's why he noticed instantly when two white flames ignited in Neff's eyes. The radiance grew brighter and brighter, spilling from her eyes, her mouth, the gaping wounds in her body. It was as though there was a flaming star burning in the place where her heart should have been, as though she was nothing but white flame hidden behind a thin layer of human skin. The incandescent radiance filled Changing Star's blood, turning it into streams of liquid white fire. As Sunny watched, frozen in place with his eyes opened wide, that fire began to melt and reshape her flesh. Slowly, her muscles repaired herself, her organs returned to their places, her bones reassembled themselves from the shards. Where there was nothing to replace a missing part, the fire took its shape and solidified. With a terrible scream, Nephi's grasped her almost severed arm and tore it away, then pressed it to the stump that was bleeding with white flame. Soon, the mangled halves melted together, becoming whole again. Shocked, he saw every terrible wound on her body heal, washed in the purifying fire. Soon, there was nothing but pristine white skin showing through the wide gaps in the shattered armor. Nephi's raised her head, looking at them but not seeing anything. There was no recognition in her gaze, all understanding destroyed by the cruel crucible of the sacred fire. Then, the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan closed her eyes and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Finally, the first rays of sunshine appeared from beyond the eastern horizon. The dawn was coming. In the end, Nephi's had remained unconscious for an entire 2 days. On the third day, she finally opened her eyes and slowly rose, looking around with subtle confusion. Her face, as usual, was calm and indifferent. However, she did flinch a little when her gaze fell on Sunny, who was sitting at the top of the giant hand's index finger and grinning from ear to ear at her. Frowning, Changing Star looked herself over, noticing the embarrassing gaps in her armor, and said, "Why are you smiling?" Sunny gave her a mischievous wink and shrugged. "Look behind you." Lingering for a few seconds, Neph sighed and turned around, wondering what is it that he wanted her to see. Behind her, a dark expanse of land was rising above the slope of the colossal crater. And on it, a tall city wall built of gray polished stone was towering over the giant chasm of the abyss. It looked ancient but still impenetrable, able to withstand the crushing pressure of the dark sea for 1,000 more years. They've made it. That had found the human castle. End of Volume 1, Child of Shadows.